Chapter 601, Conclusion and Spatial Compass. Almost at the same time, Xia Fei and the Shepherdian both made their move. Their target was that lump of gold suspended in mid-air. Whoosh! Relying on his advantage of speed, Xia Fei was the first to reach the side of the giant vine, his feet planted on the branch, using the inertia from before to aid him in making a pounce right for it, his entire body practically horizontal. The speed ability no doubt lived up to its name as the hardest one to deal with, and this still remained true even when he reached the lower realm. The Shepherdian knitted his eyebrows, letting out a shrill scream. Kaboom! 6 huge hands came shooting out from the ground explosively. The Shepherdian was a law of matter adept, so he did not need to do the punching himself. He could completely change the structure of matter, using everything around him to attack. It was at that moment when something unexpected happened. Perhaps Xia Fei applied too much strength when he stomped on the vine, but that shiny golden object atop the vine suddenly dropped, falling directly for the Shepherdian's head. Xia Fei's 2 eyes widened. He was regretting his overt use of force, which caused the precious object to fall off. Crafty approach. While in mid-air, Xia Fei did a beautiful pirouette and relying on the pedal action of his 2 legs, his entire body doing a twist as he went after the falling golden object. The Shepherdian felt very nervous. Xia Fei's speed was extremely fast, and his incredible physical agility was shocking. His display of skills had already surpassed the techniques he learned from Assassin Sect, and it was now a style of his own. It was Xia Fei's crafty approach. A crafty approach that no one could mimic. Whoosh! Even the Shepherdian did not expect that Xia Fei would fail to grasp onto the treasure. It was about 10 centimeters away, yet Xia Fei had actually missed it. This was a huge blow. For a speed ability user with crafty approach, how could he have missed? The Shepherdian was elated, and the soil he had been standing on suddenly surged. This was the power of the law of matter, allowing him to rise with the soil, thereby allowing him to faster close in on the treasure. No matter what that is, it shall ultimately be mine. The Shepherdian was excited. His attention was completely concentrated on the treasure above him, and the excitement he felt for having successfully snatched away a treasure from a speed ability user was indescribable. However, what he failed to notice was how the corners of Xia Fei's lips curled up, sinisterly and strangely. Just as the Shepherdian was relishing the moment, a figure appeared behind him, revealing a murderous look. This was another Xia Fei, there was one in the air while the other was on the ground. Huff huff! This Xia Fei on the ground breathed heavily and had ill intent. Slap slap! 2 arms very lithely wrapped around the Shepherdian, just as a glowing circle rose, separating him from the surroundings. The Shepherdian was extremely appalled. He did not understand how he had suddenly been trapped. He wanted to activate his law of matter yet discovered that he was already separated from the environment. This was a snare of pure energy. The Shepherdian could control everything around him but lacked the ability to control this cascade of energy. Killing intent pervaded. All the struggle was for naught. When a warrior got restrained by the holy beast Shatterstar, any attempt at escaping would simply be useless. Indeed, that Xia Fei down on the ground was verbal. A clone of Xia Fei's. The supersized vine, which was in the middle of the Shepherdian and Xia Fei, partially blocked the line of vision, and the sparkling golden object high above had drawn the majority of attention from the Shepherdian. When Xia Fei was near the vine, Furball turned into a clone of him, while peacock blue wrapped itself around this clone, looking no different from being part of the vine. Just as the Shepherdian's attention shifted away, peacock blue heaved and tossed Furball to the Shepherdian's side. Everything else that happened was self-explanatory once this was understood. Xia Fei had intentionally made it seem like he failed to catch the treasure, and Furball used this opportunity to use its energy to trap the Shepherdian. Now, holding on to blood crystal, Xia Fei came stabbing down into his skull. The eyes of this Shepherdian were wide open. He had not expected his law of matter to be restrained. Of course, he no longer had the chance to think or regret. This was because blood crystal had already been jabbed deep into his scalp. Crunch! The blade cut deep into the Shepherdian's head, cutting him into 2, only stopping once it reached its stomach. Furball let out a loud roar, excited at having witnessed this killing blow. The body almost instantly withered. This Shepherdian, who originally looked like a zombie, no longer had a lick of life in him. He had once yearned to drain Xia Fei dry, yet it was him who turned into a desiccated corpse by Xia Fei's hands. Plunk! Xia Fei reached out his right hand and safely caught that golden box, which was falling from the sky, spitting directly at the already dried up body of the Shepherdian near him. To hell with your law of matter. Ferbal let go of the corpse and ran back to Xia Fei, his eyes all warm and friendly. This entire sequence felt weird because Ferbal now looked exactly like Xia Fei. A light tap of a finger was all it took to send the corpse of the Shepherdian falling on the ground, turning into dust upon impact. Heaving a long sigh, Xia Fei muttered, "This law of matter substitution sure is difficult to deal with. If not for Ferbal's powers which let him ensnare enemies, this battle might have been exceedingly difficult." Lionheart Emperor Oro did not share this thought. "You barely spent much time here in the Law Realm, but as time passes, you'll learn that there's actually a great assortment of laws everywhere in the Law Realm, and a mere law of matter isn't anything at all. If it were me, I'd kill that Shepherdians 100 times over." Xia Fei replied, "Everything has its weakness. The law of matter substitution can't escape from an energy snare, and it's Ferbal's aid that gave us today's victory." Ferbal, now back in his original form, hopped up to take his usual spot on Xia Fei's shoulder, staring at his master's ring even as he took credit for this accomplishment. Xia Fei chuckled as he took out an origin crystal from within and fed it to Ferbal to feast on. "That expression of yours when you missed grabbing the golden box was so subtle and genuine. I think you've quite the talent for acting." Oro laughed. Xia Fei did not give a response. He sat down and lit a cigarette before opening that box. "A spatial compass. It's actually a compass. I can travel freely now that I have this." Xia Fei was elated. Ever since he learned that the spatial compass existed here in the Law Realm, Xia Fei had been planning to buy one. Unfortunately, the price of this item, which would allow him to travel between the Law Realm and the Alliance, was too high, and even the cheapest would cost him 1,000 grade 4 origin crystal, an amount that he had yet to save up even until this moment. At this point, everything about this matter had been settled. Xia Fei had no idea what grade this compass was, but if its outer appearance was any indication, it must surely be quite good. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures landed one after another. They were of course Zanian Feng, Busi and his 3 offspring. All they saw was Xia Fei sitting down cross-legged on the ground as if nothing happened, with his back leaning against the canyon wall. Zanian wanted to yell Xia Fei's name, but Busi stopped him. "He's in the process of making a breakthrough. We can talk to him later." It took some time for them to clear out all the despicable Shepherdians from the assessment ground, and all the surviving candidates had been sent back to Dragon Ascension Hall by now. Only Xia Fei remained because he was on the verge of making a breakthrough to the next level, so he failed to notice the signal from Busi to gather. He's about to get promoted. Other candidates fled for their lives, yet this man actually killed a Shepherdian and even stayed behind to advance. Uma was surprised. She was a pretty lady with a pair of cute dimples whenever she spoke and looked nothing like her father Busi, who was a complete piece of rock with his expressionless face. "He's called Xia Fei, and I'm the one who found him. Though he's just a level 2 law sovereign in terms of cultivation, his combat strength isn't worse than any other candidates. More important is that clear mind of his, able to execute tasks with great organizational detail, which complements his warrior's impulse." Zanian laughed. This was his first time being the Eagle Eye Scout for the Martial Hall, and he was very confident with his judgment skills. Uma was slightly surprised. She examined the traces of battle around them before saying, "That's strange. The Shepherdian was reduced to scum. I wonder what sort of methods he used. This channeling Cloudvine should have been Father's secret riddle, too, and he managed to solve it." Busi nodded, not saying a word more. Zanian took out a terminal and did a quick calculation before happily declaring, "Uncle Busi. Look. Xia Fei had obtained 13 identification plates himself, and the dead Shepherdian had 12. Clearing your secret riddle gives him 50 points, which comes up to a total of 75 points. That's 30 points more than the person that came in second. Looks like your edgeless war armor will have to be given to him." Busi still maintained that stony expression, seemingly unaffected by the news. Uma took the terminal in hand, somewhat in disbelief, calculating it once over before softly saying, "To think the person coming in first is just a law sovereign with a level 2 cultivation. I wouldn't believe this if I didn't see it with my 2 eyes. After all, only 173 candidates are alive following this round, and most were killed by their companions or the Shepherdians." Zanian waved his hand. "He might only be a level 2 law sovereign at this moment, but when Xia Fei wakes up, he'll be level 3. After some time, Xia Fei finally opened his eyes. He was of course aware that there were people around him, and it was only because he was on the verge of breaking through that he did not stop and conversed with Busi and the others when they first arrived. After absorbing that Shepherdian, the colorful energy ball in Xia Fei's brain region exploded once again, and the energy that engulfed him helped promote Xia Fei to the next level. This method of absorbing foreign energy and then releasing it in his brain region was changing silently. The higher his level, the more energy was needed to make the promotion. Compared to the first time, this promotion process was not as breezy. Defeating the Shepherdian had caused Xia Fei to use up quite a lot of energy. Congratulations on reaching level 3 Law Sovereign. To have been promoted right after a battle, you're really something else, aren't you? Tell me, how did you kill that Shepherdian? Zanian asked with a smile. Uma was curious as well. That's right. How did you reduce the corpse of the Shepherdian to dust? Just what sort of law or martial arts technique did you use? First, while I did just get promoted, I'm not a level 3 but a level 4 Law Sovereign, instead, Xia Fei corrected casually. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing that. Even Busey could not help but purse his lips. Getting promoted 2 whole levels in 5 days of battle. Xia Fei, you've really opened my eyes. Zanian unintentionally threw a glance at Busey as he said this, seemingly trying to send some message. This was when Ferbal burped and took his place on Xia Fei's shoulder, to which, Zanian remarked, I almost forgot. Your holy beast got promoted as well. Looks like you're the greatest winner in this first assessment of the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Shatterstar. The holy beast Shatterstar. Uma and the others exclaimed as this secret Xia Fei had on him was truly a shocking discovery. Let's go. We can chat after we head back. The initial assessment is already over. The next cycle will be a month later, and when that time comes, the elites of other families and the 9 great clans will all participate in the fight, and the difficulty will be even greater than today. Perhaps Busey was afraid of Xia Fei getting full of himself, so he mentioned the difficulty of the second cycle of assessment. Right now, he just wanted to end this as soon as possible so that he could return to the headquarters and give Hall Master Kuzan a detailed report. He felt very uneasy inside. Zanian, you'll be in charge of giving the precise details to Xia Fei later. Also, bring him over to the Law Enforcement Commissioner before letting him return to Yu family, Busey instructed. Zanian and Xia Fei nodded. Don't forget to work hard and cultivate more after you return to the Yu family. The assessment with the 9 great clans participating is never easy. Do I have to return to Yu family? Xia Fei shrugged. He was thinking to himself, it's been so long, and Yu Hua hasn't sent any word to me. Has old patriarch Yu Zhang not discovered that I killed his friend yet? Chapter 602, Snowdrift Clan. The Dragon Ascension Conclave. The human species initial assessment had ended. The first 100 candidates were awarded the chance to participate in the overall examination and compete with the elites of the 9 great clans. After that would be the second stage examination against the elites of other species before one could finally officially be admitted to join the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, the holy land in the hearts of all the warriors of the Law Realm. Never had anyone been clear about the criteria for choosing the new members of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, and the result of this time made it even more confusing, since the one who came in first for the initial assessment was actually Xia Fei, an insignificant level 4 Law Sovereign. When the final leaderboard was posted on that day, it caused quite a stir in the entire circle. This was the first time in who knew how many years that a mere Law Sovereign came in first. It had to be mentioned that this assessment was of a much higher quality than previous conclaves, and there were even at least 50 Law Emperors among the candidates. It was really hard to imagine how Xia Fei, with just his Law Sovereign cultivation, had managed to come out on top despite the fact that there were plenty of experts among their numbers. Naturally, the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall did not disclose the details of the assessment, nor did anyone dare to come out and question the Hall's confidentiality policy. Anyone knew that Dragon Ascension had the backing of the God race, and challenging Dragon Ascension would be as good as challenging the authority of the 2 peak races in the Law Realm. However, there were of course plenty of discussions being held in private about the result. Conspiracy theorists made it sound as if Xia Fei was a god-like existence, while rumors spread that he had some unimaginable connection with the God race. There were even some who believed that Xia Fei's level of cultivation was completely fabricated and he was a probe sent by the God race. An assessment, which drew the attention of the entire realm, was enough to push the name of a warrior to the tip of everyone's lips. How was Xia Fei to know that, not just humans, even the other sapient life forms in the Law Realm knew of his name? It could not be helped, since this was the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Anyone who wanted to become famous could do so very easily. He had shown quite the performance, killing a quasi-divine beast, to obtain the win. Any warrior able to achieve these feats could forget about keeping a low profile afterward. By the Evernight Star region, a large and strange emerald warship floated in space. Though they had never officially met, Autumn Cicada and Xiao were so excited that they could hardly sleep. The two had already heard about someone by the name of Xia Fei participating in the initial assessment of the Dragon Ascension Conclave, and today, after the assessment ended, his name once more spread across the lore realm, so even his background had been uncovered. Both Autumn Cicada and Xiao were finally convinced that this Xia Fei was none other than the person whom the two had been preoccupied with. Xiao's attachment to Xia Fei was understandable, given the heartbreaking history that they shared, but few could have imagined that someone like Autumn Cicada, who was not privy to mortal concerns or woes, would also be moved. Don't be so anxious. We of the Snowdrift clan will be participating in the second stage examinations. When that time comes, you can see Xia Fei again, Autumn Cicada softly reassured. Xiao was lying beside Autumn Cicada, using the latter's white cotton skirt to dab at her tears. Her small face had already turned red from crying, looking extremely pitiful. Women were always very strange, and though Xiao was feeling excited inside, she was actually crying outside. Unhappiness caused her to cry, yet happiness would also cause her to cry as well. Xiao nodded. Yes, I'll be able to see Big Brother Xia Fei in a month's time. Xiao must get a hold of herself so that he will know that I have been strong these past few years. Autumn Cicada's lips slightly twitched, somewhat hesitantly saying, would your big brother Xia Fei blame us for taking you away from the alliance back then? Xiao paled, before lowering her head. Going by his personality, he would definitely. Oh, Autumn Cicada softly said, I still wish to ask him questions about love. It won't be good if conflict arises between us. Xiao's face paled further, and her head was practically buried in her own bosom. Big brother Xia Fei, actually, he is sometimes quite unreasonable. Unreasonable. Two creases appeared on Autumn Cicada's forehead. To a woman of such fairy-like beauty, even when she was in deep contemplation, she would also exude an irresistible charm. I'll explain to Big Brother Xia Fei that the lady is a good person. If not for you, Xiao would really have no idea how I could survive in the Snowdrift clan, Xiao said with two clenched fists. When the two innocent ladies were together, they always had plenty to talk about, and it would of course often be about Xia Fei. With only a month until they met again, the two chatted about all the old stories they knew of the man, culminating into an enthusiastic discussion. The two discussed the same somewhat legendary exploits of Xia Fei's countless times, yet they never got tired of it. The blame for this fell upon the fact that they were staying with the austere Snowdrift clan, one entirely comprising women. Their days spent were extremely plain and boring, which caused Xia Fei to become a source of essential flavoring. Without either of these two ignorant girls realizing it, Xia Fei had left an indelible mark in their hearts. Achoo achoo achoo. Xia Fei back in White Horse constellation sneezed thrice in rapid succession. Zanian Feng patted him on the arm and chuckled. Who's thinking about you? Your girlfriend. Xia Fei shrugged to express his cluelessness, thinking that perhaps it was Avril back in the alliance who was missing him greatly. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have guessed that Xiao was actually not too far away from him. She was even someone from Snowdrift, one of the 9 great clans, and that they would be seeing each other very soon. Outside the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, the crowd thronged. Xia Fei and Zanian strode through the crowd and quickly made a path for the pair even as chatter erupted in their wake. Xia Fei and the young master of the Feng family together? What's their relationship? I already said that Xia Fei's background isn't anything simple. Look, the two of them seem to have quite a good relationship. Xia Fei's from Yu family. Does that mean that the Yus share a decent relationship with Dragon Ascension's Fengs? That's not right. They are both from the Yu family, so why would Xia Fei come in first, while Yu Xiaobei suffered defeat? After all, Yu Xiaobei is the one who's really related to the Yu family, while Xia Fei is no more than an outsider. Perhaps the Feng family is merely good with Xia Fei, and it has nothing to do with Yu family. There were all sorts of wild guesses being thrown about, but without a doubt, after everything that had happened, it was Xia Fei's name that was getting famous, while also increasing the mystery around him. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Xia Fei did not see Ludi anywhere. The man might be unhappily whining and dining away his sorrows after being eliminated, the life of that playboy was definitely nowhere as boring as Xia Fei. Xia Fei inadvertently caught the angry face of the prideful Yu Xiaobei. That rather decent set of combat suit he wore had already been reduced into tatters, and his face looked haggard, most likely injured after having fled from Shepardians who sought to hunt the humans down. Xia Fei nodded slightly at Yu Xiaobei. What should have been a normal greeting appeared to be derision in Yu Xiaobei's eyes. He ignored Xia Fei and turned to leave with a hardened expression on his face. What a haughty fellow, Xia Fei muttered under his breath. Who are you talking about? Zanian turned around to ask. Xia Fei responded, oh, nothing. Just saw someone familiar. Speaking of which, I must really thank you this time. What for? Aren't you escorting me out of the martial hall on purpose? Xia Fei asked. Zanian chuckled. Well, you don't have to thank me. This is all Uncle Busey's arrangement. Though he looks like a stony-faced, 10,000-year-old Scrooge, he's actually very attentive to the youths of the human species. He's the only human among the Dragon Ascension's 4 heavenly kings, so he of course favors his own kind. Though my father is the hall master, it isn't convenient for him to do such things. You'll understand this if you make it into the martial hall. It's fine if you look for Uncle Busey for any issue cropping up. He's actually a very warm-hearted person. Xia Fei nodded. Humans were not the only ones in the lower realm, and Busey held the highest position aside from the hall master, so it made sense why he would be more attentive toward humans. This circle is fraught with dangers. You barely have any backing when you first entered the lower realm, but now that you've gotten first in the initial assessment and Uncle Busey's edgeless war armor is in your possession, who knows how many people are scheming against you behind your back. With me escorting you out of the martial hall so openly and brazenly, plenty of people who may have had ill intentions toward you will at least abandon the thought. The Feng family isn't like the 9 great clans, but we aren't whom people will dare to provoke, either. Sensible people won't dare plot anything toward you, though of course, you still can't be too careless. It's as the old saying goes, humans fear fame while pigs fear getting fat. This is the extent of help the martial hall can give you. Everything else, you're on your own, Zanian said. Xia Fei nodded. Busey, who was a formidable human, showed great consideration in his gesture. He had even thought ahead of matters after the assessment ended. Xia Fei could not help but admire him quite a bit for this. Where are we off to now? Xia Fei asked. We're off to the Law Enforcement Board to register your spatial compass. This way, you'll be able to utilize that compass to travel as you wish, no longer limited by the use of spatial gates. I still have to get it registered. Zanian rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. Of course, you have to, or else how can the Law Enforcement Board keep track of your movement? Every spatial compass and spatial gate needs to be registered. Of course, if there are markets, that also means that there are black markets, which have spatial compasses and spatial gates that can't be tracked. Alas, such things don't come cheap. Given your current standing, I doubt that you'll be able to get yourself an illegal compass. Besides, you may not even have the contacts necessary to purchase such illegal goods. If I were to ascend to be a law emperor in the future and master the technique to conjure spatial channels, would I still need a spatial compass? Xia Fei asked. Zanian shook his head. That's very difficult. The distance of the channel itself is a very huge issue. Though there are some experts who can disappear without a trace, they may actually not be adepts at high-level law of travel. Perhaps they simply use the compasses more smoothly, without leaving any traces behind. I see that you are very interested in the spatial compass. Are you feeling a little homesick? Zanian asked with a smile. Xia Fei did not deny it as he nodded. Indeed, I've been hoping to head back and see a friend. Friend, more like a girlfriend, right? Zanian flashed him a cheeky smile, which Xia Fei neither confirmed nor denied. He had never considered it shameful to be together with Avril, and he was in fact somewhat proud of it as the two of them truly loved each other. Letting out a dry cough, Zanian continued. There are some things that I shouldn't tell you, but it's not allowed for people to get in contact with the Alliance from the lower realm normally. Law warriors aren't allowed to affect mortal lives, and that's the original reason why our ancestors established this separate realm altogether. Of course, if you're able to establish a good relationship with members of the Law Enforcement Board, as long as you don't make too much noise while there, those old coots will just ignore you. Xia Fei was skeptical. Doesn't that mean that the Law Enforcement Board is very important? Zanian answered, it has to be important. Don't think that the lower realm has no laws. While there's no penalty for killing people, there are still some things strictly forbidden, such as private contact with the demon race. There's a heavy punishment for that, where the offender will be hunted down. The same goes for sellers of hormones. You'll slowly understand that the lower realm is a very simple place. As long as you don't infringe on the taboo, the law enforcement board won't impinge upon your freedom too much. Xia Fei was breaking out in cold sweats. His spatial ring actually contained someone of the demon race, and it was even a great demon lord, yet here he was swaggering on the streets of White Horse Constellation, all bold and such. That's right. What grade is this spatial compass that Busey awarded me with? How far can I travel with it? Xia Fei asked. Chapter 603, Law Enforcement Board. What grade is this spatial compass that Busey awarded me with? How far can I travel with it? Xia Fei asked. Zanian Feng laughed. That's a ZR-10, one of the best spatial compasses available in our circle. How could anything the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall awarded be subpar? With White Horse Constellation as its center, you can travel a billion light years all around. A billion light years? Xia Fei was shocked. Just this small compass provided him with a spatial channel that could cross a billion light years. Just how shocking was this? Don't be so happy just yet. Using a spatial compass like this will cost you, and the price is roughly 1 origin crystal every 100 light years. That is to say, 100 light years will cost you a grade 1 origin crystal, 10,000 light years a grade 2 origin crystal, 1 million light years a grade 3 origin crystal, and a billion light years a single grade 4 origin crystal. Plus, this is just the cost for a one-way trip. A trip back and forth of a billion light years will cost you 2 grade 4 origin crystals, Zanian explained with a smile. Xia Fei nodded. He did some mental calculations and realized that Furball and he had consumed several dozen grade 4 origin crystals in this assessment. He still had 1023 crystals left, and that was enough for 100 trips, and if he were to use it sparingly, that would be enough to last him quite some time. Could I reach the Alliance in a billion light years? Xia Fei asked. Zanian laughed. The Alliance is roughly 8.7 billion light years away from here. A ZR-10 is of course not enough. You'll have to at least get a ZR-90 model, and the price of a ZR-10 is already 1000 grade 4 origin crystals, so you can forget about getting the ZR-90 without at least 20,000 grade 4 origin crystals. Plus, spatial compasses of models 90 and above require a super long-range transition qualification from the Law Enforcement Board, and such a qualification certificate would only be given to warriors at the rank of Law Emperors and above. At present, aside from begging for the black market, there's practically no way for you to get hold of one. Besides, those assholes in the black market are really shady and unscrupulous. You can forget about getting hold of a ZR-90 without forking over 60,000 origin crystals in the least. Xia Fei nearly gagged. The entire alliance was just a territory, which spanned about 7.2 million light years, and that was already considered to belong to a fairly famous species in the universe, yet the Lore Realm was almost 8.7 billion light years away from the alliance. Going by the speed of a cosmic express warship, which covered a distance of 1,200,000 light years daily, he would have to be flying for nearly 20 years before he could arrive at the alliance from the Lore Realm. This was assuming that there were no mishaps while on board. Would he not just end up dying in the vast space in some place unknown if anything untoward happened during this journey? No wonder the superior Black Bat radar had such a poor signal reception in the Lore Realm. It turned out that the distance between the Alliance and the Lore Realm was not merely super far but extra super duper far. Xia Fei was a little depressed. Money. Everything needed money. Even making a trip back home was difficult. Unless he could become as rich as Yu Hua, accumulating wealth that would rival a nation's, there was no way he could afford a ZR-90 or above spatial compass. Zanian saw how despondent Xia Fei looked, so he added, actually, there's no need for you to buy a Model 90 on your own. Some merchants actually provide the service of traveling between the Lore Realm and the Alliance, though they do charge quite a premium price for it. Calculating by the distance, it will cost you 87 grade 4 origin crystals to be transported from the Lore Realm to the Alliance, so if you can find these shrewd businessmen, perhaps you'll manage to secure a trip with 200 grade 4 origin crystals, and every day that you spend in the Alliance will cost you about 20 grade 4 origin crystals. Xia Fei began counting with his fingers, and a trip back and forth while staying for a week would require around 540 grade 4 origin crystals, which was quite an exorbitant sum. The greatest benefit of going through these businessmen is that you won't have to worry about the Law Enforcement Board causing any trouble for you. Since they dare to send someone back to the Alliance, they of course have to ensure that you won't be hunted down. If you are still unsure about such arrangements, you'll have to find those people in the black market. They have their untraceable compasses, though the risk is also higher. Who knows if those assholes will be swayed by money after the fact? Zanian continued to explain. Xia Fei more or less understood the situation. If he wanted to head back to the alliance and spend some time with Avril, he must be able to afford the huge price tag. He had always felt that the alliance was very sinister last time, but who would have thought that the Law Realm would be even worse? So illicit that it felt dirty just talking about it. Just how vast is the universe, anyway? Xia Fei asked. This question had been troubling him for a very long time, and now that he was with Zanian, he figured that it was his best chance to get some answers. Everything within a radius of 30 billion light-years with the Law Realm as the focus is under our control, and we have no idea what else is beyond. We commonly believe that the universe is endless, Zanian replied. It's endless? No, that's quite illogical. Nothing in this universe is limitless. Xia Fei had his doubts. Zanian smiled, retorting, illogical? Can you use that term to explain the seventh brain region? Special abilities? Law. Xia Fei was speechless. The higher he came into contact with, the more Xia Fei felt that the universe was a peculiarity, something that logic and science could not explain or account for. It's truly a vast and strange universe. Xia Fei sighed softly. Xia Fei spotted a 9-tier tower in its huge courtyard from afar. The name Law Enforcement Board sounded very rigorous, but it was actually just a peaceful and beautiful location. After crossing the ancient wooden gate, one would be greeted by the sight of a verdant garden, with squat cedar trees growing next to each other. Plenty of the rooms were overrun by their branches, not one was being groomed or maintained, allowing the branches to grow however they liked. Several elders were gathered, drinking a pot of tea and playing chess. The scene was quite chaotic because one of the elders playing chess was arguing until his face turned red, and Xia Fei could not help but think of the term old urchin when he saw the person. Most of them were in casual wear, with only a handful in uniforms, which had a very large print of the word law on each, evidently showing the different status they held with everyone else. Don't underestimate those elders. They are all the elites of the Law Realm. The 9 great clans, as well as other generational clans, all have to send a respected senior to take up the mantle as a member of the Law Enforcement Board, while the rest are respected elders of various families and clans as well as retired veteran warriors. Here in the Law Realm, below the 2 peak races are the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, the Law Enforcement Board, and the 9 great clans. All the various elders gather here. The power and authority that the Law Enforcement Board wield are indubitable, and when necessary, the board can command the troops of the 9 great clans. Zanian gave a simple introduction. Xia Fei nodded. Gathering all the major figures of the various clans and families to enforce the law, no one will of course be dissatisfied with such an arrangement. After all, these are individuals from their affiliations that can be held to their word. That's indeed the case, which is why you'd best not provoke any one of these elders for no reason whatsoever, or else things can get very messy, Zanian said with a hint of fear as if he had personally experienced this himself. The two of them continued chatting as they entered the hall. There was a large Mars scent plaque hanging above the entrance, indicating that this was the place where high-grade spatial compasses could be registered. Because ZR-10 could let one travel up to 1 billion light-years, marking it as high-grade, the compass required registration with the Law Enforcement Board here in the White Horse constellation. Anything lower only required it to be registered with the various family branches, so there was no need for such a hassle. Thus, it could be seen just how strict the Law Realm was toward the movement of their law adepts. Brother Jiga Wolf! Zanian Feng shouted with a smile as he entered the place. Behind the long workbench was a young man with a full beard covering even his cheeks. He was napping, but upon hearing the call, he raised his head impatiently. Who's there? Sleeping on your job in broad daylight, aren't you afraid those old coots outside giving you trouble? Zanian teased. Zanian! The bearded youth shouted in glee. He stepped away from the workbench and brought over 3 chairs, even serving some tea for the newcomers. This here is my good friend, from the Cruel Wolf clan of the 9 great clans, Wolf Shenyi. Don't be fooled by that bushy beard of his, Jiga Wolf is actually younger than me by 2 years, Zanian made the introduction. Wolf Shenyi awkwardly rubbed his head. I can't help it. The men of the Cruel Wolf clan always have had bushy beards, it's a genetic trait we got from our ancestors and can't be changed even if I want to. Wolf Shenyi was fairly honest, seemingly unaware that Zanian was merely joking with him. However, it was true that his countenance was somewhat unexpected. With his upturned nose and a full beard, Xia Fei would mistake him for a middle-aged man if not for Zanian's introduction. This young man here's Xia Fei. A friend I met in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. I brought him here to register his spatial compass. Zanian did the introductions for Xia Fei for Wolf Shenyi's benefit. Xia Fei, the one who placed first in the initial assessment. Wolf Shenyi was surprised. That's right. The very same, Zanian said. His shocked eyes did a once-over of Xia Fei's body before bursting into uproarious laughter. Great! It's going to be the second cycle in another month. When that time comes, you must teach me a few pointers. Don't you hold back on me when we meet, too. Xia Fei humbly replied, I wouldn't dare presume that I could teach you, but I'm sure that we can spar. Wolf Shenyi was a straightforward person, so he registered Xia Fei's compass without another word. The price for registration was 5 grade 4 origin crystals, which was still acceptable, and Xia Fei was also provided with a card from the bank. Every month, the cost of traveling could be deposited into the bank and he could also do so in advance, saving him the hassle of payment, since the bank card was directly linked to the compass. Ahem! What a terrible life I lead! You've been made a scout of your family, which is a very interesting job, yet here I am, forced to join the law enforcement board. I'm bored to death working here daily. Hearing Zanian's experience, Wolf Shenyi could not help but complain about his lot in life. Zanian chuckled. That can't be helped. You're from one of the 9 great clans, so of course you'd be sent to gain some expatriate experience. Do you think the law enforcement board is something that most people can just join? Small families will be fighting for a chance to do what you do, and the board won't even take them. Let's not compare anymore. The patriarch of your Feng family leads Dragon Ascension, and that name itself is far greater than my family, Wolf Shenyi said. Like Zanian, Wolf Shenyi was also a descendant of a known generational clan in the Law realm, with plenty of ties to each other. Xia Fei, who did not really get the conversation that these two were having, fiddled with his spatial compass, feeling bored. Zanian glanced around the place and said, Hey, has that elder, Xia Zonghai, been looking for me recently? Upon hearing the name Xia Zonghai, Wolf Shenyi looked completely unnerved as he said with a glum face, Don't even say that. Why did you end up provoking him out of all the elders here? That old monster beat me up good all just so he could find you, but it's a good thing that your brother here is loyal, so I didn't say a word about you being with Dragon Ascension. Zanian furtively observed Xia Fei's reaction when the conversation reached this point. There were plenty of people who went by the surname of Xia, and Xia Fei did not react any differently, but hearing an elder by the name of Xia Zonghai bold enough to beat up Wolf Shenyi of the 9 great clans did pique his interest. Further seeing how Wolf Shenyi was practically shivering in his boots at the mention of the name, there was no doubt that this Xia Zonghai lived up to his name as an old monster, and his temper was nothing to be scoffed at. Xia Fei did not have any special reaction, and Zanian could not help but be slightly disappointed. Could Xia Fei really have nothing to do with the Skywing clan? Is it impossible? Zanian thought to himself. With a smile, he said, I remember that today's the 1st, which means it's the date of the Law Enforcement Board's internal auction. Brother Jiga Wolf, why don't you bring me and Xia Fei along so we can enrich ourselves from the experience? Wolf Shenyi slapped his thigh. I nearly forgot about that if you didn't mention it. This is one of the perks of joining the Law Enforcement Board. Come, let's go and take a look. You two may not be aware of this, but those old monsters have plenty of fun trinkets. Don't be dazzled by those when you see them later. Chapter 604, Fractal Geometry. Hearing that the Law Enforcement Board would have an internal auction once every month, Xia Fei and Zanian Feng were both very interested. Wolf Shenyi was just presently wasting his time in the office, and since they all hit it off, the three decided to head over and have a look. Past the mysterious 9-tier tower was a bamboo garden, and the so-called internal auction was being held in one corner of this bamboo garden. There were guards stationed around the venue, and all it took was an exchange of a few words from the 2 young scions of the generational clans, and the 3 were allowed entry without further question. Though he did not belong to the Law Enforcement Board, Zanian was ultimately someone from Dragon Ascension's Feng family. The name of the Martial Hall was quite impactful, and it was useful wherever he went. Besides, there was still Wolf Shenyi beside him. Xia Fei, who was considered as their attendant, was allowed inside, too. There were over 100 stone plinths among the bamboo, and each one had an item on display with a slip of paper beside them. As long as anyone could fulfill the request stated, they could walk away with the item. There were also some elders who had gathered to chat. A price had to be set in advance before anyone could trade with them. The small bamboo forest had a sparse 200 individuals. Even if anyone added the people buying and selling, the entire forest could hardly be filled, which contributed to the impression of the place being somewhat quiet and empty. Generational clans would often have plenty of interaction with one another, so many called Zanian Feng and Wolf Shenyi to chat with them. Xia Fei knew no one, so he casually strolled through the venue. A grade 6 origin crystal! Phantom exclaimed. On a stone plinth lay a glimmering blue crystal, a clear indication that it was a grade 6 origin crystal. Going by the conventional exchange rate, a grade 6 origin crystal was worth 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals, and Xia Fei could only afford 10% of the crystals even if he offered the entirety of his net worth. What made it all the more precious was the fact that the hierarchical policy of the Law Realm had designated grade 6 and above origin crystals as the common currency used by the god race. The highest Xia Fei could use among the small families and clans was just grade 4, while White Horse Constellation used as high as grade 5. A grade 6 crystal was practically nowhere to be found in the market. After all, it required a level 6 energy master to purify a level 6 origin crystal. Xia Fei suspected that it was probably impossible to find anyone capable of doing so here in White Horse Constellation. A single origin crystal solely used by the god race could be so grandly displayed here in this auction for the Law Enforcement Board. Thus, it could be seen that what Wolf Shenyi had said was no lie. There might not be too many items on display in this small auction, but there was no doubt that each of them was top-notch. Xia Fei could not help but feel shocked by what he saw. It was like an endless tide crashing onto him. Considering the fact that the god race was the congregation of the best warriors within the circle, there should definitely be quite a few clansmen of the major families who would end up joining the universe's peak race. This was why it was normal for these elders and seniors to get their hands on things from the god race, since they likely had close ties with the people who made it in. The paper slip next to the plinth stated that the grade 6 origin crystal was available in exchange for a martial arts technique called Clarion Cry used by law of mentalism practitioners. It was said that using the powerful law of mentalism to induce a type of mental disturbance could cause large-scale mental paralysis. Xia Fei shrugged. Forget owning it, he had not even heard of such a law existing before this. Therefore, there was no way he would have what was necessary to obtain the crystal. This was a rare opportunity for him to see so many precious items firsthand, so he lingered around. He of course had no chance of exchanging for anything here, but he could still look around at the very least to widen his view a little. Zanian was in a more vexing predicament, however. With how famous Dragon Ascension was, he also rarely had the chance to get involved with the Law Enforcement Board, and this meant that there were plenty of seniors and elders crowding around him, probing him for information as best as they could. This happened to coincide with the decennial Dragon Ascension conclave, so of course, plenty of disciples and relatives from the various families and clans, who would participate in the event, were present. All of them were hoping to hear more about the second cycle of examination to prepare their disciples better for what was to come. Zanian was young. All these seniors and elders around, with many even having studied in Dragon Ascension before, had connections to the Feng family, so it was difficult for Zanian to extricate himself. All he could do was watch Xia Fei get his fill of the place while he dealt with the batches upon batches of old men trying to chat him up. In fact, he had already begun to somewhat regret coming to the Law Enforcement Board with Xia Fei. His original plan was simply to do Xia Fei a big favor, not only leaving the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall with him but also bringing him to the Law Enforcement Board's internal auction, which rarely admitted outsiders. Plus, with how Xia Fei was Zanian's chosen candidate in his first time as a scout of Dragon Ascension, it made a lot of sense that he would be caring about Xia Fei. Xia Fei suddenly spotted a strange painting, a kind of fractal geometric picture. There was an unremarkable metal box on the plinth, and the fractal geometric picture next to it was the request of exchange. The paper description stated that whoever could decipher the picture would be given what was within the box, but it never stated what was within. Fractal geometry was a mathematical simulation of the natural world, as well as the various irregular phenomena that appeared in scientific research. It was abstract by itself, and this particular fractal geometric picture was extremely complex, so much so that anyone would get dizzy just staring at it for too long. It was not important to Xia Fei what was actually inside the box, as what mattered more was that he had discovered the one thing in the Law Enforcement Board's internal auction that needed nothing in exchange beyond cracking a complicated and profound fractal geometric picture. It was something Xia Fei could attempt with his own knowledge. It was like a piece of free cake that deeply attracted Xia Fei. He had always been someone who was heavily curious, so the more the owner did not mention what was inside the box, the more it triggered his bottomless imagination. There were 4 chairs by the stone plinth, conveniently placed so that guests could sit down and chat. In the Law Enforcement Board, no one cared about losing anything. Unless someone did not want their life, practically no one would dare act brazenly in front of the board. Xia Fei sat in one of the chairs, his eyes staring at the extremely complex fractal geometric picture in front of him, his mind working hard. The profound image was like a black hole that made Xia Fei so completely engrossed in it. Soon, Zanian spotted Xia Fei sitting like a statue, not moving an inch. There were even several elders who had surrounded him, watching Xia Fei in his stupor from the sidelines. Zanian was, of course, even more curious, so he dragged Wolf Shenyi and made their way over together. Fractal geometry! Zanian exclaimed after looking at the profound image on the stone plinth. Ah, this thing! Wolf Shenyi pouted, seemingly having seen this painting before. What do you know about this picture of fractal geometry? Zanian asked in a low voice. Not much. I heard that it will be placed here whenever they host this auction. In 6 months since I joined the Law Enforcement Board, this is the 6th time I've seen it, Wolf Shenyi said. No one managed to decipher it all this time. Not a soul. Forget deciphering it, many, who lack the mental fortitude, even ended up fainting while looking at it. It's really peculiar. You'd better get Xia Fei away. This painting is capable of sapping the mental energy of an individual, I even saw people end up vomiting blood just from staring at it. Wolf Shenyi shrugged as he spoke. This was when an elder looked at the time and said, Zanian, your friend has quite the fortitude. He's already stared at the painting for a full 27 minutes. Most young men can hardly last that long. Zanian did not make any comment on this, though his mind was already in turmoil. Xia Fei's eyes were still entranced, but they were also agile. It was clear that he was thinking and viewing the picture in earnest, which meant that Xia Fei was able to grasp the profound fractal geometry expressed in the painting. It had to be said that Xia Fei was someone who had gotten a 0 during the mathematics assessment of the Dragon Ascension Conclave. He had only given the assessment paper a quick glance before turning to leave, without even attempting to answer any of the questions. Some of the other candidates at least attempted them, but of course, everyone scored a fat 0. However, in front of this fractal geometric picture, which was so deeply profound that people would pass out, Xia Fei actually managed to make sense of what he was seeing. This was what was truly unbelievable. This meant that Xia Fei actually had quite decent geometry skills, and the reason why he left after a glance at the paper was that he had already determined the question to be unsolvable. That was also why he did not care to attempt it at all. Zanian was feeling more and more surprised as he thought about it. Just what sort of standard was Xia Fei at to have been able to determine the assessment question was unsolvable at a glance? Actually, there was another explanation on why he could solve the mystery of Xia Fei not answering the assessment question, but there was no way Zanian would admit it. As the people gathered around increased, Xia Fei was like an old monk who had entered a state of concentration, where he had no knowledge of anyone around him. Isn't this old wood's strange painting? Could that young man be attempting to decipher it? That's not possible. That painting has been placed here in the auction for close to 2 whole years. Some people were curious about it at first and even attempted to solve it, but no one managed to make any headway in the least. Could this young man have really cracked it? I don't know if he's found the solution, but he's already been stationary there for over an hour. He hasn't fainted after such a long time? That's some mental fortitude this young man has got. Whose family does he hail from? The Yu family. He's Xia Fei, the one who got first place in Dragon Ascension Conclave's initial assessment. Ah, I've heard of him. There was plenty of discussion being held, and Zanian uneasily swept his gaze around, most likely afraid that his most feared Xia Zonghai would be drawn over as more people gathered. What made him even more frightened was Xia Fei. Zanian stared at the fractal geometry and could hardly continue after over a dozen minutes, yet Xia Fei had actually been looking at the painting for over an hour without any issues. His fortitude was even greater than his own. More people crowded. While some began leaving as they got bored, a majority of them were having avid discussions, all in hushed whispers, seemingly afraid of disturbing Xia Fei. No need for any guesses as it was more or less a given that Xia Fei was attempting to decipher this fractal geometric picture rather than just looking at it out of interest after such a long time. 3 hours passed, and the interest people initially had toward this dwindled. Most originally gathered out of curiosity, and no one truly believed that Xia Fei was capable of making sense of such a painting, which was as profound as the universe. Countless experts had tried but failed, so it would be strange if the young Xia Fei really did decipher it. I'm done. I doubt that this young man has a chance, or else he will have already solved it. No reason for him to have sat here for over 3 hours. Let's wait a bit longer. I heard that Old Woods is coming over personally, so having a chat with him won't be too bad. I see. The death of Wood's daughter has shaken him deeply. It's been a long time since I saw him as well, so I guess that it's fine waiting a bit longer. Just as everyone was beginning to get impatient, the statue like Xia Fei suddenly moved. Xia Fei quickly turned on his terminal and began lightly tapping on the screen. A complex waveform then began to appear. Spending some time to think, Xia Fei then erased the waveform he had just finished drawing before restarting from scratch. His eyes were filled with passion and interest. He had begun deciphering the fractal geometric picture with 100% fervor. This is a coded waveform. Does he plan to use waveforms to solve this fractal geometric picture? An elder gasped in skeptical surprise. Chapter 605, The Vicissitudes of Starshine. Xia Fei wrote a program dedicated to deciphering fractal geometry. Seeing him completely devoting all his focus to the task, Zanian Feng felt his heart fill with doubts. Ping! Xia Fei pushed a button, and the visually overwhelming interpretation program he wrote began to activate in his terminal. A strange waveform constantly changed, and no one could understand just what sort of result Xia Fei was hoping to get from this or why he needed waveforms to crack the fractal geometry. What everybody knew well was that once the program was completed, Xia Fei would have his result, be it right or wrong. Xia Fei had one hand on his chin as he carefully observed the calculation process. According to his analysis, it would take approximately 30 minutes before he could get the answer given the calculation speed of the terminal. Zanian furrowed his brows and retreated from the crowd. He sneaked off to a secluded corner and made a call. Father! What's the matter? Quzhen asked with an expressionless look on his face. Quzhen had always been strict with his sons and daughters. Though Zanian was his favorite son, the latter had hardly ever seen his father smile. In all the years he could recall, his father was always an impressive and stern existence. There's something I need to report to you. Zanian was speaking with decorum, completely unlike what an affectionate dialogue between a father and son should be and more like that between a subordinate and a superior. Speak, Quzhen offered. The human candidate who placed first in our initial assessment today, Xia Fei, is very strange. Busey already filled me in about Xia Fei belonging to the Skywing. Is there anything else? What I'm speaking about isn't concerning rumors, rather geometry. Geometry. That's right. Zanian nodded severely. You should be very familiar with that question in the initial assessment. Only Xia Fei handed in a blank slip while the others attempted to solve the question. He even turned to leave after a single glance at the question. Quzhen wrinkled his brows. It's very normal for warriors not to know geometry. Besides, I wasn't even hoping that anyone would be able to answer it. But Xia Fei knows geometry, Zanian solemnly corrected. He not only knows it but also very proficient with it. Take a look. Turning the screen, he showed Quzhen how Xia Fei presently had his face all scrunched up in concentration as he contemplated on the answer. Father, right now, Xia Fei is attempting to decipher a very complex fractal geometry question, one that plenty of members from the Law Enforcement Board had been unable to solve. I believe that, even if the ultimate answer is incorrect, the knowledge that Xia Fei has toward mathematics and geometry is astounding. Quzhen showed no expression to this, an indication for his son to continue his elaboration. Since he has quite the deep foundation toward fractal geometry but didn't answer the question, don't you think that it's very strange? It's somewhat peculiar. Any normal candidate wouldn't have any reason not to attempt solving it, Quzhen muttered to himself deeply. What do you think? I think that there are two possibilities. First, Xia Fei read the question and realized that there's no solution, so he didn't waste any time solving it. That makes sense. Quzhen nodded. That scenario shows that Xia Fei knows his limits and isn't a fool. He's aware that there's no answer with just a slight calculation. What's the second possibility? Zanian answered, the second possibility is even more shocking. We actually have no clue whether there's an answer to the question or not, which is why it's bothered us for so many years. If Xia Fei has seen the question and knows the answer to it. Quzhen was slightly startled. Though he quickly regained composure, this slight motion had not failed to register in Zanian's eyes a clear indication of just how surprised his father was. If Xia Fei knew the answer but chose to give up rather than writing it down, the only conclusion we could draw was that he just wouldn't answer it then. He wouldn't answer. The difference between could not answer and would not answer was merely one word, yet it was also a world of difference. The father and son of the Feng family knew this point very well. If Xia Fei answered the question, then we would know it. However, if Xia Fei holds some unspeakable secret, which made him unwilling to share the answer, all he could do was give up on the test to keep his secret. There's no other possibility besides these two. The former means that Xia Fei is a brilliant and intelligent person, while the latter means he's involved in a major secret. If I were in his shoes, I would also choose to give up on the test, Zanian said. Xuzhen was quiet for a good while. This matter was huge, and he had to consider all aspects of this revelation carefully. Don't mention a word about this to anyone else after today. I'll take care of this personally, Xuzhen said softly. Remember, no one must know about this. Also, assign someone to keep an eye on Xia Fei in secret. Click. The screen was turned off, and Zanian Feng heaved a long sigh. He had no idea why he would feel so uneasy every time he talked to his father. Perhaps it was Xuzhen's overly demanding expectation toward him that caused this. The result's out. Isn't this result too strange? What even is it? A waveform? The answer you got is a waveform. As the crowd was reeling from the revelation, Zanian hurried over. All he saw was Xia Fei flexing his stiff neck and shoulders, copying the result from the terminal and storing it in a button-sized storage device. He proceeded to place it on the stone plinth before reaching out to retrieve the reward. Hold it. We don't know if it's the correct answer yet. We'll need to wait till the owner comes and verify this. An elder reached out and stopped Xia Fei. Besides, I refuse to believe that this complex fractal geometric picture can be interpreted as a waveform. Are you trying to take advantage of the confusion and abscond away with the item while Old Woods isn't around? Yes, that's very likely. He hasn't even grown a beard, yet he could already decipher that fractal geometric picture. What sort of nonsense is this? Even Eddie Johnson, someone who is proficient in fractal geometry, failed in this. Hell would freeze over if he could actually do it. Facing the crowd's questioning and cynicism, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and softly said, "It's true that my word holds no weight, but none of you has the qualifications to say a word, either, or else why don't you all solve this and see for yourself?" Xia Fei's words had stabbed into the very nerve of plenty of those gathered. If any of them possessed the ability to solve this, would they even wait until today? Suddenly several elders' faces turned green with anger, with some even shaking in indignation. Wolf Shenyi quickly lowered his head, afraid that others would know that he had come here with Xia Fei. Zanian held one hand over his mouth as he whispered, "You lunatic, you're even more overbearing than that old freak from the Skywing clan. Have you not considered just where you are?" Humph! What a load of nonsense! Who gave you the right to speak thusly? Where's Old Woods? Quickly get him out here! The one speaking was precisely one of the 6 vice presidents of the Law Enforcement Board, Mu Jianling. Hailing from the withered Mu clan, he was both a Mu family elder and a vice president of the board. Who knew just what wind had blown him here? Mu Jianling had, of course, heard about the misunderstanding between Xia Fei and Mu Fuping. He originally already found Xia Fei distasteful. Actually, aside from Mu Fuping, everyone from the withered Mu clan hated Xia Fei. Now that he had heard Xia Fei's name, Mu Jianling came over to take a look. He did not expect Xia Fei to speak so discourteously as well, further irritating Vice President Mu. In his mind, he was already thinking up of 1,000 different ways to torture Xia Fei. Zanian was quietly bemoaning his fate. When investigating Xia Fei, he already understood the misunderstanding between him and Mu Fuping, which was why he had devised a plan to act like someone in the know and probe Xia Fei. This was truly a case of a house with a leaky roof facing heavy rain every day and night. Xia Fei and the Mu family had not even resolved their differences when he ended up offending Mu Jianling. This was truly a troublesome situation to be in. He really regretted bringing Xia Fei to the Law Enforcement Board. Even in Zanian's wildest dream would he have imagined that Xia Fei would not give any face to anyone even being bold enough to offend the old demons of the board. He must truly be tired of living. The crowd soon parted and in walked an old man with a gaunt face. He had a head of disheveled white hair and soulless eyes, while the Law Enforcement Board's uniform he was wearing seemed to have not been washed for a very long time, with plenty of stains all over it. "Woods. Old Woods here. It's been so long, are you still doing okay? Hey. What's past is past. All of us are very worried seeing the haggard state you're in now." Everyone was very respectful to this disheveled old man, all of them offering words of consolation and care as they greeted him. It seemed like Old Woods was fairly popular to the members of the Law Enforcement Board. Old Woods returned words of courtesy to everyone with a wry smile, half jogging and half walking as he hurried over to Xia Fei's side, evidently very urgent. Who managed to solve this fractal geometry? Old Woods asked from far away. Xia Fei stood up and bowed. This young one found the answer. Old Woods did not care about his self-image as he came running over, looking extremely agitated. Answer. What's the answer? The crowd pricked their ears and listened. Plenty in the crowd had been stumped by this fractal geometry picture that Old Woods had set up, and it was even known to be one of the unsolvable mysteries of the Law Enforcement Board. Everyone was keen to learn whether Xia Fei's answer was right or wrong. Sweeping his gaze across all these elders and men who ridiculed him, Xia Fei flashed a crooked smile as he softly offered, "Elder, let's walk and talk." "Yes, yes, yes." Woods nodded his head repeatedly. Everyone was very disappointed. Xia Fei was intentionally not letting them hear the answer, not giving any face to these elders at all. Picking up the things, Xia Fei found a quiet room with Old Woods, while everyone else crowded outside. All of them were men of status, so no matter how curious they were, they would not stoop so low as to eavesdrop on them through the door seams, and all they could do was hold onto their burgeoning curiosity and wait outside. Zanian sighed. His eyes looked around uneasily, pondering to himself, more and more people have gathered. Please don't lure that old coot of the Xia family here. Closing the door behind him, Xia Fei carefully looked around once more. Only after confirming that there were no monitoring devices around inside the room did he finally take a seat by Old Woods. Actually, everything he had done was superfluous. Given what a sacred place the Law Enforcement Board was, no one would dare to even attempt to listen in on them, as that was practically a death sentence if found out. "Elder, please don't worry. My answer is a little strange, so please listen well first." Xia Fei calmly began. "Listen." Woods was somewhat taken aback as he took the earpiece that Xia Fei handed to him. A melody was being played, and that weathered face of Old Woods was flooded with tears as great sorrow racked him. Once the song was over, Old Woods clutched Xia Fei's two hands tightly, so choked with emotions that it took him some time to collect himself. He said, "That's right. This song is called The Vicissitudes of Starshine, and it's composed by my daughter. I never imagined that this fractal geometric picture my daughter left me before she died to actually be a song." Old Woods kept speaking in broken sentences. It turned out that this fractal geometric picture was the only remnant his only daughter had left him. 2 years ago, Miss Ellen Woods suddenly disappeared, and aside from this painting, nothing else was left. A month later, her corpse was discovered, and Old Woods had been heartbroken ever since. His intuition was telling him that this fractal geometry picture his daughter had left behind was a clue of sorts, so he sought people high and low to try and decipher it, but each of them failed. Interpreting a fractal geometric picture was nothing simple, and abstract geometry had always been the most difficult to understand. Xia Fei's sudden whim of using waveform to interpret it had actually been a great success. What came of it was this melodious tune. Xia Fei contemplated for quite some time before saying, "Elder, can you think carefully? When did your daughter compose this song, and what's so different about it from her past compositions? If it's merely just a song, there's no reason for her to use a complex fractal geometry to hide it. If you wish to find the answer, you'll have to start from this song," Xia Fei said solemnly. Chapter 606, A New Storm. Old Woods thanked Xia Fei profusely as he escorted him out of the room. Though no one had any clue about the result, everyone knew at that moment that Xia Fei had truly succeeded in solving the fractal geometry and that the answer he got had been accepted by Old Woods. This was a mystery that had stumped countless experts, with plenty of sleepless nights burned up, yet it took the young Xia Fei a handful of hours to solve it. It was simply unbelievable. Mu Jianling spat at the side. He had come up with thousands of ways to deal with Xia Fei, but never had he thought that Xia Fei's answer would actually be correct. As such, all the odious plans he came up with were rendered useless, and he could only watch Xia Fei leave unscathed. Collecting that unremarkable box, Xia Fei bade farewell to Old Woods even as the crowd roiled in their shock and suspicions. Regarding Old Woods' wish for Xia Fei to study the song that his daughter had left behind, Xia Fei still ended up refusing. Though it was interesting to solve the mystery, he would also end up spending a lot of his time doing so. Seeing that the second cycle of examination was about to begin for the Dragon Ascension Conclave, time happened to be the one thing Xia Fei lacked. "Quick! Let's leave," Zanian Feng said uneasily. It was as if he did not wish to stay for even a second longer. His head was lowered as he made to leave the law enforcement board ahead of both Xia Fei and Wolf Shenyi. Brother Zanian's most afraid of that old freak by the surname of Xia. About a little over a month ago, Zanian and Xia Zonghai were playing a game of chess and he accidentally won against the freak. After that match, the old freak made a din the entire day about having a rematch with him, asking to continue where Zanian won while stating that Zanian intentionally let him win when it happened. It created quite a troublesome situation, Wolf Shenyi explained. Xia Fei nodded. Someone who's so difficult to deal with? No wonder Zanian isn't willing to stay here longer than he has to. Right? That old freak is famed for being completely unreasonable, and even our president steers clear from him if they happen to cross paths. Wolf Shenyi sighed. It seemed like he deeply sympathized with Zanian's situation. Bastard! An explosive yell suddenly rang from behind them, and that big bearded face of Wolf Shenyi instantly turned pale, as a hand reached over to clutch his chest. The two turned around and saw a fairly paunchy old man briskly cutting a diagonal path as he walked over with a half-smile, his meaty palm grabbing hold of Wolf Shenyi by his shoulder. Have you seen that bastard from the Feng family these past 2 days? The old man asked gruffly. Wolf Shenyi shuddered as he meekly answered, Grandfather Hai, the Feng family is currently hosting the Dragon Ascension Conclave, and Zanian is very busy. Is that so? The old man stroked the sparse goatee on his chin. Smack! Without another word, Xia Zonghai immediately slapped Wolf Shenyi's head. This caused the tall and robust young man to stagger from the blow, nearly falling flat on the ground. Do you take this old man as a fool? The initial assessment of the Dragon Ascension Conclave ended today. How dare you try to pull a fast one on me? Smack 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 smack! The old man treated Wolf Shenyi's head like a basketball, slapping the latter as if he were dribbling a ball. When done, he gave Wolf Shenyi's big bushy beard under his chin a good tug, the pain squeezing out tears from the Jiga wolf. Xia Fei gulped. This old man in front of him was truly rude and unreasonable. I heard that Woods came, so I'll go and catch up with him first today. Tomorrow afternoon, you'd better find that friend of yours for me, or else. Humph. Throwing Xia Fei a side-eye, Xia Zonghai asked, Why do you look familiar, kid? Whose family's bastard are you? I'm from Yu family, and you must be mistaken, elder. We've never met before, Xia Fei hurriedly answered with great courtesy. Though he did not have a beard under his chin, he still inadvertently held a hand over it. Oh, the Yu family. Is Yu Zhang, that old goat, still not dead? He's still not dead, Xia Fei blurted out, instantly regretting what he said the moment the words left his mouth. No matter what, the old Yu Zhang was still the family patriarch, and what he said was nothing short of disrespectful. Finally getting away from the old freak after much effort, Xia Fei and Wolf Shenyi exited the law enforcement board compound and ran off to the corner of the street. Xia Fei had always been bold, yet for some reason, all he felt was his heart beating wildly when he saw Xia Zonghai as cold sweat flowed freely down his back. Zanian beckoned them from behind a corner of a wall, looking like he had narrowly escaped death. You actually fled by yourself. You dared to call yourself a friend. Wolf Shenyi was rubbing his still hurting chin as he spoke. Zanian expressed a round of apology, and also agreed to treat Wolf Shenyi to a big meal before he managed to appease the Jiga wolf. As for the agreement with Xia Zonghai tomorrow, Zanian would not go even if it meant his death. Since he could not afford to offend the old man, all he could do was avoid him. The three left in the direction of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, off to retrieve the war armor edgeless. What's inside the box that old Woods gave you? Take it out and let us all have a look. Wolf Shenyi had one hand around Xia Fei's shoulder as he said, acting like they were very close. Xia Fei was in a bit of a pickle. He had no idea what was inside the box, either, and it would be troublesome if word got out had he really gotten some precious treasure. Carelessness had always been the cause of anyone losing their fortune. Zanian gave Xia Fei a wink and changed the topic. Jiga Wolf, do you know Edgeless, that suit of war armor of Busey? Edgeless? That top-notch war armor made by the Fig Corporation. That's right. It's now in Xia Fei's hands. Want to see it with your own eyes? Of course, I do. Very much so. My family also has armor from Fig Corporation, but it's too bad that the damn old fogey won't let me even look at it, Wolf Shenyi said in frustration. The three chatted idly as they walked down the main street, while attentive individuals around could not help begin hypothesizing what relation Xia Fei shared with the Wolf family. Just what sort of animosity have you bred with the Mu family? It looks like Vice President Mu was picking on you especially, Wolf Shenyi asked curiously. I don't know, either. Xia Fei shrugged. This matter has vexed me for a very long time. Previously, I gave the young lady Mu Fuping a hand, and that caused them to roll their eyes at me everywhere I went. If I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't even care about them. Zanian Feng burst into laughter. Do you really not know? Xia Fei frowned. Not at all. Zanian straightened his face as he whispered, it's like this. After you saved Mu Fuping and disappeared, she went back to bug her family about looking for you. Relationships in this circle are very superficial, so the Mu family doesn't really care about your disappearance. That's why she ended up mentioning how she has feelings for you due to the urgency of the matter, so now you're in this situation. Actually, you can't really blame Miss Mu. She hasn't experienced much of the world, so she didn't weigh the pros and cons of her actions. Strictly speaking, what she said had benefited you in the short term, but it actually ended up hurting you for the long term. Forget the Mu family, there are even more members of the other great clans who harbor animosity toward you. Xia Fei was slightly surprised, not saying a word. Though Wolf Shenyi was somewhat thick, he was still someone born into the 9 great clans, so he furrowed his brows, too, the moment he heard Zanian's account. What Brother Zanian said isn't wrong. Here in the Law Realm, marriages are often arranged, especially among the great clans. It's a tool used to foster relationships, and Mu Fuping, that lass, has practically shoved you into harm's way. She's the direct granddaughter of the Mu family, so even we of the Wolf family are planning to arrange a match for her. Several disciples in our clan have even gotten into a fight over it. It would be fine if Mu Fuping didn't have the status she had, but now it's too late. These people are suspicious, so even if you say that there's nothing between you two, you've made enemies already. Xia Fei was speechless. Mu Fuping was truly a case of kind intentions gone awry. It was no wonder why there were always looks of ill intent thrown his way, to think that this was the reason for everything. If Zanian did not mention this, Xia Fei would still be clueless about everything. Forget it. I still understand Mu Fuping, she's just a lady who knows nothing about the world. If I were to bear a grudge on her, that would instead mean that I wasn't magnanimous enough. After all, her original intention is out of kindness. Xia Fei sighed as he said this. Zanian said, best if you think like that. Actually, this isn't unsolvable. Once you join the Dragon Ascension, I dare to guarantee that no one will dare have any funny ideas toward you. Wolf Shenyi added, Zanian's absolutely right. The Yu family can't protect you, and it'll be a matter of time before these people act on their plans against you. You'll be safe only if you make it into Dragon Ascension. Forget the fact that there's nothing between you and Mu Fuping, even if there's really something, they can only just glare at you. Zanian and Wolf Shenyi let out a great laugh with a tinge of immorality, as Zanian pointed out. What Giga Wolf said isn't a bad idea at all. Mu Fuping has taken the initiative to look for you many times and has shown a fondness for you. Why don't you just take her in once you join the Martial Hall? Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's backyard, North Ridge War Zone. This war zone was the area where the warriors would be practicing their martial arts techniques daily. A set of approximately 2-meter-tall war armor slowly rose from the thick metal alloy ground, and it was none other than the edgeless war armor. Wolf Shenyi's eyes turned green, a silly grin plastered across his face as if he was over the moon. He could not stop himself from walking over and running his finger on the cold metal surface. Edgeless. It really is edgeless. You've definitely hit the jackpot this time. To think the war armor belonging to one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension would end up in your hands. Had I known that this was the prize, I would definitely have joined in the assessment as well and fight it out with you. Wolf Shenyi said with great excitement. Zanian said, great clans not needing to join the initial assessment is our way of showing care to you all. Honestly speaking, Xia Fei really risked his life to obtain Uncle Busey's edgeless. Had you joined, there's no guarantee that you would have cleared it. Besides, the prize for the second cycle won't be anything less than edgeless, so you've still got a chance. Wolf Shenyi did not care for that, though, vehemently complaining about the rule that great clans did not require to participate in the initial assessment. Xia Fei made his way over to Edgeless and pushed a button on the war armor's arm. Ping ping ping. Edgeless armor plates, thin like a cicada's wings, automatically changed shape and instantly enveloped Xia Fei in its protective embrace. Though it was hard war armor, Edgeless did not give the slightest cumbersome feeling when worn. The ergonomic design of the armor was so perfect that it felt like none of Xia Fei's movements was restricted in the least. Testing the armor by moving his arms, Xia Fei marveled. Not bad. It's even stronger than the liquid war armor I have and can even feel a measure of assistance with every move I make. Zanian nodded. The engine on the back of the war armor is very powerful. It not only grants you the ability of spaceflight but also increases the power of your attacks. A single move of your arm and the mechanical frame will move accordingly, able to boost your strength by approximately 30%. Xia Fei squatted and the twin quantum engine behind him blasted into activation. Whoosh! Xia Fei penetrated through the clouds like a rocket, going past the atmosphere and right into the stars. This was edgeless. A top-notch set of war armor, which allowed its user to achieve spaceflight like a warship by itself. Spending about an hour to get used to edgeless, Xia Fei's psychomotor skills were excellent, and the armor hardly wasted much of his strength. The two quantum engines, edgeless contained, allowed him flight in addition to what the average war armor provided. This was no ordinary flight, either, but true space flight like that of a spacefaring warship. As long as Xia Fei willed it, he could easily shuttle from planet to planet without the use of any warship, and that level of freedom was something indescribable. Storing edgeless away, Xia Fei returned to Yu family in preparation for the second cycle of examination next month. His newly obtained spatial compass allowed Xia Fei to travel directly to Roaring Tiger Park. The utilization of the tool was very simple, only requiring him to enter the coordinates. A simple tap of confirmation activated it. The Roaring Tiger Park was silent, with not a soul in sight. Even the two Beast Kings were nowhere to be found. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together as he could vaguely sense the unusual atmosphere around him. Xia Fei! Xia Fei! Gu Dong came dashing out of the office, apparently very flustered. What happened? Xia Fei asked severely. Chapter 607, Snake Isle's Secret. What happened? Xia Fei asked severely. Gu Tong was an honest man, almost even to the point of being stupid. Something that could cause such a man to be so flustered must surely be huge. Quickly get yourself to Snake Isle. The family has sent out an order for all warriors with a law sovereign or higher cultivation to gather there. Even the two Beast Kings from the Roaring Tiger Park have been brought over. Something happened and it's something huge. Gu Tong said with a pale face. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. All the warriors with a law sovereign or higher cultivation were required to be present. That was practically a full assembly order. Just what could be the reason for such a major show of force? No need to be flustered. Speak slowly. Xia Fei pulled Gu Tong to his side. Gu Tong was of course not in the mood to sit down, constantly pacing back and forth, worry written all over his face. Why don't you first calm down? I haven't been in the clan these last handful of days, so I have no clue what transpired here. Best if you tell me everything about this situation, sparing no details, Xia Fei stated in a deep voice. Xia Fei was never someone who ran into matters blindly. The more critical the juncture was, the more his calm and analytical mind would be demonstrated. Xia Fei knew that the current state of affairs was abnormal, given how panicky and on edge Gu Tong was, and while anyone could afford to be rash at such a point, Xia Fei was not about to do the same. Patriarch Yu Zhang has a grandson who goes by the name of Yu Guding. The Yu family has been guarding Snake Isle for years not only because it's where their divine beast Green Dawn, a giant green-spotted python, resides but also because Guding has been on the isle, cultivating and training, all this time. Xia Fei was shocked. There's a divine beast on Snake Isle. That's right. Green Dawn is Yu family's guardian divine beast, and it's been residing on the isle for thousands of years, fighting for the family patriarchs, protecting the clan, through ages. In the lore realm, any clan that has any prestige to speak of will have exotic beasts to defend them. Though the Yu family has since been on a decline, it once had a glorious past, so the family's guardian is an actual divine beast. A level 2 divine beast, too. This is something even those families in White Horse constellation are greatly jealous of. After all, divine beasts are considered to be the highest grade of exotic beasts that can be found, possessing a measure of humanity and can even communicate. Of course, your holy beast Shatterstar is of a grade higher than a divine beast and is far more precious. Gu Tong spoke very quickly. Xia Fei nodded. He had seen the two birds of the black and white gods. The two were truly proficient in terms of intelligence and speech, far different from any other exotic beasts he had come across before. What's the story behind Patriarch Yu Jiang's grandson? Xia Fei asked. The Patriarch has two sons, both law emperors. About 30 years ago, both died in the middle of a fierce battle, leaving just this one grandson, Yu Guding. Yu Guding isn't very talented, and his progress in cultivating has been very slow, so the patriarch secretly sent him to Snake Isle, for him to cohabitate with the divine beast Green Dawn and train with it. He's not allowed to leave the isle without becoming a law emperor. This is why Snake Isle has been so strictly guarded all this while. Such a move is widely criticized by the clan. Rumors go that Patriarch Yu Jiang's commitment to the idea of letting Yu Guding become the family successor is akin to burning one's boat, diverting the best resources of the clan, as well as the divine beast Green Dawn, on Yu Guding. However, the old patriarch's fame precedes him, and as the war god in the Yu family who is closest to attaining law overlord, including the fact that he's sacrificed his 2 sons for the clan, though everyone's complaining, none dares to voice their opinion regarding this. Xia Fei mused. If he wants his son to inherit his position in the clan, he should just go ahead and do so, why resort to such harsh means like throwing his grandson to Snake Isle? Gu Tong had been heavily injured just from being on guard duty there for a handful of days, which was evidence that Snake Isle was no paradise but rather a place fraught with dangers. Xia Fei felt that sending his own grandson to such a place was very unkind. Well, you may not know this, but there's a rule in the Yu family that the successor of the clan must be of law emperor cultivation, or else he or she can't take the position, Gu Tong explained. Xia Fei was startled, seemingly having suddenly thought of something, but he did not mention his speculation. Instead, he chose to bury it deep in his heart. Some time ago, we received news that Yu Guding had managed to ascend to law emperor. He is about to be released, so Patriarch Yu Jiang is of course elated. He set out yesterday to visit Snake Isle, taking this opportunity to show veneration to the family's ancestors. Unfortunately, as the patriarch led his men into the isle, a sky curtain got erected, trapping them within. That's why the chief custodian, Yu Jin, urgently called for all the elites of the clan to gather at Snake Isle and deal with whatever unexpected event is happening there. Xia Fei heaved a long sigh and asked, "What's a sky curtain?" "A law barrier. A very powerful spatial isolation. Right now, the patriarch is inside, unable to get out, while people on the outside can't enter. No one has any idea what's going on inside," Gu Tong said with urgency. "How are you so certain that this sky curtain isn't something the patriarch erected himself?" Xia Fei asked. "It's absolutely impossible. The patriarch happily went to receive his own grandson, who had gotten promoted. Why would he erect a sky curtain and seal himself in? Besides, the sky curtain is a high-level spatial law isolation technique, and no one in the Yu family has ever managed to have such a high-level technique before." Xia Fei lit a cigarette for himself and was deep in his thoughts. Gu Tong saw that Xia Fei had no intention of heading to Snake Isle and was extremely anxious. He lacked the cultivation himself, or else he would have been among the first to rush over when the call first went out. The patriarch is the pillar of the Yu family. If anything were to happen to him, the clan would be doomed. Gu Tong hastily pleaded. Xia Fei smiled. "Your anxiety isn't helping anyone either way. Let me ask you, where's Yu Hua?" "He's on Snake Isle, of course. Though Yu Jin doesn't see eye to eye with him, he's still the only law emperor in the clan aside from the patriarch. Yu Jin personally showed up to request Yu Hua's presence on Snake Isle," Gu Tong said. Xia Fei frowned. Yu Hua didn't leave for Snake Isle with the patriarch. Of course, he didn't. Snake Isle is the holy ground of the clan, where the ancestors are laid to rest. Since Yu Hua left the family many years ago, even his name can't appear on the clan tree. Though he's still living here, he isn't considered a member of the clan. Yu Hua simply has no qualifications to join the patriarch on his trip to venerate the ancestors, Gu Tong said. "He didn't go." Xia Fei muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. "Are you suspecting that Yu Hua is behind this?" Gu Tong was puzzled. Xia Fei chuckled. "You said that only a law emperor can succeed the post of the family patriarch, and now that Guding has achieved just that, this happened, so..." "You're wrong." Gu Tong sighed as he explained. "Others may have such ambitions but not Yu Hua. He's a gentlemanly and amicable person, preferring business and pleasure than such worldly concerns. Back when the patriarch's 2 sons died, he personally sought Yu Hua and requested his return to the clan, even offering the position of the patriarch to him, but the latter refused it. All the elders of the family also showed up then. He would get the position if he only wanted it. There's no reason for him to wait till today. Everyone in the clan knows this, so you shouldn't suspect him," Gu Tong said. Xia Fei nodded and did not say a word. Hearing Gu Tong's words, Xia Fei's initial assumption that, if something truly happened to the patriarch, the main one who would benefit from all this was Yu Hua had ultimately been amiss. This was because Yu Hua did not join the entourage inside, and he was also gone from the family tree, no longer having the chance to take up the position. The one Xia Fei next suspected was Yu Jin, seeing as the latter was the second in command within the Yu family. If anything were to happen to the patriarch, and Yu Hua had no way of succeeding the leadership post, then he would naturally be next in line for the job. Meanwhile, Xia Fei reckoned that it was not a problem with regard to the Law Emperor cultivation prerequisite. Since Yu Hua could hide the truth of his great Law Emperor cultivation, Yu Jin would of course be able to do the same. Besides, the clan could not go one day without a patriarch, so changing the rules to accommodate some unforeseen circumstances was not an impossibility. Bidding farewell to Gu Tong, Xia Fei headed to the seaside in accordance with Gu Tong's directions. Though the Yu family was situated aboard a huge warship, it did not lack the necessary land features a planet would have. The vast and endless sea was no different from a real sea. Snake Isle was right in the middle of this sea. The overseer of Roaring Tiger Park, Xia Fei, is here. Shouting loudly upon his arrival on Snake Isle, Xia Fei leaped off a small ship and stood on the unceasing seashore. Practically all the combat capable had gathered on the isle. Yu Jin, Yu Hua, Yu Xiaobei, Yu Luxuan, and even the little demoness Yu Kikai were here. Xia Fei looked around. Snake Isle was in the middle of the sea, covering a sizable area of land, lush with verdant forest. At present, the entire isle had been shrouded in a layer of hazy fog. People beyond could not see clearly what was happening inside, and Xia Fei supposed that this was the so-called sky curtain. The warriors assembled were all clutching their weapons as if they were ready to clash against a great army, waiting somberly. Yu Hua waved his hand from far away, making his way over to Xia Fei's side. Though he had his suspicions toward Yu Hua, the last thing Xia Fei wanted was for Yu Hua to have had a hand in this. After all, there were few in the clan whom he was familiar with, and the two of them shared a fairly good relationship. I have yet to congratulate you for successfully passing the initial assessment of the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Yu Hua laughed, looking no different from before. At the side, Yu Xiaobei clenched his fists. Xia Fei had managed to pass, yet he had been eliminated. To the extremely prideful Yu Xiaobei, this was no doubt a great affront. Humph! What's so great about that? Our brother Xiaobei is still formidable. Yu Kikai snorted indignantly, reaching out to lock her arms with Yu Xiaobei. Scram! Yu Xiaobei angrily shoved Yu Kikai, causing the girl to collapse, but first, on the sandy shore. Her two eyes grew bewildered and verged on tears. Xia Fei very gentlemanly strolled over to help Yu Kikai up, softly saying, "Your skirt got dirty. Go and change to a new one." One was short-tempered while the other was personable. There was a stark distinction between the two when compared. Yu Xiaobei had an ugly expression on his face. Actually, Xia Fei did not like Yu Kikai at all, given how small-minded she was, but he was not about to give up on the chance to make Yu Xiaobei look bad. Anyone who made themselves his enemy would always find themselves squeezed. Yu Kikai ran off with tears in her eyes just as two elders in uniforms of the Law Enforcement Board walked over from the other side of the seashore. "Elders, what have you learned?" Yu Jin asked with a bow. "Yes, we gave it a thorough inspection, and while the Law Enforcement Board does indeed have records of such a powerful spatial isolation technique, this sky curtain here doesn't belong to any particular clan or family," one of the elders spoke. Yu Jin was stunned, gritting his teeth. "Do you really not need the Law Enforcement Board to act?" Yu Jin shook his head. "This is the resting ground of the Yu family's ancestors and also where our clan's divine beast lives. The Patriarch has given a strict order not to open the place up to outsiders." The elder from the Law Enforcement Board nodded. "All right, then. You'll have to settle this among yourselves. We'll be taking our leave now." Xia Fei arched an eyebrow as he asked Yu Hua, why did he refuse the aid of the Law Enforcement Board? They are surely capable of lifting the sky curtain. Yu Hua looked around and, upon seeing that there was no one near them, softly whispered, "You may not know this, but legend has it that, aside from what Yu Jin stated, the clan's biggest secret is hidden inside, too, and it mustn't be leaked to any outsiders." "Secret? Is it forbidden to open Snake Isle even though the Patriarch is in danger?" Xia Fei asked. "Impossible." Yu Hua watched the two elders from the Law Enforcement Board leave as he affirmed solemnly. That was when Phantom's words sounded in Xia Fei's ears. "Don't forget that, while this sky curtain can stop the others, it can't stop you. Chapter 608, The Second Immemorial Mystical Armament. Phantom's words reminded Xia Fei that the Sky Curtain was ultimately a type of law power, and the law of chaos specialized in subverting and disrupting law forces. It was an antithetical existence. The law of ternary spectrum of the law of light could not stop Xia Fei, so it was unlikely that this Sky Curtain would be any different. All the warriors could do nothing except wait outside anxiously. Xia Fei walked along the seashore, looking like he was just observing everything. The Snake Isle was big, and the sandy shore, which surrounded the isle, had very fine white sand, extending endlessly. Even when all the clan's elites had gathered here, it was still not enough for them to surround the entire isle. He knitted his brows. This was very clearly a hidden danger. There was no way for the over 1,000 Yu family law sovereigns to defend this entire isle, and the clan was also unwilling to seek external aid. If there were really enemies abound, they would completely be able to escape safely from where the defense was sparse. According to what Xia Fei understood of this situation, the Patriarch was not alone when he entered the isle. Yu Jin firmly rejecting the Law Enforcement Board's help was, first, due to the rule of the isle and, second, the confidence he had toward the Patriarch. He strongly believed that the old man could deal with whatever was happening inside. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that Yu Jin was hoping to see the Patriarch die on Snake Isle. Therefore, he did not wish for the Law Enforcement Board to lend a hand. Everything was part of his ploy. Rubbing his temple with his fingers, Xia Fei could also tell the prickliness of this situation. To have been capable of erecting a Sky Curtain, which even the Law Enforcement Board did not have on record, that was strong enough to trap even someone with peak Law Emperor cultivation like Yu Zhong inside, if this was done by an enemy, they must not be underestimated. There's no one around him by the seashore, so Xia Fei pulled out his spatial ring. Oro, I know that your perception is outstanding even though you've lost all your martial arts prowess. Have you sensed anything peculiar on this isle? Xia Fei asked. Oro nodded. Indeed, but I'm not sensing trances of battle. Instead, I'm sensing killing intent. I've seen quite a few Sky Curtains myself, and they're formless isolations of sorts, but this one here is covered by a layer of hazy fog, which is a physical manifestation of someone's killing intent. The senses of us warriors are very important, but sometimes, we have to rely on our observation. Killing intent is a form of mental exertion, how could it have a physical manifestation? Xia Fei asked with skepticism. Lionheart Emperor Oro laughed. Don't you always say that nothing is impossible in this universe? While it's true that killing intent is a form of mental exertion, once cultivated, it is possible for it to create a subtle effect in the surrounding air and change the color of an environment. This killing intent isn't strong, and I reckon that it's created following the clash of too many experts. Maybe 10 or 8 warriors with at least Law Emperor cultivation on the other side of this Sky Curtain, and it is their killing intents clashing with one another that created this layer of grey haze. 10 Law Emperors. Xia Fei could not help but be surprised. To have so many experts all stand on the same stage, just what sort of a shock would this be? Wait a moment, Lionheart Emperor Oro suddenly said. There's a vague tinge of green within the Sky Curtain, and I suppose that a high-level exotic beast is there. Xia Fei was utterly impressed. This was what it meant to be an expert. Lionheart Emperor Oro sensed the presence of the divine beast Green Dawn just from seeing the color of the Sky Curtain, and such a keen observation skill was practically unmatched. Wait a minute. There's something else aside from these experts and that exotic beast, but what can it be? Oro was mumbling to himself. Realizing that Xia Fei's expression was that of stunned surprise, Lionheart Emperor Oro said, There's no need for you to be so shocked. The demon race is proficient with the 2 major laws of light and dark, different from what the god race cultivates. My ability to discover such subtleties from observing the brilliance of their aura is very common. Xia Fei nodded. The light and dark were both considered parts of the law of spectrum, so Lionheart Emperor Oro's ability to discern these things was inseparable from his cultivation experience. Without realizing it, the shore of the isle was now void of people as Xia Fei had already circled around to the back of the isle. As Oro stayed quiet, Phantom took this chance to express his nervousness. There are plenty of experts on Snake Isle, so what use is there for you to enter it yourself? Why not just shatter the Sky Curtain so that all the warriors of the Yu family can be let in? Xia Fei shook his head. Do you want everyone to know that I have the ability to subvert laws? Phantom was speechless. Xia Fei could live peacefully up until today had all been because he had kept himself hidden. A man with no guilt can harbor no suspicion, this was a saying that Xia Fei had carved into his mind to live by, and never did he reveal his true strength in front of anyone. He always made sure to leave a trump card face down. Besides, I don't trust a single one of those people, Xia Fei said solemnly. Whoosh! Xia Fei hardly had any trouble passing through the sky curtain. After over a dozen from his falling leaf of autumn's demise, the temporary tier was created and allowed Xia Fei to dart right to Snake Isle proper. The forest was dense. Xia Fei had never seen so many different snakes in his entire life before. Pythons, vipers, rattlesnakes, and boa constrictors dazzled him greatly. Furbal's presence caused all these types of snakes to run, however, despite Xia Fei having given Furbal the strict command to suppress his aura. It could not be helped. Because Furbal was a holy beast, no matter how much presence he tried to suppress, there was no way for him to mask everything completely. Xia Fei carefully made his way through the vegetation, the trees, and his breath control making for the perfect cover, allowing him to make his way right to the center of Snake Isle. A corpse! Xia Fei said inwardly. A male body appearing amid the trees made the atmosphere all the more oppressive. Half of it was submerged in a stream, his face focused in the direction of outside the aisle. There was a long fatal gash right across his back, so deep the whites of bones could be plainly seen. His fingers deftly searched the corpse before stating, "He has been dead for several hours and was someone from the Yu family. Most likely trying to reach the shore and spread the word of what's happening here but got killed before he could make it out alive." Lionheart Emperor Oro glanced at the distance before somberly saying, "There are many experts at the heart of the isle. You should be careful." Xia Fei gave a slight nod and continued his way forward, even more careful and varied with the routes he chose. The area suddenly opened in front, a point where the forest ended and a flat circular glade appeared. This part appeared like it had been intentionally cleared out. Right in the middle of this clearing was the ancestral temple of the Yu family. There was a peaceful lake to the left. Right in the middle of this lake was a consecrated altar, most likely where the divine beast Green Dong guarding the family resided. Two groups of people were standing opposite each other. On one end, there was Patriarch Yu Zhong and a man with long hair, who seemed to be in his 30s. He was standing beside Yu Zhong, most likely the latter's grandson, Yu Guding. At the Patriarch's other flank, there were two elders whom Xia Fei did not recognize. They seemed to be the same age as Yu Zhong. A huge green python was standing proudly behind the four. Each one of them bore light injuries. The divine beast Green Dawn even had a huge cut across its belly, and fresh blood constantly flowed out from it. This was actually a scene that Xia Fei had anticipated to see. What he had not expected was Yu Hua acting as the leader of the 7 individuals standing across Yu Zhong. It was another Yu Hua. 20 minutes or so ago, Xia Fei saw the man by the seashore. How could he appear on Snake Isle, then? Xia Fei was a little confused about this. However, he forced himself to calm down even as he rapidly formulated possible answers in his mind. "They're all Law Emperors," Lionheart Emperor Oro said in a grave voice. "This is a battle at the Law Emperor tier. A total of 14 people are present." 14. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. There were 4 on Yu Jiang's side, while Yu Hua had 6 masked men dressed in black war armor behind him. The total should be 11. "Look at that copse of trees right across from you. There are still 3 there, most likely hidden from behind the thickets just like you," Oro whispered. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Even ignoring the 2 forces of Yu Zhong and Yu Hua, there was still a third force present on this isle. The situation was basically extremely messy. "Esteemed Patriarch, why bother? You've only managed to hold till now because of the divine beast Green Dawn. Now that the beast has been injured, failure is but only a matter of time," Yu Hua softly announced. Xia Fei was very shocked as he suddenly understood just how Yu Hua had been able to appear in 2 places at the same time. Yu Hua let out a dry cough, but before he could speak, the huge python Green Dawn spoke first. "I am the guardian beast of the Yu family. Since the Yu ancestor endowed me with the great responsibility of protecting the family after they first tamed me, I definitely wouldn't bow my head in defeat even if I were to die here by the ancestral temple. Is the dignity of a divine beast something the mere likes of you can blaspheme? Even if you succeed in usurping the position as the family patriarch, there won't be any divine beast to protect the Yu family. I won't bleed my blood in vain. The exotic beasts will sever ties with the Yu family from here." The divine beast Green Dawn was over 100 meter tall, and its voice was deep and low like rumbling thunder. This was not the first time Xia Fei had heard an exotic beast speak, so he was not too particularly shocked hearing it. Yu Zhong had only managed to last up until this point due to the help of the divine beast Green Dawn, but too bad that it had already been heavily injured, so Yu Zhang might be unable to hold on for much longer. Returning to get help, getting the law enforcement board to lift the isolation, and rescuing the patriarch were the first few thoughts Xia Fei got, but what Lionheart Emperor Oro said next caused him to remain rooted where he was, instead. Don't make any sudden movement. Someone is using their mental power to scan this line of trees, Oro said gruffly. Who? Someone hiding in the copse of trees right across from us. They have a tracker in their midst. This was when the elderly Yu Zhang shook his head and said, Mr. Green Dawn, you're mistaken. Yu Hua has no designs on the family patriarch's seat. What he wants is that thing. Yu Hua burst into laughter. Patriarch, that's where you're actually wrong. I want that thing and also the position of patriarch. Yu Zhang frowned. I offered you the seat 30 years ago, and you clearly rejected it. Yu Hua pursed his lips. 30 years ago? Now that you've mentioned it, I have a score to settle with you. Don't think I wasn't aware that you'd actually secretly situated killers when I had gone to the Elder Pavilion that day. If I had agreed to your suggestion, you'd have instantly killed and dumped me into an unmarked grave. Why would I dare accept your offer in such a situation? Yu Hua asked coldly. Honestly, I left the Yu family not because I've had enough of the infighting but all because of you. Still, it's also because of your plan to have me killed when you probed me then that really made me want to have you killed. Yu Zhang was stunned, seemingly shocked by what Yu Hua had just said. Xia Fei was vexed. Indeed, family disputes were truly the most troublesome. He saw how Yu Zhang only cared to fish every day, acting the part of an old man enjoying his retirement, but in fact, complex schemes were being hatched behind his back. You've been good to me all these years, but if I hadn't taken the initiative to back away from the power struggle, would you have let me off then? Yu Hua bellowed. Yu Zhang sighed as he started clapping. Advancing by retreating, what a great move. You even managed to have me fooled. Yu Hua twirled his black moon dagger with one finger as he spoke with severity. With how things are now at a head, I'm no longer afraid to tell you that I want the position as the family patriarch, but someone above wants the 9-night plum. If you don't hand it over, you can forget about taking a step off Snake Isle alive. Shock. Extreme shock. There were 30 immemorial mystical armaments, and 7 among them were nature type, namely the fringe mountain leaf, unparting pine, warp sea lotus, scattered star chrysanthemum, 9-night plum, whistling moon willow, and peacock blue. All 7 were known as the 7 plants of the cloud sea. Xia Fei would never have dreamed that the Yu family actually had another immemorial mystical armament hidden here. Chapter 609, Divine Beast Green Dawn. One of the immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei practically blurted out these words loud. Peacock blue was present in Xia Fei's hands, and if what Yu Hua said was true, then there was another immemorial mystical armament on Snake Isle. A nature-type weapon considered top-notch in this universe. Yu Guding's expression changed immensely as he rumbled, Yu Hua, you actually colluded with people from other clans, hatching a conspiracy, just to obtain the family's heirloom. How truly despicable of you! Yu Hua let out a mirthless laughter. This is the Lore realm, where the weak are meat for the strong to eat. We of the Yu family holding onto the 9-night plum is no more than inviting death to our doorsteps. Use your heads and think about it. Why has the Yu family been struggling these years, being restricted by so many in every way? Isn't it all because of the 9-night plum? It's a treasure in name when really it's a curse. Every day that we don't hand it over is another day that our clan can't get back on its feet. Xia Fei actually very much agreed with Yu Hua's theory. Anyone possessing something that did not commensurate with their strength could only be bad. It would only result in others hunting them down in an effort to obtain that precious object. Thinking of this, Xia Fei could not help but feel up his right arm. Peacock blue was here right now, and it was also a treasure that plenty coveted. Yu Zhang spat to the side as he coldly remarked, "Is this what your shrewdness as a merchant tells you? Haven't you considered that if someone from our clan manages to subdue the 9-night plum, it will be us who will rise like a phoenix?" Yu Hua was unconvinced. That's easy for you to say, but aside from you and your own blood, who else has the opportunity to attempt subduing it? Since I, Yu Hua, won't ever have that chance, then it's good for us not to have it at all. Yu Zhang was indeed being selfish. The 9-night plum was an immemorial mystical armament, yet he did not plan to let anyone aside from his family laying their hands on it, which was why there was no difference to Yu Hua whether the clan had the 9-night plum or not. This was such a mess. An utter mess. What appeared to be a harmonious clan actually had plenty of unseen twists and turns. What made Xia Fei feel a headache was how true the statement was that the Law Realm was a land where peace could not exist. Struggles both obvious and unseen were everywhere, and relationships were as fragile as a piece of paper. What made Xia Fei feel even worse was the fact that Yu Hua had lied to him. The man being indifferent like calm water, not competing for fame. It all had been his ploy. Yu Jiang's old face was pale as he coldly said, "I believe that you've spent plenty of effort setting up everything today. Unfortunately, the 9-night plum isn't on Snake Isle, so you can forget about getting away with it today." Yu Hua smirked. "Old patriarch, would I act with such haste if I didn't have accurate intel? I already know. Today, not only do you plan on bringing back Yu Guding to the family, you're even looking forward to him subduing the 9-night plum. It's actually on your person right now." This particular line stabbed Yu Jiang deeply, and his figure shuddered. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "So Yujin is already on your side?" "That's right. The brothers Yujin and Yu Peng are both with me." Xia Fei felt his scalp go numb. Yujin and Yu Hua acted like fire and ice when, in fact, they were in cahoots this whole time. The relationship of the people in the Yu family was too complex, so much so that Xia Fei felt his heart shake. This was such a grand plan, and Yu Hua was very devious. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to talk about. Today, one of us will be dying. Yu Jiang's eyes turned blood red. "No, today you're the one who will die," Yu Hua retorted defiantly. The two who once had such a tight-knit bond, in the blink of an eye, saw each other as foes. Neither would stop until the other one was dead. This situation was a huge mental assault for Xia Fei. Was this the real Law Realm? In the time that the two were talking, both sides had begun to get into their stances and were ready to stake their lives on this showdown. Yu Jiang's entire body trembled, his two hands flailing incessantly in the air, seemingly writing calligraphy. As his arms moved, the very air solidified. Time stood still. "Dragon sealing mark," a man dressed in black behind Yu Hua growled. None of these men on Yu Hua's side had their true visages could be seen, even after Yu Hua had burned all his bridges with Yu Jiang, they were still as composed as ever. "Doug. That's the true inheritance of the Yu family, an extreme spatial tier martial technique." Whoosh! Yu Hua, as well as the black men behind him, all scattered, seemingly afraid of this dragon sealing mark that Yu Jiang had just unleashed. This was when something changed. The divine beast Green Dawn raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar, causing black clouds to gather and a strong gale to condense. The trees soon started swaying violently, which made it hard for anyone to open their eyes fully. Rebirth of the Sky Dragon. Reversal of space and time. Patriarch Yu Jiang shouted amid the volatile weather, living up to his name as a peak law emperor. Just this tolerance he showed in the face of adversity was unparalleled. Rumble. Something unimaginable happened. The ancestral temple of the Yu family, which was originally just a 3-level retro building, suddenly rose from the ground following his unleashing of law power. It turned out that there were still more of the ancestral temple's structure below the ground. What was previously showing on the surface had actually only been a portion of the temple, and there were still 6 more levels buried beneath the soil. Zoom zoom zoom. Figures after figures came barreling out from every revealed level of this temple, going straight for Yu Hua and his 6 assistants. No, these were not human figures. They were skeletons. Wielding bone-white weapons in their bony hands, their empty eye sockets glowed with green flames. "Oh, no! This isn't the dragon sealing mark. It's the dragon unshackling mark!" Yu Hua yelled. Boom! Kaboom! Yu Hua's group of 7 was soon entangled in combat with those skeletons, and as the temple continued its ascent, more and more skeletons came lunging out as if they were crazed, surrounding Yu Hua and everyone snugly. Yu Hua and his men were of high cultivation, but there were still too many enemies for them to contend with, so much so that they seemingly could not kill them all. Soon, they appeared to be at the disadvantage. A fight at the Law Emperor stage was truly shocking, and the scenes of this shocking battle filled Xia Fei's eyes. Every second, there was a killer move being unleashed. All sorts of law powers, which he had seen or heard before, were being used, and it was as tragic as if he had been transported to hell itself. The ancestors of the Yu family already made preparations in advance, afraid of a day when enemies would attempt to ransack the ancestral halls, so they made sure to create plenty of puppets hidden in the ancestral temple. The dragon unshackling seal has been activated. You may all await your deaths. Yu Jiang's 2 eyes were wide open as he shouted, while the divine beast Green Dawn behind him, as well as the other Law Emperor Yu Guding, Law Emperor Guo Yu, and Great Law Emperor Signs, appeared invigorated. To think that the Yu family had such a trump card to play, victory was well in their sights. Dragon Sealing Mark and Dragon Unshackling Mark were the ultimate martial arts techniques of the clan. The former used the law of space to seal life, while the latter was responsible for releasing life whenever it was used. The countless skeleton puppets were all ex-warriors for the Yu family, sealed by the Dragon Sealing Mark before they died, thereby retaining a portion of each of their life forces within. Once unshackled, even if they were reduced to mere bones, they would retain a portion of their fighting prowess. With Yu Hua now at the disadvantage, the three Law Emperors behind Yu Zhong, as well as the Divine Beast Green Dawn, began their assault to annihilate Yu Hua's men in one fell swoop. However, this was when the slowly rising ancestral temple actually came to a halt. It even began to sink back down. Yu Zhong kept trying to raise it back up with his two arms, trembling as he persevered, but he eventually said with disappointment, "What a wondrous 5 clouds overcast. Dare I ask who from the Shattered Wu clan is this?" Cough. Just as he said that, Yu Zhong spat yet another mouthful of blood. His expression was so poor that it seemed like he had been pushed to his utmost limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures leaped out from trees. None of the 3 had their faces covered, though, and not one looked too advanced in their years. Each of them looked to be around their 30s or 40s, each equipped with their war armor. The most obvious feature they had was their wide mouths, parting from ear to ear. They had very thin blood-red lips, which was the unique appearance inherent to people from the Shattered Wu clan. Yu Zhong could feel a slight faintness. The Wu family was one of the 9 great clans in the Law realm. Since they had infiltrated Snake Isle at this time, they should be the people manipulating things behind Yu Hua, and this was quite a sizable backing. Kaboom! The Yu family's ancestral temple was slowly descending. The Dragon Unshackling Mark had failed. Good move, senior. Originally, none of us wanted to interfere with your familial affairs, yet you ended up forcing our hands. A short-haired man among this party of 3 flashed an unfriendly smile as he spoke. Yu Hua, you're far too disappointing. To think you didn't know that there's a trap beneath the Yu family's ancestral temple. The 3 from the Shattered Wu clan looked in unison at Yu Hua. Yu Hua was nearly done with the fighting by his side. Without those unsealed skeleton puppets' additional support, his opponents were no match for him and his men. Yu Hua wordlessly stood behind the 3 from the Shattered Wu clan before saying with a steely expression, "There are many things only privy to the family patriarch." The aura of disappointment still lingered. Yu Zhong and his men felt unprecedented pressure. Since men from one of the 9 great clans had descended, Yu Hua's side was bound to win this fight. The one over there should come out, too. There's no use hiding anymore, the man with short hair called enigmatically. He seemed to be the leader of these 3. Crap! They noticed me. Xia Fei was mortified deep down. Run! This was Xia Fei's immediate reaction. A battle at the Law Emperor stage was not something he could participate in. If he wanted to keep his life intact, he must make a break for it right now. Gripping the ground beneath his feet, Xia Fei began sprinting off toward the exterior of Snake Isle. Let me! Seeing Xia Fei's figure, Yu Hua turned to the 3 experts from the Shattered Wu clan and nodded. He then led another man in black to hunt down Xia Fei. Ha, so it's Xia Fei. He sure lives up to his reputation of turning up wherever there's trouble rearing its head. Truly, an unlucky rascal. Yu Zhong also identified Xia Fei, shaking his head with a smile as he remarked. Given how everything had played out, Yu Zhong now showed a detached temperament. No one would enjoy death, but when a warrior was truly dancing on the edge of it, they would actually be very calm and composed, and this was exactly the situation that Yu Zhong was in. Yu Hua chased after Xia Fei, leaving the remaining 5 men dressed in black to each close in on Yu Zhong. None of them looked like they had any kind of intentions toward the old man. Meanwhile, the Divine Beast Green Dawn had been heavily injured, completely incapable of fighting around with people from the 9 great clan. You can stop waiting now. Moonward clan and 9 Fan clan won't be coming. In this Law realm, an agreement is just that, as long as there are enough benefits, any agreement can be overturned. You're nothing but a small family, yet you're hiding an immemorial mystical armament. You're practically asking for your own demise. Then there are your people, Guo Yu and Signs. It's not easy to attain Law Emperor cultivation. If you want to cut your losses, I'll grant you 2 one last chance. Stand with the Shattered Wu clan or accompany the Yu family's grandfather and grandson to hell. The two law emperors standing behind Yu Zhang were startled before turning to bow to Yu Zhang. I'm sorry, but neither of us can really be of any help to you this time. With that said, the two joined the shattered Wu clan's numbers without a trace of shame on their faces. In this circle, people flipped sides faster than one could flip a page in a book. Yu Zhang knew the rules of the game well and did not say anything extra. Yu Guding was holding on to Yu Zhang, not saying a word. Out of everyone, he was probably the one who had it worst. He had been staying on Snake Isle for 30 years. When he finally managed to attain a Law Emperor cultivation and could officially return to the known world, there was a high chance of him losing his life even before he could set a single foot off the isle. He had truly led a tragic life. Hand over the 9-night plum, the short-haired man reached his hand out and demanded emotionlessly. Desperation. Yu Zhang, Yu Guding, and the Divine Beast Green Dawn were all backed into a corner. This was when the Divine Beast Green Dawn promptly said with great solemnity, Patriarch, Green Dawn has been with the Yu family for many thousand years, all thanks to the great care the previous patriarchs showed toward me. They entrusted me with the important task of guarding the clan, and now that the Yu family is in distress, it is time for Green Dawn to repay the favor. Staring out into the distance, the gigantic python Green Dawn slightly lowered his head. Lord Shatterstar, I've long heard of your great name, but it's unfortunate that I won't have the chance to listen to your teachings. Truly, it is a pity. The opposing men all began retreating. Even a fool knew that this divine beast Green Dawn was about to go all out defending the Yu family. Exotic beasts all had such loyalty. Actually, Yu Zhang and his grandson were not necessarily good people, but in the eyes of the divine beast Green Dawn, that was not an issue. What truly mattered was his agreement to be the guardian of the Yu family, so even if they were bad to the bones, his duty remained unchanged. His bronze-colored eyes gleamed. The divine beast Green Dawn had steeled his resolve to die here. Chapter 610, Pincer Attack. Green Dawn was a snake and a divine beast. It was a very righteous divine beast that had always protected the Yu family. In his dire straits, Green Dawn was determined to die, determined to use his life to protect the dignity of a divine beast and that promise made back then. Green Dawn constantly thought about the holy beast Shatterstar, unaware that the Lord Shatterstar he was calling out to was truthfully a naughty and sly small ball, lacking any of that rumored divinity. Now, the mischievous Lord Shatterstar had revealed his claws and fangs. His pristine, white fur bristled as he growled. Just like the divine beast Green Dawn, Furball needed to protect his master, Xia Fei. 7 dragons split the heavens. Yu Hua roared. 7 spatial fissures even more blinding than lightning appeared in front of Xia Fei's path, sealing his path off. There was such power and force behind this attack that the entire island shuddered. This was the ultimate technique which Yu Hua had made his name with. Xia Fei had seen him use it before, but this was the first time 7 dragons split the heavens was being used against him. Whoosh! Xia Fei turned his body in an inconceivable way, avoiding the 7 dragon-like fissures, gritting his teeth as he moved in an angle and continued to charge for the island's perimeter. Yu Hua immediately shot over. With his great Law Emperor cultivation, he could use space traversal. His mastery of the law of space was sublime, and the time and place he chose were perfect, placing him right in the middle of the route Xia Fei was taking. Bang! There was a howl of wind as Yu Hua thrust his palm with a speed beyond description. Even though Xia Fei was moving at an angle, using this tactic that he was so proficient at, there was still no avoiding this palm. Crafty! Thud! Xia Fei did not even have the time to say crafty approach before his body was sent flying. Yu Hua's palm had made solid contact with his waist. Bang! Since Yu Hua had arrived, that man in black stopped being stingy. Using the law of matter, he turned soil into a blade, which emerged from the ground like a bamboo shoot. This bamboo shoot grew incredibly fast and the flying figure of Xia Fei was struck by it, his body shooting upward like an arrow. Crack! Thwack! Bang! Xia Fei descended in a free fall, and after smashing through 2 trees, he crashed. He hit the ground and left a human-shaped hole. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flew over. Yu Hua shook his head and sternly said, I already warned you not to come back. It's a pity that you didn't listen to me. Several seconds later, Xia Fei's cold laughter came from below. A lethal move, striking with no mercy. You're not a great Law Emperor for nothing. Rumble. The soil sank down, and Yu Hua and his subordinates swiftly retreated a few steps for the sake of caution. Covered in a silvery grey armor, Xia Fei flew out from the hole. Light blue sparks erupted from the backside of the armor, and the symbol of Fig Corporation could clearly be seen on the shoulder. Edgeless. The armor worn by Busey of Dragon Ascension's 4 heavenly kings. Yu Hua was startled and then he smiled. Xia Fei. Oh, Xia Fei. You're always bringing me surprises. I didn't think that you'd even manage to get your hand on Fig Corporation's edgeless war armor. Snap. Edgeless' helmet opened, revealing Xia Fei's slightly pale face. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Though he had the protection of Edgeless, Xia Fei had still been injured by Yu Hua's attack. The greed of a merchant twinkling in his eyes, Yu Hua softly said, "In truth, I really didn't want to see you standing on the other side, but it's not because of your cultivation. After all, we have complementary personalities and we've fostered a decent friendship. Alas, just as the rumors say, you're someone who likes to find trouble for yourself." Xia Fei spat some blood-tinged spit and lightly spoke. Friendships in the lore realm? I, Xia Fei, have learned my lesson. Keep your affection to yourself. Turning his head to that man in black behind him, Xia Fei asked, "Am I right? Cruel Eagle? Perhaps I should call you Wanyan Yedu." The man in black was startled, apparently in disbelief, but Yu Hua smiled and gave him a nod. The man pulled off his mask, revealing his face. Xia Fei's guess had been correct. This man was none other than Cruel Eagle, one of Dark Ghost's helpers, possessing the cultivation of a level 5 Law Emperor. Yu Hua had not killed him, instead, he subjugated him and made him his subordinate. A conspiracy. Everything from the start had all been a conspiracy, and Xia Fei had accidentally fallen right into it. "Friendship will never be able to best actual benefits," Cruel Eagle coldly said. "Yu Hua, this man can easily turn against his original master, so he will one day betray you," Xia Fei said with a smile just as confident and relaxed as ever, but that bloodstain at the corner of his mouth made everything seem very tragic and sad. "A psychological attack? Xia Fei, I must admit that you're smart. Even on the verge of death, you're still sowing discord between me and my subordinate. Rather than calling you a participant in trouble, it's better to say that you are an architect of trouble," Yu Hua said, placing a hand on his forehead. He held a bitter smile on his face, as with his nonchalant questions, Xia Fei had managed to pick out the weakness in their relationship. In fact, he was already seeing cracks forming between the two of them in Cruel Eagle's eyes. At times, things were just that delicate. A single sentence or glance would be enough to change an entire person's life. Xia Fei was undoubtedly an expert when it came to human psyche. Though he did not speak with a loud voice, all of his words struck true. "A pity, then, that I may not live to see that day," Xia Fei said, professing his weakness. He pulled out blood crystal from his spatial ring while he pressed a button on the black bat radar, sending out a signal, but he was unsure if this signal could get past the sky curtain. "When I saw you earlier, I was truly surprised that you could appear within and without the sky curtain, but I get it now. The one outside is Yu Peng, while you turned into Yu Peng and entered the sky curtain. In this way, no one will discover you, and no one will doubt you. As long as Yu Zhang and Yu Guding die, the clan will definitely put forth a new family patriarch, and when that time comes, you'll be the clan's only Law Emperor. Chief Steward Yu Jin will help you along, too. In these years, you've always feigned indifference, gaining the respect of the clan and gathering many talented individuals. I presume that the Elder Court won't have that many objections, so becoming the next patriarch will be as easy as water flowing through a canal for you. It's truly a brilliant scheme, genius. You'd be the only one above suspicion. I even got into a big argument with my subordinate, Gu Tong, because I suspected you. It's clear from that your name truly carries a great deal of weight in the clan." Yu Hua chuckled. "Xia Fei, there's no need for you to keep playing games with me. You're saying all this just to try and keep Gu Tong alive. I can promise you this, you will die, and so will Gu Tong." Xia Fei frowned in disappointment. He was a smart man, and he liked doing business with other smart people, but he did not like opponents who were too smart. Yu Hua was right. As Xia Fei's subordinate, Gu Tong would find it hard to escape death. Xia Fei's words had just been him trying to keep the man alive. Alas, Yu Hua had seen through them. "I'm very curious. How is it that you managed to see through Yu Peng? How did you recognize him?" Yu Hua asked. "It's very simple. You're not married, but Yu Peng has a wife. While he is disguised as you, he forgot to remove his ring. Idiocy is an illness that no medicine can cure, and Yu Peng is quite the idiot, Xia Fei said. Yu Hua chuckled. Yet another psychological attack. I'm now convinced that you are someone who will even take vengeance for a sharp glare. Even in death, you won't let your enemies go. On this point, I express my admiration. If you weren't such a glutton for trouble, I truly intended to take you in as a capable subordinate of mine. I wasn't trying to trick you. Saying this, Yu Hua took a strange, black weapon from his ring. It was made of the same darkness metal as the moon blade in his hand, only differing in terms of size. To call it a weapon was not quite right. It was rectangular like a brick and covered with patterns. Like a flute, it had several holes to let out noises, making it seem like a musical instrument. However, there was one thing for certain. Whether it was a brick or a musical instrument, it was incredibly bizarre. Look, this is the Ode of 100 Spirits, made from the darkness metal we got together. It's made by the same artificer who made my waning moon's toll. You know telekinesis, so this item would be perfect for you. Of course, that's what I thought in the past. Yu Hua shrugged. He intentionally threw Ode of 100 Spirits to the ground, appearing very casual about it. This was also a tactic. Xia Fei's words had been very critical and had succeeded in stirring distrust between Yu Hua and his subordinates, Cruel Eagle and Yu Peng, so Yu Hua was doing this to counter his claim. To have Xia Fei die with grievances was his goal. It was a vicious tactic, a clever ploy. With a slight nod, Yu Hua gave Cruel Eagle the signal to attack. He was unwilling to waste too much time on Xia Fei. The two Law Emperors attacked together. From in front and behind. Waning Moon's toll flashed as it sliced through the air. I'd like to see how long Edgeless could last. Rumble. A ball of silver suddenly shot out, covering Xia Fei's head like a shield. This was none other than liquid war armor Silver Desert. The greatest advantage of this strange liquid metal was its ability to freely change forms. It could constantly shift between tough and soft. Now that Xia Fei had Edgeless, he decided to modify Silver Desert into a shield, hoping that it could stop Yu Hua's attack. Break. Yu Hua was still a great Law Emperor, and the blade of his knife tore through the liquid war armor. Awoo! Furball became frantic, and a web of white energy emerged to protect his master. The blade's power had been weakened after cutting through the liquid war armor, but Xia Fei still did not have it easy. Bang! Xia Fei once more flew in the air as he was struck by Yu Hua's crescent moon blade. Cruel Eagle was ready and waiting. He swung around his arms in a circle, the surrounding soil, trees and gravel quickly gathering into a small mountain, which was plummeting down onto Xia Fei. Thud thud thud! The two great Law Emperors displayed a startling level of teamwork. Xia Fei was powerless to counterattack, only able to be beaten down. He was knocked down, and then he got back up. He continued to be beaten down, and he continued to stand back up. With the protection of Furball and Edgeless, Xia Fei still lived, but he was severely injured. This can't go on. I have to counterattack. Xia Fei said to himself. However, counterattacking while being pincer attacked by two great Law Emperors was easier said than done. Phantom was in despair, Furball was doing his best to hold on, Pod was crying, and even Lionheart King Oro did not have much hope in Xia Fei, only able to watch as the young man was beaten down. Rumble. Xia Fei drifted down from the air like a loose kite. The constant attacks had placed a heavy burden on Furball and Edgeless, and his defenses were getting weaker and weaker. Yu Hua patted his hands and stared at Xia Fei's motionless form. Strike! Finish him off! Cruel Eagle nodded. He walked up to Xia Fei and raised up a flashing saber in his right hand. Cruel Eagle suddenly gasped, for he discovered that two blades of blue grass had tangled themselves around his leg. Chapter 611, A Warrior or a Wild Beast. An immemorial mystical armament. Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle exclaimed at almost the same time. They had never in their wildest dreams imagined this. For the sake of the immemorial mystical armament Night Plum, a great battle had been fought here on Snake Isle. Even the 9 great clans had been alarmed, with countless people losing their lives, yet an unremarkable character like Xia Fei had one of these divine weapons. The most tenacious weed of the plant-type weapons, peacock blue. That blue color was so bright and dazzling that it instantly drew Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle's attention. With his life in peril, Xia Fei cast aside his apprehensions. If he did not show his trump cards now, then when would he have the chance to? Let alone peacock blue, if he could use that old demon lord in his ring, he would do so without hesitation. Compared to his life, the infamy of colluding with a demon meant nothing. His eyes had gone blood red. Xia Fei was like a frenzied lion. When Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle had brought Xia Fei down, he had opened his maw and revealed his hidden savagery. At some point, Peacock Blue had wrapped itself around Cruel Eagle's leg. The two blades of blue grass rapidly grew, and within a thousandth of a second, Cruel Eagle was wrapped in a bundle. His bones groaned under the pressure. Even if I die, I'm dragging down someone with me. This thought rumbled in Xia Fei's mind. This was the sort of person he was. His thought process was frighteningly cold and collected, but when he went mad, even the maddest of the madmen would concede defeat. Die. With this word, Xia Fei plunged the blood crystal into Cruel Eagle's neck. Consecutive victories had caused Cruel Eagle to relax his guard, but he had never expected that while Xia Fei seemed to have been beaten very badly by him and Yu Hua, in truth, Xia Fei had simply been biding his time until the point of explosion. Xia Fei had been seeking a chance from the start, never giving up. Rumble. Yu Hua reacted rather quickly, his wrist flicking and a spatial fissure flying out, shining with blinding white light. Xia Fei could not escape. Yu Hua had made this spatial tear nearly 1 kilometer long. Countless ancient trees were severed as if a giant chainsaw had been through the area. There was no dodging this. Xia Fei had no intention to dodge, though. He continued to push the blood crystal down. The blade entered from the left side of Cruel Eagle's neck and exited to the right side, turning Cruel Eagle into a duck waiting to be roasted. The blood crystal rapidly devoured Cruel Eagle's essence blood, and his skin instantly lost its luster. Cruel Eagle struggled in death, but he forgot that the reason Peacock Blue was a mystical weapon despite not being so sharp was that due to its incredible tenacity. It never gave up. Rumble. Just like that, Yu Hua's spatial fissure struck Xia Fei right on his back. The liquid war armor shattered and fell to the ground like raindrops, and then Furbal's energy barrier was torn apart, after which, the attack struck Xia Fei's edgeless armor. Bang! The spatial fissure failed to tear through edgeless, but it sent Xia Fei flying a full kilometer. He grabbed Cruel Eagle in his hand, a savage glint in his eyes. Rumble. Cruel Eagle became Xia Fei's shield, and it was only after breaking through several hundred trees that he finally came to a stop. During the flight, Cruel Eagle's corpse had withered away, and it had been rendered into powder by the collision. Level 5 Law Emperor Cruel Eagle, the last successor of the Wanyan clan, had died just like that. Not even leaving behind a whole corpse. Plush! Xia Fei spat blood, with little lumps in it. It was clear that he had suffered internal injuries, the consequence of using his body to endure the attack of a great Law Emperor. If not for his numerous layers of defense, Xia Fei might have died on the spot. Yu Hua frowned. Xia Fei's way of bringing someone down with him in death had mentally shaken him, and when Xia Fei turned to look back at him, his gaze said that he was ready to fight like a desperate beast. Even if his cultivation was much lower, he would still fight with his life on the line. This had nothing to do with life or death. It was a certain kind of mentality, a mentality of someone who would fight until either one was dead. True warriors could die, but they had to die standing. What an amazing weapon! It could actually drain a Law Emperor? And how did Peacock Blue end up in your hands? Yu Hua asked. Xia Fei could not be bothered to reply. He was already fighting to the death. Who would have the time to answer the questions of their foe? Wiping away the blood on his mouth, Xia Fei quickly absorbed the energy seized from Cruel Eagle's body and slowly began the recovery. The amazing blood crystal. Absorbing the enemy to restore oneself. This truly was the most wicked and insidious dagger. Xia Fei was holding a black brick in his hand, weighing it. In the counterattack earlier, Xia Fei had taken that weapon which should have been his in the first place. Yu Hua softly chuckled. The Ode of 100 Spirits is truly of decent quality. Why don't I teach you how to use it? Darkness metal was like a black hole, sucking in all the surrounding lights. Crack! The Ode of 100 Spirits suddenly broke apart, becoming pitch-black pyramidal pieces of metal floating in the air. Xia Fei had already guessed how to use the Ode of 100 Spirits at first glance. Darkness metal's greatest advantage was its ability to absorb Law energy and store inside the weapon to be used later. These pyramidal pieces of metal floating in the air had been infused with Xia Fei's Law of Primal Chaos's energy. Yu Hua frowned. With Holy Beast Shatterstar, Edgeless Armor, Blood Crystal, and Peacock Blue, Xia Fei was already hard enough to deal with. Now that he had the Ode of 100 Spirits crafted from darkness metal in his hands, he had become an even more troublesome opponent. It was not that Yu Hua was afraid. It was just that fighting with Xia Fei and all his treasures would take a great deal of time, and he had no idea how the Shatter Wu clan was doing in its battle with the Yu clan's divine beast. Green Dawn was no furball. That giant snake had lived for thousands of years and was in its prime, whereas furball was just in his juvenile stage, having only gone through 3 evolutions. He was the equivalent of a 7 or 8-year-old human child, still very far from his prime. Besides that, Yu Hua felt rather depressed over Cruel Eagle's unexpected end. No matter what, Xia Fei could not be allowed to live. After all, he had another identity, a member of the Skywing race. If the Skywing race found out that he had attempted to surround and kill Xia Fei, the results would be too gruesome to imagine. That group had always been the most ruthless in the circle, and was outrageous to the extreme. Yu Hua needed to nip this problem in the bud. Thinking of this, Yu Hua relaxed a lot. Pointing at Xia Fei, he said, "Just give up. Today, even if you kneel and beg, you will still die." Xia Fei calmly replied, "You had best do as you claim, because if you don't..." At that moment, 2 blades of blue grass suddenly sprouted from where Yu Hua was standing. It was none other than immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue. While Yu Hua had been speaking, Xia Fei had been having Peacock Blue silently move through the ground to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! Yu Hua moved extremely fast, instantly shooting into the clouds. Users of the law of space could travel through the fabric of space, so flying into the air to avoid these 2 blades of grass was no difficult feat for Yu Hua. Whoosh! The Ode of 100 Spirits streaked into the sky like a comet to attack Yu Hua. At the same time, blue sparks exploded from Edgeless and sent Xia Fei flying upward. Edgeless was equipped with 2 quantum engines, and its speed was on par with Xia Fei's speed ability at full throttle. After all, this was a Law Emperor grade armor. It had accompanied Busey of Dragon Ascension's 4 heavenly kings for many years and rendered many great achievements. All of this happened in an instant. A battle beyond words was taking place. Smiling, Yu Hua once more unleashed his famous technique, 7 dragons split the heavens. 7 terrifying spatial fissures descended like 7 bolts of lightning on Xia Fei, their power seemingly enough to annihilate the world. There was no holding back in this attack. A great Law Emperor had his dignity to think of, and Yu Hua found it hard to justify to himself the fact that he had to use his ultimate technique on Xia Fei twice. Thus, he put all his strength behind this attack. He sought to take Xia Fei's life with this attack. Rumble! 7 dragons split the heavens, just as it said, was a technique that could tear apart the skies. 7 streaks of lightning came down, and though they did not split the heavens, they did destroy the earth. 1, 2, 3. 7, giant canyon-sized scars appeared one after the other, 3 kilometers wide and 1 kilometer deep. Even the Yellow River would be able to flow easily through these canyons, and this was not even mentioning the blinding whiteness in the sky. From this, one could see how powerful Yu Hua's full strength was. In the distance, Yu Zhang and the experts of the Shatter Wu clan raised their heads in confusion. Did the great Law Emperor really need to be that serious when dealing with a single Xia Fei? Xia Fei narrowed his eyes. The gales stirred were so strong that Edgeless was already trembling a little, even though it had yet to make direct contact with 7 dragons split the heavens. Powerful. Truly powerful. Xia Fei had never before faced such a grim challenge. He even wondered if this attack had enough power to destroy the entirety of Earth. This power, which seemed like it could destroy a planet, was coming for him. Xia Fei did not choose to fall back. At a time like this, there was no such thing as falling back. The massive spatial fissures covered a range of several dozen kilometers. Even if Xia Fei used his speed ability to its absolute limit, he still would be unable to escape. This was like using a cannon to swat a fly. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was the fly. On the ground, the Law Emperors looked up in disbelief as Xia Fei fearlessly faced head on Yu Hua's attack. This is the full-strength attack of a great Law Emperor. Not even I would dare to take it directly. Madman! He's a madman! Furball's eyes were red, streaked with blood. Exotic beasts followed their masters, and in this battle, his normally naughty and eccentric self had become just as insane as Xia Fei. Xia Fei had been restraining Furball as of late, for Holy Beast Shatterstar required far too much energy to advance. By fighting a little less, Furball could mature much more quickly. However, today, Furball had already tossed aside Xia Fei's words. This was a real battle with their lives on the line. It was not just Xia Fei fighting with his life on the line. Furball was as well. Their lives were linked by a blood contract. If Xia Fei died, Furball could not survive on his own either. Thump thump thump. Enraged, Furball spat out 3 energy balls. These energy balls were enormous, much larger than Furball's body. This was the most energy Furball could muster. After launching these 3 attacks, Furball immediately became much thinner, and 2 black circles appeared around his eyes. His beautiful fur also lost its luster. He appeared dispirited and listless. All or nothing. Furball was truly putting everything on the line. No thought about the consequences. The balls of light rapidly expanded, ultimately becoming 3 energy nets, each one around 10 meters in diameter. This was a new ability Furball had obtained from his 3rd evolution. It was normally used for defense, but now, Furball was using it as an attack. Chain blockade. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei's tornadoes followed right behind. All of them had been infused with the energy of the law of primal chaos. The supreme spatial fissure combat technique. Versus Holy Beast Shatterstar and the law of primal chaos. Rumble. 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 Yu Hua's 7 dragons split the heavens, collided with Furball's energy nets and Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. The earth shuddered and swayed, the sky erupting with the light of 10,000 suns. In the light, 2 small black dots began to draw closer and closer. Boom! No one knew what happened. All they saw was a dark silhouette crashing down like a meteor. Rumble! The earth shuddered again. The black meteor landed in the center of the battlefield, and even the divine beast Green Dawn ceased his battle with the Shatter Wu clan. A crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers had appeared. A massive shockwave swept out. More than 10,000 ancient trees were pulled up by their roots. It's Xia Fei! Yu Zhang cried in alarm. It was no meteor, but Xia Fei, whom Yu Hua had blasted out of the sky. Everyone could see Xia Fei's body lying motionlessly in the crater, black smoke rising out of Edgeless. How brutal had that clash between Yu Hua and Xia Fei been? Even Edgeless was on the verge of breaking, let alone Xia Fei. Yu Zhang shook his head. He was well aware that Xia Fei probably could not take such a powerful blow. In truth, he had not hoped for Xia Fei to do anything. After all, the massive gap in rank was right there. Suddenly, Xia Fei coughed and struggled to sit up. He's still not dead. Everyone gasped. 2. Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes and spat a bloody ear. Yu Hua's ear. If I can't kill you, at least I'll bite you to death. His voice was low and savage. When Xia Fei had gotten close to Yu Hua, he had actually used his teeth to bite off half of Yu Hua's ear. Was Xia Fei a warrior or a beast? Perhaps he was a devil out of hell. Xia Fei began coughing again, large amounts of blood coming out, flecks of blood flying up more than 2 meters. Then the blood came back down, painting Edgeless red. It was a gruesome sight. Ugh! Broke a few of my ribs. Xia Fei softly said, but there was a smile on his lips, a bloody smile. Chapter 612, A Divine Beast's Death. Xia Fei plummeted from the sky like a comet, bringing with him a wounded body and half of Great Law Emperor Yu Hua's ear. All of them were warriors, and at this level, none of them would fight as if they were gangsters on streets, resorting to teeth if fists failed. However, Xia Fei had grown up on the streets. Unlike these of noble birth, he cared nothing for his dignity. If one could not keep themselves alive, what was dignity worth? Enemies existed to be killed, and Xia Fei could use all methods available to him to do exactly just that. Even if others called him despicable, cruel, or insane, Xia Fei would not be shaken. Thick smoke plumed out of Edgeless. Charging at Yu Hua and his Great Law Emperor cultivation had done a certain amount of damage to the armor, and Xia Fei within the armor had suffered even greater damage. He vomited blood on the ground, and 3 of his ribs were broken. Even slightly moving would make him feel like a knife had been twisted in his gut. When he landed, peacock blue spread, cushioning his impact like a bed. This was what had saved Xia Fei. If not for this cushion, he would not have only broken a few ribs. The blue blades of grass slowly withdrew from beneath Xia Fei. It also felt very tired and needed rest. Furball was lying in a pool of blood. After using all his strength, he appeared even smaller and thinner than before, his white and glossy fur now dull, appearing grey and dry. Stained with Xia Fei's blood, he appeared in such a wretched state that it was hard to look at him. Furball let out a long sigh. As if he had completed his mission, he leaned his head against Xia Fei and closed his eyes while he heavily breathed in and out. Lord Shatterstar! Divine Beast Green Dawn roared, his 100-meter-length body fiercely shuddering as his eyes erupted with light. Whoosh! Green Dawn used his agile tail to pick up Xia Fei and Furball and pull them to his side. Lord Shatterstar, are you okay? Furball miserably shook his head, not even having the strength to reply. Roar! Green Dawn was enraged into bellowing. The injuries inflicted on Furball and Xia Fei once more stimulated this snake, and his eyes erupted with flames of hatred. This one is a warrior of my Yu family. Green Dawn stared at Xia Fei and asked. Yu Zhang slowly nodded, and Yu Guding also followed his grandfather's gaze and turned to look, brimming with admiration for Xia Fei. Good! Green Dawn shouted. The younger generation of the Yu clan has such an individual. Even if we all die here today, the clan still has hope. A sorrowful mood began to spread. The injured Xia Fei, the injured Yu Zhang, the injured Yu Guding, the injured Furball, and the heavily injured Green Dawn were surrounded by 9 great law emperors. The difference in strength was so vast as to be unimaginable. At this time, Yu Hua descended from the sky, his face cold as he gripped his halved ear. His robe was tattered, revealing a combat uniform of excellent quality beneath, clinging onto his body like fish scales. There were several breaks on it, presumably inflicted by Xia Fei. Yu Hua angrily glared at Xia Fei. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that he would be injured in a clash with Xia Fei, and even half of his ear had been bitten off, with blood oozing from the wound. The short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan frowned, apparently dissatisfied by Yu Hua's lack of strength. He somewhat regretted working with Yu Hua now. It seemed like the great law emperor Yu Hua was not as strong as the rumors said. He could not even deal with a puny Xia Fei and even ended up injured. How could he explain himself? On the side, the middle-aged man wearing glasses felt for his own ear. When he saw that it was still there, he finally relaxed a little. Yu Hua's right hand was bleeding as well, and that frightening waning moon's toll made of darkness metal was missing. Xia Fei struggled up and took out several origin crystals for him and Furball to share. As if he was performing a magic trick, he revealed that crescent moon saber and weighed it in his hand. His face ashen, Yu Hua coldly roared, "Return waning moon's toll to me." Xia Fei smiled. "Is it yours? Does it have your name? If you call for it, will this weapon answer?" Yu Hua was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to burrow into the ground. It was one thing for Xia Fei to bite off half his ear, but as a great law emperor, Yu Hua had managed to lose his weapon to the other. This was the greatest humiliation. A warrior's weapon was no different from their life. Xia Fei's actions had undoubtedly been like several sharp slaps in the face, done in front of everything else. Cough. Xia Fei spoke too quickly just now, and the act triggered his internal injuries. He vomited several more mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head, not trying to wipe the blood on his mouth. His eyes burned with venom, anger, and savagery. "What I hate the most is being played around with. Yu Hua, even if I die today, I'm bringing you down with me. This is the price for deceiving me." As these piercing words rang out, a cold air began to rise over Snake Isle. Arrogant and determined. Xia Fei's words had left everyone stunned. In this battle of law emperors, Xia Fei was just an insignificant side character, but the savagery of this minor actor was so frightening, so berserk. With that half an ear and Yu Hua's weapon as proof, no one could doubt Xia Fei's resolve to bring Yu Hua down with him. If no one tried to stop him, he really might do it. The short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan looked at the bedraggled Yu Hua, and then he looked at the heavily injured but still brash and crazed Xia Fei. A smile on his face, he began to clap. "You've got guts, young man. You've made me look at you in a new light." A look of admiration on his face, the man swept his eyes over his subordinates and sternly spoke. "I want this man." Yu Hua was startled, then he gritted his teeth and said, "You can't keep him." "Why?" "Because he has peacock blue." Peacock blue, one of the immemorial mystical armaments. The short-haired man was stunned. "It can't be. I recall that peacock blue is with the god race. I don't know the exact details, either, but peacock blue truly is with Xia Fei," Yu Hua solemnly said. Everyone, even Green Dawn and Yu Zhang, once more stared at Xia Fei. If peacock blue went from the god race to Xia Fei, there was most likely some strange connection between the two. If the god race learned that the Shatter Wu clan had colluded with Yu Hua to steal Yu Jiang's immemorial mystical armament, it would bring a disaster upon them. The short-haired man had to know this. There was no choice now. No matter how much he admired Xia Fei, this young man could not be allowed to leave this place alive. Yu Zhang smiled. "Xia Fei, you really keep a lot of secrets, hey?" Xia Fei shrugged. He had many treasures on him, alas, all these treasures were not enough to get him a chance at survival. Yet Xia Fei did not despair. He coldly and murderously stared at Yu Hua. He could ignore everyone else. As long as he could drag down Yu Hua with him, he did not even care even if he died here. Xia Fei hated being deceived and would never let anyone who deceived him go. He stroked a finger across his spatial ring. Xia Fei did not know if the Black Bat radar's signal was able to get through the sky curtain and arrived at the Alliance 8.7 billion light-years away. This was what he had truly been concerned about. How did you get in? Yu Zhang asked. I have my ways, Xia Fei simply replied. Yu Zhang stared at Xia Fei for several seconds. Are you saying that, if you have a chance, you can also get out? Yes, but those people probably won't give me a chance. This conversation was done softly so that Yu Hua could not hear them speak. At this time, all of Yu Hua's attention was on Xia Fei. Once friends, they were now enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. Hurry up and resolve this matter. We've wasted too much time, the short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan sternly said. The subordinate nodded. Their foes had only 3 people, a divine beast, and a holy beast left, while they had 9 law emperors. If they struck with all their might, the Yu family's men would find it difficult to hold out. Green Dawn sensed the killing intent, and his giant body froze for a moment, after which, his eyes filled with resolve. Hiss! The giant snake raised his head and made a mournful hiss of despair. The divine beast was there to protect the clan, and the time had come to fulfill the promise he had once made. Furball tiredly crawled onto Xia Fei's shoulder, meeting eyes with Green Dawn. They were both exotic beasts, both giving their lives for their masters. A chemical reaction sparked between the divine beast and holy beast, both feeling admiration for each other. Yu Zhang nodded at Green Dawn, tears rolling down his face. He knew very well that the divine beast, who had protected the clan for several thousand years, was about to leave. Yu Zhang seemed to point his finger inadvertently to the south. After a momentary daze, Xia Fei understood why Yu Zhang was asking him how he had gotten into the sky curtain. It was clear that Green Dawn was going to use his life to give Xia Fei, Yu Zhang, and Yu Guding a chance to escape. The air suddenly became stagnant. As Green Dawn let out his mournful hiss, countless points of light gathered around his body, and his mighty form began to expand. Not good. Green Dawn is about to self-detonate and take us with him, the short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan barked. A divine beast's self-detonation? When a divine beast, possessing a hallowed bloodline and having absorbed the essence of the world, created a calamity upon detonation, it could destroy the sky curtain and sink Snake Isle. Even the giant warship carrying the Yu family may be unable to take it. This was the solution when there was no solution, the worst possible option. Stars dance amidst shifting clouds, the short-haired man called. 3 of the peak law emperors from the Shatter Wu clan proceeded to form a triangle. In their center, some sort of machine appeared. The 3 linked hands and formed a bizarre formation. Whoosh! A faint barrier appeared, covering their group. When a divine beast was about to detonate, running was not the best option. The 3 peak law emperors of the Shatter Wu clan had gathered their strength to try and hold out against Green Dawn. They had helpless looks on their faces. They knew that exotic beasts were loyal, but Green Dawn's loyalty to the Yu family was absurd. Using his life to explode? The courage this required. All of this happened within the space of 1 second. Green Dawn took a deep breath, drawing in all the white points of light into his body. His green body brightened, casting a sacred light over Snake Isle. Farewell. Green Dawn's last words were simple as could be. The resolve in his eyes would leave anyone shaken. Was this still an exotic beast? His loyalty would leave the vast majority of humans blushing in shame. Using his life to fulfill a promise, to give his own master a chance at survival, Xia Fei truly did not know what words he could use to praise this snake. Perhaps there were no words in the universe that could describe this sort of bitter desperation. Zoom! With a sweep of his tail, Green Dawn enclosed Xia Fei, Yu Zhang, and Yu Guding in a white ball of light and sent them shooting toward the south. At the same time, Green Dawn's massive body began to crack, an enormous energy akin to an atomic bomb surging out. Blinding! Tragic! All that was left in the world was this tragic white light. Everything disappeared in the wake of Green Dawn's self-detonation. The earth trembled. Even the entire galaxy shuddered. Divine Beast Green Dawn was dead. Chapter 613, The Dragon Unshackling Mark. An indescribable explosion ensued. Divine Beast Green Dawn had used his life to unleash an unstoppable disaster. Berserk energy swept over Snake Isle. Xia Fei, Yu Zhang, Yu Guding, and Furball could only watch as this tragedy ensued. The giant snake had used his tail to wrap Xia Fei and the others in a ball of energy and then knocked them away as if he had been playing baseball, helping them escape this catastrophe. Green Dawn! Yu Guding cried. Having lived with Green Dawn on Snake Isle for 30 years, the two of them had developed an extremely deep relationship. Yu Guding's face twisted as tears flowed down his face. When that dazzling light appeared, everything had already settled, and no one could stop the divine beast Green Dawn's self-sacrifice. Whoosh! The ball of light swiftly flew southward, borrowing the power of the explosion. Xia Fei did not have much time to think. The opportunity that Green Dawn created using his life would be gone soon. Xia Fei must seize the moment, or else Green Dawn would have died in vain, and Xia Fei would have let him down. He took out a bottle of medicine from his spatial ring. As Xia Fei was often injured in battle, he would always carry some bone-repairing medicine with him. The pain of broken ribs was unbearable, so he hastily drank the medicine. Not only could the medicine heal his injuries, it could also stop the pain. Several seconds later, Xia Fei arrived at the southern end of Snake Isle. He only needed to use falling leaves of autumn's demise to open a small crack, after which, he could escape from the sky curtain. At this point, Xia Fei had no choice but to reveal the law of primal chaos. Living was most important, and no matter what, he needed to survive so that he could think about countermeasures. Suddenly, an invisible hand stopped the energy ball mid-air. A human hand had suddenly appeared in front of them, lightly picking the energy ball carrying Xia Fei's group out of the air. Had they failed? Xia Fei's shock was at maximum saturation. It had to be mentioned that this was in the middle of Green Dawn's explosion. The enormous energy could topple mountains and reverse seas. Who could remain perfectly fine in the middle of this explosion and also easily stop Xia Fei and the others from escaping? Divine skill. This man's rank had to be as high as the heavens. Yu Zhang and Yu Guding turned ghastly pale, while Furball let out a roar of displeasure. Boom! Rumble! It took several minutes for the calamity unleashed by Green Dawn to subside completely. All of Snake Isle, including the Yu family's ancestral shrine, had been flattened. At set intervals, radiating out from the center of the explosion were round discs like millstones, all of them spaced closely together. It was impossible to describe this tragic sight. Crash! The energy ball carrying Xia Fei's group shattered, and Xia Fei could finally see the elderly hand that had stopped their advance. This human wearing all black with a fanged mask was like a god descending from the heavens. With one hand, he stopped the energy ball and ruined Xia Fei's escape plan. Green Dawn died, but his death was still not enough to allow Xia Fei, Yu Zhang, and Yu Guding to escape. Despair. Limitless despair. This masked man was so powerful and frightening that not even Green Dawn's self-detonation had been able to harm a strand of hair on his head. His black robe seemed like new as he proudly stood atop the scorched earth. Who are you? Yu Zhang roared in despair, worry and fear in his eyes. The masked man said nothing, just stood there as if he had not heard Yu Jiang's bellow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several men arrived, and they were none other than Yu Hua and the warriors of the Shatter Wu clan. Upon seeing the masked man, they froze and then shamefully dropped their heads, not daring to say a word. Humph! The masked man coldly snorted. People from the Feng clan are already on their way. You don't have much time left. With these words, the masked man disappeared as if he had never appeared before. Xia Fei felt his hair standing on end. This man could freely traverse through the sky curtain. Could he be a legendary law overlord? A law overlord. It was a very distant title. For one of the most outstanding members of the Law realm to appear at the Yu family, it was clear that the Yu clan had been targeted from a long time ago. With a law overlord in the shadows, the chances that Xia Fei's group could escape were nearly zero. As for why the Dragon Ascension's Feng clan would send people to the Yu clan, Xia Fei spared much thought about it. The situation was obvious. Even if a god was coming, it would be very difficult for Xia Fei to last that long within the sky curtain. Surrounded by 9 great law emperors, even holding out for 1 second seemed like an impossible mission. Yu Hua and the others were in a rather bedraggled state. Though the 3 peak law emperors working together had allowed them to survive Green Dawn's explosion, they had suffered heavy injuries. This could be seen through their wan complexions and tattered clothes. In truth, if Green Dawn had used all his strength, these people might have died. Though Green Dawn had self-detonated, he had still held back a little. He had to use an amount of energy equivalent to the explosion to protect Yu Zhang and Xia Fei, so the explosion's power had been halved. Still, this level of injury could not be underestimated. 9 great law emperors had been injured, once more showing why divine beasts were one of the behemoths of the universe. If it had been Ferbal who had self-detonated, this region of space would probably have ceased to exist. Ha 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 ha. Yu Zhang suddenly began to loudly laugh, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Coldly staring at Yu Hua, he said, "You want to replace me as the family patriarch that badly?" Yu Hua said nothing, dropping his head. After all, betraying his clan was not some glorious deed. Though he had already resolved to do this, he could not endure the old master's interrogating gaze. "Today, I will let you know what a patriarch's duty is. To do what needs to be done," Yu Zhang proudly said. "Correct. I have the 9 night plum. If you have the ability, come and take it." The aura of an expert. Perhaps because he felt that he could not escape, Yu Zhang erupted with fighting intent. Sparks exploded out of his eyes. Xia Fei did not clearly hear Yu Zhang's words, for while the old man was speaking in such an impassioned tone, seemingly prepared to face death, he had secretly placed a heavy object into Xia Fei's spatial ring. Xia Fei did not need to guess to know that this was the 9 night plum. Why? Why had the old master given him the 9 night plum instead of Yu Guding? Xia Fei was an outsider who had been unlucky enough to be dragged into this predicament, while Yu Guding was Yu Jiang's grandson and a law emperor to boot. There was clearly something weird about this. Yu Jiang's fingers slightly trembled. He had presumably discovered the demon lord Oro lurking in Xia Fei's ring. Oro was enclosed in an isolation by the law of ternary spectrum, and Yu Jiang was not at the level where he could see through the seal and see the demon, but he could confirm that the law seal had been placed by a member of the demon race. The mortal foe of the god race. Frowning, Yu Jiang sighed. "Forget it. It is all fate." It was as if he was sighing over his life, but in truth, he was talking to Xia Fei. When Yu Jiang decided to give Xia Fei the 9 night plum, he did not know that the latter had a connection with the demon race, but since he had already handed it over, there was no taking it back, so he could only sigh. Xia Fei had far too many secrets, and even Yu Jiang could not help but shake his head. He truly could not tell whether his choice was right or wrong. His eyes erupted with light. Though he was facing far too many uncertain variables, Yu Jiang was keenly aware that this item was better off in Xia Fei's hands than in his enemy's hands. Yu Guding was a slow character, and having grown up on Snake Isle, he had little worldly experience. As for Xia Fei, he was a cold, calm, and crafty freak with many treasures. Also, he was accompanied by the holy beast Shatterstar. Yu Jiang himself could not escape, and between Yu Guding and Xia Fei, it was clearly Xia Fei who had the advantage, despite the latter's lower cultivation. There were many times when cultivation could not decide everything. Yu Jiang was far too aware that he had a foolish grandson. Giving the 9 night plum to Xia Fei was the only option. After putting so much effort in raising Yu Guding as a successor, he had still ended up giving the 9 night plum to Xia Fei, someone who was even more of an outsider than Yu Hua. Yu Jiang himself found the situation laughable. However, this was the only option that would keep the immemorial mystical armament out of his enemy's hands. Though he had lived several hundred years, his eyesight was still as keen as ever. The short-haired man gave a light nod. The 9 great law emperors circled around Xia Fei's group. A battle was imminent. Thunk 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 thunk. Yu Jiang began to touch various points on his body, seemingly using some series of steps to increase his fighting strength. Any method to forcibly increase one's combat strength carried a risk, and even if one won, they would suffer long-term injuries, which would be difficult to heal. With this great foe in front of him, Yu Jiang could not be bothered by such things. Keeping the 9 night plum out of enemies' hands was the best outcome he could hope for. Even the guardian divine beast Green Dawn was dead. There was no reversing the Yu clan's decline. If he, as the family patriarch, would still be bothered by such details, how could he face his ancestors? Bang! Like a river breaking through a dam, energy surged out of Yu Jiang's body. It was his accumulated cultivation of several centuries. He's used the dragon unshackling mark on himself. He's going all out. Yu Hua called. The dragon unshackling mark was a technique of the Yu family that was passed down in the main line. Together with the dragon sealing mark, it could be used to create skeletal puppets, which were hidden so that they could catch enemies unaware. When this technique was used on oneself, it could forcefully release all of one's potential. All humans possessed potential energy. Some people were able to unleash unprecedented fighting power when their lives were in danger precisely because their potential had been unlocked. The dragon unshackling mark had a similar effect. Through profound methods, it could unleash all of a warrior's potential. The goal was to rapidly increase one's cultivation and fighting power. However, this move was far too barbaric. Anyone who used it would die. By using the dragon unshackling mark on himself, Yu Zhang showed that he had no intention of leaving this place alive. This was why he had decided to give Xia Fei the 9-night plum. After all, Xia Fei was crafty, and if there was one person among them who could survive, it would be Xia Fei. Everyone paled. Yu Zhang had the power of a peak law emperor, and now that he had unleashed all his potential, he probably had the strength to fight a law overlord. Work together. Kill him, the short-haired man barked, and the 9 great law emperors charged at Yu Zhang. Go! Yu Zhang pushed out with a hand, sending Xia Fei and Yu Guding away. Something's up. The 9-night plum may not be on him. Don't let Xia Fei and Yu Guding escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 individuals went after Xia Fei and Yu Guding, the 3 peak law emperors of the Shatter Wu clan remaining to kill Yu Zhang. 9 dragons split the heavens. Yu Hua's 7 dragons split the heavens could already be said to possess boundless power, but Yu Zhang, with his peak law emperor cultivation, could create 9 spatial tiers, which were many times more powerful than Yu Hua's attack. The deathly white scars extended for several dozen kilometers. They were truly like heavenly dragons spanning the world. Dance of the Stellar River. The 3 warriors of the Shatter Wu clan once more worked together to attack. This was exactly their field of expertise. They were of the same clan and had trained together since they were children. Their cooperation was perfect. Comets. The sky was filled with comets. All of them flew at Yu Zhang. 9 dragons split the heavens versus Dance of the Stellar River. 1 versus 3. The tearing of the law of space versus the agglomeration of the law of space. A clash of peak existences. Chapter 614, Golden Skeletons. Yu Guding. Xia Fei cried, alas, Yu Guding was already collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to respond to his call. The latter's back had been torn open by law force, and his organs were faintly visible as blood gushed out. The 2 men in black squatted and searched Yu Guding's body, while Yu Hua led the other 3 in keeping their pursuit of Xia Fei. Rumble. In front of him, the soil suddenly rose upward like a volcano, and Xia Fei was suddenly in the middle of a caldera. Someone had used the law of matter to change the landscape. Following were several dozen sharp spatial fissures, slicing through the air as they made their way to Xia Fei. Whoosh! Xia Fei clenched his jaw, his body ached into a thin piece of paper as he pressed against the ground and slid forward 100 meters, dodging the spatial fissures. After this, he lightly pressed the tips of his toes against the ground. Edgeless then erupted with blue flames as it gave Xia Fei a powerful boost. He planned to use the quantum engine to get over the walls which were surrounding him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Shadows came from overhead. Those men in black had already mounted the walls and sealed off the area. Xia Fei had no choice but to turn back around and return to the ground to avoid these attacks. Yu Jiang's plan to draw attention and give Xia Fei a chance to escape had failed. It was clear that these law emperors had no plans of executing Xia Fei. Instead, they wanted to force him into the center of the caldera, where Yu Hua was waiting for him. Yu Hua raised his hand high, indicating that the attacks should cease. The 3 law emperors proudly stood on the walls as they coldly stared down at Yu Hua and Xia Fei. Bang! Xia Fei dropped to one knee and panted for breath. He had already used all his strength to break out of this encirclement. Alas, escaping from a group of law emperors was truly difficult. I was the one who brought you from the alliance to the Law Realm, and today, I will be the one to take you out. Yu Hua sternly spoke. He said these words both for Xia Fei and for his subordinates. Xia Fei had bitten off half his ear and stolen his weapon, leaving Yu Hua feeling utterly humiliated. After being pressed so hard in front of his subordinates, Yu Hua needed to get back some of his dignity, and personally slaying Xia Fei was a good method in his eyes. Thus, he had ordered his men to surround Xia Fei and not kill him. With a smile on his lips, Xia Fei stood up and tidied his messy hair. What? You don't want the other half of your ear, either. Xia Fei intentionally licked his lips as if he were remembering the taste. Everyone suddenly realized that there was a wicked air about Xia Fei, his expression truly like that of a man-eating fiend. Yu Hua's face turned ashen as he subconsciously touched his damaged ear. Besides killing, Xia Fei also excelled in psychological attacks. Even in a one-on-one, Xia Fei had no chance at victory. Though he had just taken pain-numbing medicine, after that round of intense acceleration, his broken bones had once more begun to burn with pain. Opportunity always existed in the middle of chaos. Yu Hua was a smart man who excelled in thinking and analysis. The only chance was to make him go mad, and to make this man go mad, Xia Fei needed to grab his wound and twist it. This would produce two results. In his rage, Yu Hua would try to kill Xia Fei, and in addition, the former would expose his weaknesses, giving him a chance to pull the man down with him. As for escaping alive, Xia Fei had stopped thinking about that. The chances were too minuscule, infinitesimally close to zero. Xia Fei had made up his mind to kill Yu Hua today, even if he had to use his teeth. The sky curtain above him had a faint haze, so Xia Fei could not even see the stars that he loved to gaze at. This was the smokescreen Yu Hua had used. In truth, there was an illusion on the sky curtain so that those on the outside looking in would see something fake, and those inside looking out would also see something fake. Could this really be the end? Xia Fei asked himself. There was naturally no answer, but as he asked this question to himself, his eyes began to turn sharp and determined. Bringing you to the Law Realm was the biggest mistake I have ever made. Today, I will personally correct this error. Yu Hua gritted his teeth and roared. Not only will you die, you will have an extremely painful death, too. The normally graceful Yu Hua was now fuming with rage, his eyes filled with nothing but fire and Xia Fei's image. While his words were quite poetic, everyone knew that Yu Hua was really just seeking to salvage his dignity. Four law emperors stared hungrily at Xia Fei like gods looking at an ant. Escape? The chances were minuscule. As Yu Hua spoke, he extended his right arm, and a giant white hand moved to seize Xia Fei. This was another kind of power of the law of space, the power of space condensation. If Xia Fei was caught by this hand, Yu Hua would activate his law power and cause space to constrict until Xia Fei was squeezed to death. Xia Fei suddenly exploded in the air. He poured the law of primal chaos into the blood crystal and attacked Yu Hua. With a dazzling light and a mournful howl akin to the wailing of ghosts, he revealed his surging killing power. Chain blockade. The blood crystal's slash was real, while the hurricane infused with the law of primal chaos served as a feint. Between the real and the feint, Xia Fei created a momentum equal to his foes. Yu Hua smiled. Using the Yu family's techniques on me? I must hand it to you. Thousand-hand Buddha. The giant hand condensed from the law of space suddenly became thousands of hands. These hands wildly lashed out, swiftly and smoothly neutralizing Xia Fei's hurricane infused with the power of the law of primal chaos. While Yu Hua appeared to have easily neutralized Xia Fei's chain blockade, it actually had not been easy at all. The law of primal chaos had an extremely bizarre power to it which required even more law force and focus from Yu Hua to deal with. This was because the law force from the law of primal chaos would neutralize his power of spatial condensation. This was in a situation where Yu Hua was far stronger than Xia Fei. If they had been on equal levels of strength, Yu Hua would have undoubtedly been defeated. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei still did not give up. He thrust a palm, unleashing his pure law of primal chaos technique. Rumble. A white light surged forward, like a silver leaf, piercing through the giant hand Yu Hua had created. Plush. The condensing of the law of space was really the compression of space, making space of higher density and quality. However, as Xia Fei's palm approached, the condensed power instantly dissipated. It fell into chaos. Like a deflating balloon, the giant hand collapsed. Xia Fei jumped to the side and stood across from Yu Hua, but he did not use this chance to attack. This was very unusual. He would need to advance another 100 meters to get Yu Hua into the attack range of Peacock Blue. The combination of Peacock Blue, the cruel blood crystal, the law of primal chaos, and Furball's power, he would undoubtedly have been able to deal Yu Hua a heavy blow. Why had Xia Fei chosen to withdraw after dispersing Yu Hua's law condensation energy then? What sort of attack was this? I don't get it. I really don't. One of Yu Hua's subordinates shook his head in confusion. Suddenly, he felt some weight on his shoulder, and when he turned to look, he saw that it was an arm. An arm without flesh. A skeletal arm. This arm was golden. Fear and alarm. The eyes of this subordinate almost popped out of their sockets. It was no wonder Xia Fei had chosen to back away. It was because there had been a strange and disconcerting development. 12 golden skeletons had appeared on the battlefields of Yuzhong and Xia Fei. Rumble. There was a boom, and then half an arm, pitch black and dripping with blood, dropped at Yu Hua's feet. In shock, Yu Hua raised his head and discovered that his subordinates at the ring of the caldera were locked in a bitter battle. 7 golden skeletons had surrounded the 3 great law emperors, and one of them had lost an arm in his negligence. These golden skeletons did not just move quickly but could also use law powers. Those techniques were clearly those of the Yu family. The balance of battle tipped so quickly to the point of absurdity. Heavens sundering! Heavens sundering! Heavens sundering! The golden skeletons attacked together, causing the world itself to change color. Rumble. One of Yu Hua's subordinates saw that the situation was dire and took to the skies. He flew up as a complete human, but he came back down as a shattered corpse. The 7 golden skeletons had simultaneously used the classic martial technique of the Yu clan, the heavens sundering, tearing him to shreds and pulverizing the remains. What's going on? Yu Hua covered his head with a hand and shouted. I have no idea what's going on. I just know that you're dead. Xia Fei had also been terrified by the sight of these golden skeletons. This was why he had immediately drawn back to see how the situation developed. When he saw these inhuman existences attacking Yu Hua's men, he immediately rejoiced. Xia Fei and Yu Hua had no idea that when these golden skeletons still lived, they had been warriors of the Yu family, all possessing peak law emperor cultivation. Before their lanterns had run completely dry, their last bits of vitality had been preserved with the dragon sealing mark, and they had been buried in an independent space, existing solely for a day like this when the Yu family faced disaster. At that time, these sealed beings would be released to save the clan. This was the Yu clan's secret. Divine Beast Green Dawn had been determined to self-detonate precisely because he knew this secret. First, he had wanted to create a chance for Yuzhong and Xia Fei to escape. Second, even if he could not succeed, the intense explosion would blow open that stronghold in the depths of the ancestral shrine and release the golden skeletons. Earlier, after Yuzhong used the dragon sealing mark, the Shatterwu warriors had forcefully suppressed the skeletons. Green Dawn's self-detonation had broken this suppression. He had used physical means to blow open Snake Isle, creating a massive crater with a depth of 50 kilometers. The golden skeletons broke free. Truly, divine beasts possessed intelligence on par with humans. Green Dawn, who had lived for thousands of years, was a crafty character. With his grandiose self-detonation, he had lit the beacon of the final counterattack. Let alone Yu Hua, even Yuzhong had been deceived. Of course, if Yuzhong had known of Green Dawn's plans, he might not have used the dragon sealing mark on himself, much less given the 9 night plum to Xia Fei. The will of the heavens was unfathomable. To protect his master, Green Dawn had unwittingly helped Xia Fei. Disconcerted by this sudden shift, Yu Hua backed away, but Xia Fei crazily charged forward. 2 giant leaves appeared on his right arm, flailing like the arms of an octopus, exhibiting the savagery of an immemorial mystical armament. In Xia Fei's left hand was the striking blood crystal, seemingly ready to suck away all life in the world. Chapter 615, Out of Control Dark Space. After many twists and turns, the appearance of the golden skeletons had completely reversed the tides of battle on Snake Isle. Within a minute, the 3 Law Emperor subordinates Yu Hua had brought with him had been torn to shreds. The balance of power tilted to the side of Xia Fei and Yuzhong. With peacock blue in his right hand and blood crystal in his left, Xia Fei went for a mad charge toward Yu Hua. Xia Fei hated being deceived, but this time, he had fallen into Yu Hua's trap and had almost lost his life for it. What incensed Xia Fei greatly was that he had even regarded Yu Hua as his teacher and as his friend. Yu Hua had helped Xia Fei many times, like breaking through a threshold, and when Yu Kikai had unreasonably challenged him, Yu Hua had firmly stood on his side. This had caused him to fall under the misperception that Yu Hua was his teacher, ally, and friend. Alas, Xia Fei's understanding of the lore realm was far too shallow. In the circle, there would never be such a thing as friends. When Yu Hua discovered that Xia Fei had barged his way into his plans, Yu Hua did not hesitate to try and kill him. He completely tore away his dignified veneer. Xia Fei still felt an ache in his chest. Though the wound on the surface had been healed, Yu Hua's deception and trickery had penetrated deep into his heart, never to be forgotten. The one who deceived him was his enemy, and enemies had to die. Awoo! The listless Furball also became energized, forcing himself to spit out a heavenly net, which charged at Yu Hua like a knife. Night Crevice. Yu Hua waved his hand, his fingers slicing through the fabric of space like a knife and revealing the darkness within. This was not the ordinary space law but rather a dark space opened with law force. The pitch-black fissure was pushed straight forward, punching a hole through the middle of Furball's net. Air rapidly disappeared, sucked into dark space. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless, his feet moved quickly as he made a graceful arc and barely managed to avoid the attack. At this crucial moment, Yu Hua had tossed aside all apprehensions. He even used the dangerous law of void. It must be understood that the node connecting space to dark space was unstable, and the slightest lack of control would result in the dark space expanding without limit. It was even possible for Snake Isle and all of the Yu family to be pulled into it. As a result, when using the law of void, one must be extremely careful. However, in his frantic state, Yu Hua had no time to think about such things, releasing the law energy sense thinking about the consequences. Die. After dodging the fissure, Xia Fei did not stop. Peacock Blue had already penetrated into the ground. Rumble. Peacock Blue bolstered itself to the strongest level. The two blue blades of grass grew to a length of 500 meters, and at a distance of 2 meters from Yu Hua, they suddenly burst out of the ground. Stones went flying everywhere. Like claws of a giant beast, the blades of grass sought to wrap around Yu Hua. This was an immemorial mystical armament. The world's most tenacious weed. Once Yu Hua was captured by Peacock Blue, he would find it hard to escape. If he was then stabbed by the blood crystal, it would not matter that he was a great law emperor. Xia Fei's weapons were all unreasonable and absurd existences. Even a god would be sucked dry. Whoosh! The blades of grass moved nimbly, one of them tightly wrapping around Yu Hua's left leg. Not good. Yu Hua was well aware of the power of an immemorial mystical armament. He had seen Cruel Eagle being held fast by Peacock Blue, caught in its clutches until his death. From this, he had been made well aware of the tenacity and absurdity of this weed. 7 dragons. Split the heavens. Yu Hua did not dare to think that his opponent was just a blue weed and used his strongest technique. Rumble. White light engulfed the area. Heaven's Sundering was the Yu clan's supreme martial technique, and though it was not as abnormal as Yu Jiang's dragon unshackling and dragon sealing marks, it was still shocking enough. The earth was cleaved by the Heaven's Sundering, splitting open like a canyon. Peacock Blue was unable to endure this powerful attack. After all, the Heaven's Sundering used spatial force to tear apart the fabric of space. Blue grass flew into the air. Peacock Blue was being torn to shreds, but new blades of grass quickly grew back. If there was time, Xia Fei would have thoroughly taught Yu Hua what the saying "no prairie fire can destroy the grass, for it shoots up again with the spring breeze" meant. Peacock Blue was rooted in Xia Fei's right arm, and as long as he lived, Peacock Blue would be reborn again and again. Trying to escape from the attack of Peacock Blue? Easier said than done. Yu Hua used law force to shoot into the heavens, and Xia Fei pursued. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. The gust of wind created by his palm was gentle, but he held blood crystal in that palm. This was an attack meant to take Yu Hua's head. The two of them drew closer and closer. Still, Yu Hua was a great law emperor, and he did not panic. He brought his fists together, seemingly about to use some strange law force attack on Xia Fei. Suddenly, a new development. The 7 golden skeletons down below had lost 2 of their number while killing Yu Hua's subordinates, and the remaining 5 began to attack Xia Fei and Yu Hua without distinction, not caring that both were so close. If they randomly attacked like this, Xia Fei would have no hope of escaping. He would be joining Yu Hua to the grave. Damn! These golden skeletons aren't actually on my side. Xia Fei cursed. You should have already guessed that they're not on your side. After all, they're skeletons. Phantom suddenly snarked after having said nothing for a while, leaving Xia Fei disconcerted. This was a very simple math problem. Originally, Xia Fei had been fighting against the Shatterwu warriors and Yu Hua's subordinates 9 law emperors in total. Now, though the golden skeletons had killed Yu Hua's 3 subordinates, they had also made Xia Fei one of their attack targets. In other words, rather than decreasing, the number of enemies had increased. Even worse was that this was no longer a 2-sided melee but rather a 3-party brawl. In a flash, the attacks of the golden skeletons arrived. As if they had discussed everything beforehand, all of these Yu clan ancestors used the Heaven's Sundering. 3 dragons split the heavens. 4 dragons split the heavens. Even 5 dragons split the heavens. The Heaven's Sundering referred to the number of spatial fissures created. Over 10 of these frightening spatial tears could sweep over everything, the scene more impressive than what any movie could fabricate. Not just Xia Fei, even Yu Hua was dumbfounded, a helpless look on his face as his complexion turned white. Rumble. The earth shuddered and groaned. Xia Fei managed to clamber up from the ground before vomiting blood. The attack just then had injured him even more severely than Yu Hua's attack. His ears were still buzzing. The powerful heavens sundering, as well as the excess burden on his body, caused Xia Fei to start seeing things. This was a sign that he was at his limit. Hallucination was bad news for any warrior, for it was a sign that their body's condition was declining, their fighting power plummeting, until they died at the hands of their foe. Xia Fei, look! Phantom looked in terror behind Xia Fei. As their minds were linked, Xia Fei could easily hear what Phantom had said. He turned his head, and his eyes immediately flew open. Is this really the end? I, Xia Fei, might lose my life here. What Xia Fei was worried about happening had transpired. The dark space Yu Hua tore had not disappeared. Instead, it was now several dozen kilometers in diameter and was still expanding. Out of control. The dark space has gone completely out of control. Oro said. In the chaos, Oro's voice could only be heard by Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not answer, for he had no idea how to answer. The dark space going out of control did not just mean that Snake Isle would be lost, it meant that the entire Yu family and the region of space it resided in would, too. The powerful gravitational pull dragged in soil, the vacuum of dark space was so powerful that if it was not stopped soon, a calamity would ensue. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Since he was a goner, anyway, he might as well charge into dark space for a chance at survival. The last time he did this, he had followed the demon chrysalis into a dark space and had almost been imprisoned for a lifetime. Xia Fei still remembered it as if it were just yesterday. It was not that the dark space had been full of monsters, rather, the infinite darkness within was truly too despairing. Death was truly preferable to living for the rest of one's life in that darkness. Yu Hua's face darkened. He had never imagined that the dark space he had opened would go out of control. Yu Zhong had also used this technique before, and Yu Hua had not seen it become a problem. It seemed that his cultivation was still very inferior to the patriarch's, and just because he had seen it did not mean that he could replicate it. Yu Hua glared at Xia Fei. All of this had been because of the latter. If Xia Fei had not managed to get through the sky curtain, if Xia Fei had not attacked him like a madman, willing to sacrifice his own life to take Yu Hua's, he would have never needed to use the law of void. Now, there had been an unexpected development. The golden skeletons had no intention of letting Xia Fei and Yu Hua go. They only recognized the patriarch of the Yu clan and Green Dawn. Everyone else was to be obliterated. With strange shouts and cries, 5 golden skeletons with Law Emperor cultivation charged up. A three-sided fight. Yu Hua would not let Xia Fei go, nor would the golden skeletons let him go. Xia Fei was truly in a miserable situation. However, there was no time to explain. Once the golden skeletons unleashed another round of Law of Space attacks, Xia Fei would be on his way to the underworld. His body was at its limits and on the verge of collapse. How could Xia Fei last out against these Law Emperor experts? He had been able to rely on the law of primal chaos, Holy Beast Shatterstar, an immemorial mystical armament, and the blood crystal to last until now. But there was a limit to how far treasures could get him in this apex battle. While Xia Fei could hold on for a moment, he couldn't hold out forever. All or nothing. Xia Fei roared and charged into the dark space. I might die in that dark space, but I mustn't let Yu Hua get his wish. With his mind set, Xia Fei heedlessly charged into the infinite darkness. Yu Hua was startled. He was not as insane as Xia Fei. The position of patriarch was right before him, the dream of many years about to be fulfilled. Yu Hua was reluctant to leave all this and was unwilling to enter the dark space. Even if he had the ability to open the dark space, he had no idea where he would end up if he went in. If this massive scheme came to nothing and the Yu family disappeared, what meaning would there be in this struggle for the position of patriarch? Yu Hua's face darkened as he hesitated on what to do. Xia Fei continued to charge heedlessly into the dark dimension. In just 2 seconds, he would be in that dark world, but at this moment, there was another development. The unfathomably powerful masked man appeared again. It was that same terrifying fanged mask and the same withered old hands. As if a god had descended, this masked man descended from the sky, gripped the sides of the tier. The slowly expanding dark space froze in place and then began to close slowly. Such power! He was single-handedly closing the dark fissure. However, Xia Fei understood that this masked man was an enemy as well as in the same group with Yu Hua and the Shatter Wu clan. Although Xia Fei had a chance of surviving when fighting Law Emperors despite his heavy injuries, he had no chance against this masked man. Run! This man is a law overlord. Once he closes the tier, he'll turn around and deal with you. Strangely, though Xia Fei was already hearing things, he could still clearly hear Lionheart King Oro's voice. His face paled. This masked man was really a law overlord. Chapter 616, 5 Overlords Gathered. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's headquarters. Say that again. Xia Fei might have been drawn into an internal conflict of the Yu family. Busi of the Four Heavenly Kings sternly asked. Next to him were Zanian Feng and Quzhen Feng. Zanian, who was connected to a spy through his terminal, listened to this report. That's truly too weird. Xia Fei only got back to the Yu family a few hours ago, and he's already been swept up in a big event. How could he cause so much trouble? It's no wonder the intelligence operatives all emphasized Xia Fei's habit of getting into trouble. It truly is the case, Busi grumbled. Quzhen frowned. He was wondering if Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's careless intervention into the matters of the Yu family would trigger some unexpected storm. After all, the Yu family was a small clan in the circle, and if someone was going to intervene, it would be the Law Enforcement Board, not Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Moreover, a spy already told them that the Law Enforcement Board had arrived at Snake Isle upon first notice, but the Yu family had sent them back, saying that the isle was where the clan's ancestral shrine was. After some moments of silence, Zanian organized his words and said, Snake Isle, which holds the Yu family's secret, is enclosed by the sky curtain. From the outside, Snake Isle seems calm, but anyone with a little common sense knows that the sky curtain is an isolation of the law of space. It's completely capable of isolating the inside from the outside. The calm that people on the outside can very well be an illusion. Several minutes ago, our men reported a powerful pulse of energy penetrating through the sky curtain. An energy source so powerful that it can penetrate through the sky curtain, allowing everyone outside of the island to sense it. This is utterly absurd. The only explanation for the release of such a powerful energy source is that a law overlord appeared on Snake Isle. Everyone knows that the Yu family has no law overlord expert. An outsider must have caused this trouble. Our spies searched all around the island and didn't find Xia Fei, so we can easily conjecture that he's inside the island. The energy pulse Zanian's spy had felt was naturally caused by Green Dawn's detonation. Divine beasts were born from nature, and when they died, the world would weep. It was very normal for the energy pulse to penetrate through the sky curtain and be sensed by those outside of it. Xia Fei is inside Snake Isle. Quzhen was confused. He's just a level 4 law sovereign. How could he be so powerful as to break through the sky curtain's isolation boundary? Zanian smiled. Both Uncle Busi and I understand that we didn't just jointly recommend Xia Fei because he is quick-witted and good at analyzing things, more importantly, it's because he has the holy beast Shatterstar and possesses a very strange law power. It's still the same law of space, but not only is it powerful, it can also neutralize other laws. I speculate that he might have his own understanding of the law of space. What is a person who obtains his own comprehension of a law if not a genius? He also has a strange weapon that can suck any life forms dry, leaving them shriveled up corpses. He could also be a member of the Skywing race, meaning he has a group of those extremely bizarre fellows standing behind him. Let alone me, father, even you probably haven't encountered such a bizarre and complex examinee before, right? Busi nodded in agreement with Zanian's words. In their eyes, cultivation was not everything. The key was that Xia Fei was hiding too many secrets, piquing their curiosity. If they knew that Xia Fei also had peacock blue rooted in his right arm, they would likely be stunned beyond belief. Quzhen remained unconvinced. It was not that he was not tempted, but that the Dragon Ascension's name was just too conspicuous. The entire circle was watching it, and every move needed to be made with extreme caution, to be pondered and mulled over again and again. Busi shook his head and said, this incident in the Yu clan couldn't be related to that legend that the family was hiding an immemorial mystical armament, could it? Quzhen was startled. I've heard about that. There are 30 immemorial mystical armaments in all, and most of them are kept by the two peak races. Only a few have ended up in the circle. If the Yu family were really hiding an immemorial mystical armament, it should have fallen prey to someone else's schemes a long time ago. Suddenly, the terminal on Quzhen's desk began to flash. Rather than grabbing it, he simply pressed his hand on it. This was an encrypted secret signal, which was transmitted mentally rather than through words. Only Quzhan could receive it. Quzhan Feng drew his arm away in shock as he softly said, "The Moonward clan and Nine Fan clan have sent people to the Yu family." Busi said, "What's strange about that? The Yu family pays tribute to those two clans every year, and the Moonward and Nine Fan clans protect it in return. Now that something is happening in the Yu family, they're bound to send people over to see what's up." Quzhan shook his head. "I wouldn't have anything to say if they had sent people from the start, but Snake Isle has been sealed for a day and a night now. The Moonward and Nine Fan clans sending people now is a little too late." Quzhan paused for a moment. "Do you know who's leading them?" "Who?" Busi and Zanian asked in unison. "The second elder of the Moonward clan, Jinjin Xiang, and the Azure Fan of the Nine Fan clan, Yan Zouju. Two law overlords." Zanian Feng and Busi were both stunned. Zanian asked, "Jinjin Xiang and Yan Zouju are both old monsters who have lived for centuries. It's rare for them to make an appearance, so how are they both heading to the Yu family today?" "On the surface, it seems like those recluse are heading there to protect the Yu family, but just as father said, isn't it a little too late if that's their real purpose?" Busi hastily asked, "Zanian, what do you mean?" "I have a wicked conjecture. Could the Moonward and Nine Fan clan have known long ago that something is happening in the Yu clan? They're heading out now either to reap the reward or to clear the scene and make sure that no evidence remains." Busi jumped up from his chair. "So you're saying that this is some conspiracy laid down by the 9 great clans?" Zanian had no reaction, only staring at his father. These were all speculations, and only his Quzhan could decide how to deal with the situation. Quzhan massaged his temples, and Busi rather impatiently said, "Dragon Ascension Martial Hall appears to be under the control of your Feng clan, but over the last few years, the human race has been in decline, and the number of students from other races now surpasses the number of students from the human race." "Your meaning is?" Quzhan asked. "The human race has produced quite a few excellent sprouts this time, and Xia Fei is one of them. I am a human, so I am bound to favor the people of my own race. Whether or not this is some conspiracy of the 9 great clans, I do not wish to see a student with a lot of potential killed before he even enters the martial hall. It's just that simple." Just as Quzhan opened his mouth, the terminal on his desk began to flash again. After taking the message, Quzhan started laughing. "It's getting more and more interesting. Shatterwu clan's Senbawu and Withered Mu clan's patriarch Mu Kyun, who hasn't shown himself for decades, are also preparing to head out, probably to the Yu clan as well. 4 law overlords." Zanian swallowed. Everyone knew of these renowned names, and all of them were extraordinary individuals at the law overlord level. All of them were heading to the same place at the same time. It was too absurd. Quzhan stood up and began to pace in his room. 4 of the 9 great clans are heading out, and I'm sure that the Law Enforcement Board will be going over, too. What's going on here? Quzhan muttered. Busi and Zanian repressed their agitation and uneasiness as they waited for Quzhan's decision. Since that's the case, Busi, you go, too. Let's get a gathering of 5 overlords. Busi stood up and sternly nodded. Within the space of a few minutes, 5 law overlords would gather in the Yu clan. This was undoubtedly a rare event. All of them had their own plans, with Busi not even having an idea of what was going on. Suddenly, before Busi could leave, Zanian's terminal began to ring. "Young master, bad news. Someone in the Yu clan's Snake Isle used the Law of Void. The dark space has gone out of control. Even the people outside of Snake Isle can sense it. The Yu family has already sent an urgent request for help to the Law Enforcement Board." Snake Isle. Xia Fei hastily came to a stop and stared at the masked man standing far in front. This was simply a miracle. The masked man was single-handedly controlling and closing the dark spatial tier. Lionheart King Oro was right. The masked old man was a law overlord and his enemy. Once he closed the dark space, he would turn around and deal with him. Be it Xia Fei or those golden skeletons, none of them could hope to survive. The gap between their strength was massive, and not even with countless treasures could Xia Fei hope to hold out. "Run! The farther, the better!" Oro hurriedly hollered. His voice was rather hoarse. If Xia Fei died, he would be exposed, a result that Oro did not wish to see. Rumble! As they spoke, the golden skeletons started attacking again. There was another series of explosions. What Xia Fei had taken initially for his saviors had now become vexing ghosts who did not distinguish between friend and foe. Xia Fei stood up, his head dizzy. While dodging just now, he had gotten injured again. He was at his limit, and each second of delay was dangerous. Yu Hua howled and charged at a golden skeleton. He wanted to use the chaos to kill Xia Fei, but he was well aware that the greatest threat originated from the golden skeletons. The masked man said nothing, but the void continued to close. In just a few more seconds, it would be completely sealed. This was Xia Fei's only chance to escape. Bang! Edgeless erupted with flames and soared to the clouds. Xia Fei still had a bit of focus, and he decided to break out through the top of the sky curtain. The quantum engine operated at 100%, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Capture him! That item isn't on Yu Guding. The ones speaking were the two black-robed law emperors searching Yu Guding's body. After failing to find the 9 night plum on Yu Guding's body, they hurriedly joined Yu Hua. Since the 9 night plum was not on Yu Guding, it must be on Xia Fei. Seeing the old man closing the dark space, the two law emperors were shocked. Soon after, Xia Fei began to run. How could the two of them let Xia Fei escape? Instant movement. Whoosh! The two law emperors appeared above Xia Fei, blocking his path. White light gathered in 4 hands as the two law emperors prepared to attack Xia Fei. Xia Fei had nowhere to run. Above were 2 law emperors, and on the ground were Yu Hua and the dangerous golden skeletons. This was not considering the masked law overlord. He was by far the most dangerous thing here. With his last shred of rationality, Xia Fei made a decision. An insane decision. That mottled rainbow energy sphere in his 7th brain region burst apart with a pop. No! Phantom cried with all his might. Alas, he was a step too late. Chapter 617, A Decisive Battle. In his life, Xia Fei had done many insane things and made many crazy decisions. Otherwise, he would have never been called a lunatic by others. There were many lunatics in the universe, but Xia Fei was different from the others. There was nothing wrong with his head, and he was actually rather logical, capable of analyzing and judging things. His madness existed in his vigorous counterattack in dire straits and in that attitude which disdained all rules and conventions. Everyone feared death, but true warriors dared to gamble with their lives in desperate times. The result was not important. What was important was an attitude that pursued victory, a desire to live and tenaciously struggle for survival. Even when one's body had no more energy and their mind and body had both reached their limits. Xia Fei still had quite a few origin crystals in his spatial ring, but he did not have the time to absorb them. In the middle of a fierce battle, was there anyone who would just stand by and watch their foe fight and recover energy at the same time? However, there was still a multicolored ball of energy in his 7th brain region. This was the powerful energy absorbed through level 5 Law Emperor Cruel Eagle, a warrior who practiced the law of matter. Cruel Eagle had lived for more than 100 years. Part of his accumulated energy had gone to the blood crystal while the other part had been given to Xia Fei. This method of seizing energy was incredibly cruel. A lifetime of cultivation had been stolen by Xia Fei through little effort on his part. If Cruel Eagle's spirit were still around, he would probably vomit blood out of sheer anger. 2 great law emperors attacked Xia Fei from above, while a law overlord waited down below. There was no choice. Xia Fei could only break out through the sky. Breaking out required enough energy to contend against 2 great law emperors. The law realm was the realm of energy. Without energy, it was hard to advance even an inch. The energy ball in Xia Fei's 7th brain region was everything he had. He had no other energy available for him to use. There was no other option. Even though this energy was volatile and dangerous, Xia Fei had to use it. He clenched his teeth, and the rainbow ball of energy in his brain shattered. This was an extremely insane decision he had made. This energy did not belong to Xia Fei but had originally been Cruel Eagle's. Thus, Xia Fei was not confident in his ability to control this energy. As for using his enemy's energy to attack his enemies, it was truly a fantastical idea. However, Xia Fei firmly believed that nothing in the universe was impossible. Success or failure, he needed to at least try first. No, Phantom yelled in panic, that energy isn't yours. It's too violent. It will destroy your 7th brain region. Xia Fei was deaf to Phantom's words at this point, though, for he had already gone completely mad. There was nothing in his mind except the thought of battle. Whoosh! Surging energy, which had once belonged to Cruel Eagle, instantly filled his 7th brain region, and it was not just his brain region. Xia Fei's body rapidly swelled like an inflating balloon. Immense energy unstoppably swept out. Excess would result in overflow. If he could not swiftly consume this external energy, Xia Fei would face disaster. If too much energy filled his body, he would explode. The two great law emperors in the sky were both aghast. As experts, they could easily tell that Xia Fei was radiating with an energy different from normal. The young man shooting toward them was like a devil with bared fangs. No. It was more like a bomb with an unstable fuse. Even his opponents could sense how dangerous he was. If this much energy exploded, another calamity on par with Green Dawn's self-detonation would occur. His eyes were resolved. Streaked with blood. Xia Fei was going all out. White tiger howls at the moon. Azure peak slash. The two great law emperors did not dare to be careless, both unleashing their strongest techniques. The energy inside Xia Fei was so unstable that they feared that Xia Fei would suddenly explode, in which case, they would inevitably be caught in the explosion. On one end was a rapid condensation of the law of space, on the other end was a fissure created with the law of space. White tiger howls at the moon compressed space to an extreme degree, manifesting as a giant fanged beast lunging at the opponent. In truth, the monster, which manifested in the air, did not look like a white tiger at all. With its giant maw, it looked more like a monstrous toad, as a mouth several hundred meters in diameter lunged at Xia Fei. Once one was caught in the mouth, the compression would begin. Warriors, whose ranks were too low, would be incapable of fighting back and would be instantly crushed into paste. Azure Peak Slash was a giant spatial fissure. Unlike the savage scars normally created by such techniques, this was an extremely neat tear, like a crescent moon blade descending from the heavens. As that azure wave of light swept across the starry sky, it seemed on the verge of severing the river of stars. Two great law emperors. Two apex techniques of shocking might. On the left was a behemoth, and on the right was a sharp and vicious blade. The developments in the sky left everyone feeling shocked. While fighting off the golden skeletons, Yu Hua shot a glance in the sky, and even that masked law overlord silently raised his head. They were not shocked at the combined techniques of the two great law emperors but rather at Xia Fei. While these were high-tier techniques, it was not as if both were completely unseen, so the mysterious law overlord was unmoved by them. However, no one had ever seen Xia Fei's suicidal method of attack before, and no one could tell how Xia Fei had suddenly unleashed such a massive amount of unstable energy, turning himself into a massive bomb that could explode at any moment. Madness could not explain this conduct. Did Xia Fei truly not want to live anymore? Xia Fei's lips curved upward. He was actually smiling. Holy Beast Shatterstar was also smiling, as was Lionheart King Oro in the ring. Crazy enough. Oro's words were enough to describe the scene. Using an enemy's energy to charge fearlessly at the enemy? Oro could not find a better word to describe this than crazy. Awoo! Furball howled. After spending too long with Xia Fei, this little fellow had also gone insane. Seeing Xia Fei charge heedlessly into the fray, Furball felt no fear but only excitement. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei roared as he unleashed his pure law of primal chaos martial technique. Xia Fei placed a hand above him, and a giant maple leaf instantly took form, floating in the nothingness like a leaf in the autumn wind. As Xia Fei was using Cruel Eagle's energy and not his own, this attack appeared to be extremely unstable. The giant maple leaf grew larger. Xia Fei could not let Cruel Eagle's energy stay in his body, for it was too violent and abundant. Xia Fei had to release all of it. Although Blood Crystal had only given Xia Fei a small part of Cruel Eagle's lifetime of energy, this was already a shocking amount of energy. After more than 100 years of refining, this energy was incredibly pure, and it was faintly infused with the aura of the Law of Matter user. What law is this? The masked law overlord on the ground asked himself. As an expert, he instantly sensed the abnormal aura of the law of primal chaos. This energy, which could subvert and disrupt all things, was so wild and unruly that it instantly stimulated his desire to fight. If he were not so busy suppressing the expansion of the dark space, the mysterious law overlord would really go up to fight with Xia Fei. The sturdiness of the law of matter, the sharpness of the law of space, and the ability to flip over the universe via the law of primal chaos. The maple leaf swept forward, meeting the attacks of the two great law emperors head-on. Rumble. The giant maw of the white tiger's howls at the moon led the way, its toothed mouth biting down and swallowing Xia Fei. The law overlord frowned. Xia Fei had been so easily swallowed, and the condensation of space law energy would activate soon, the extreme spatial compression turning Xia Fei into a meat pancake. This was not the result he had predicted. Xia Fei had released such a grandiose attack and had seemed determined to take down his enemies with him, but he had been swallowed up with little fanfare. Truly, this was loud thunder followed by a tiny drizzle of rain. The law overlord shrugged, believing that he had either overestimated Xia Fei or that his eyes were going bad. Meanwhile, he continued to close the void tier. Suddenly, a massive explosion came from the sky. It was like 10,000 lightning bolts had flashed all at once. The sound was vast and grandiose. Rumble. Before space could compress, Xia Fei had already broken out of the spatial compression. The maple leaf was soft and supple, but it had obliterated the law of space condensation technique used by the Great Law Emperor. That toad-like monster had its belly punched through. Xia Fei had gone in through its mouth and blasted his way out through its stomach. Heavens! What power is that? All the warriors who saw this sight could not help but ask themselves if they could shatter the full-strength attack of a Law Emperor and tear open a condensed space. Xia Fei seemed to have the help of the gods. This was not even the most shocking thing, for they soon bore witness to an even more unbelievable sight. As azure peak slash descended like a divine blade, with its azure light blotting out half the sky, Xia Fei's maple leaf soared upward to meet it. If things went as expected, the maple leaf would be no match for the blade, and the azure peak slash would slice apart the maple leaf and then strike Xia Fei. Alas, even now, they still did not understand that falling leaves of autumn's demise was not the usual culmination of law force but rather something powered by the law of primal chaos, which could reverse all. It could make black into white, right into wrong. The law of primal chaos was this sort of unreasonable existence. The greatest law in the universe was that there were no laws, and the most absurd law in the universe was this law that could subvert the laws of others. Bang! The azure blade struck Xia Fei's leaf like bolt of lightning. A blinding explosion of light. There was no sound, the world falling silent. And then something absurd happened. The azure spatial fissure was bounced back by the maple leaf. It was turned around. Yu Hua roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The mysterious masked law overlord also could not help but swallow. As for the two law emperors in the air, their eyes went wide in disbelief and confusion. Shattering a condensed law of space and reversing the spatial fissure. What sort of power was this? Xia Fei was an unremarkable and minor character, so how could he possess such absurd strength? Whoosh! The azure blade flew back the way it had come, flying past the two law emperors and directly colliding with the sky curtain. Rumble! Another shudder. The sky curtain held on and did not shatter. Xia Fei had already reached the two law emperors. The white maple leaf swept past them like a giant and crashed into the sky curtain. Rumble! This was a considerable blow. The sky curtain, which could stop the attacks of law emperors, shattered. Xia Fei's maple leaf also broke apart, its remains drifting down from the sky like giant snowflakes. Whoosh! Xia Fei charged out of the seal and continued to soar upward. Farther up was the outer shell of the warship. The Yu family was built on a giant warship and was enclosed with a giant transparent outer shell. Xia Fei's mind was somewhat fuzzy, so he did not notice that he was about to crash into the outer shell and into space. In this moment of crisis, Furball spat out a heaven net, which used up the last bit of his energy. Boom! In the eternal night of space, a small demon race ship rapidly moved. It covered 10,000 light-years a minute. After inputting some coordinates, Xia Fei collapsed onto the deck in exhaustion. Where do these coordinates go? Xia Fei weakly said. The demon race, Oro sternly replied. Chapter 618, Wanted Again. The Pan-Human Alliance, the rebuilt Venal Galaxy, the brand new Half-Moon Hill Villa. The night had fallen long ago, but in the darkness, Avril quietly got out of her bed. After rubbing her somewhat dry eyes with her snowy white hands, she opened her wardrobe and put on a pair of blue jeans, white sneakers, and a pink travel jacket. Softly exhaling, Avril took from an exquisite box on her dressing table a prepared spatial ring. She opened the balcony door, bathing her body in the silver moonlight. Her golden hair swayed in the wind. Avril seemed rather worried, but her jewel-like eyes flashed with determination. Who was Avril waiting for in the dark night? Since she had taken out prepared travel gear, was she going on a trip? With her silent actions, not waking her maids or butlers, was Avril planning to travel far on her own? In short, Avril's actions on this moonlit and starry night were very strange, but what happened next was even more bizarre. A small, strangely shaped warship appeared at the Jian family home, avoiding the Venal Galaxy's 7 layers of powerful defenses, arriving like a ghost. Those familiar with the warship models of the Alliance would have quickly recognized that this ship belonged to none of them. Even its cloaking system activated and deactivated without a single energy pulse. The warship bathed in the moonlight and then vanished in the sea of stars, and Avril had vanished as well. The night remained the same, but that golden waterfall of hair and that incredibly cute and adorable face was no more. However, the strangeness did not end there. 27 minutes and 19 seconds after Avril left the Jian family home, a boom resounded through the calm Half Moon Hill villa. Rumble. Avril's bedroom exploded. A strong glass door had existed between the balcony and the bedroom, but now, this door was blasted to pieces. The bedroom was turned into a large barn. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Jian family's bodyguards arrived at the scene, countless flashlights piercing through the darkness, countless eyes uneasy, frightened, and unaware of what to do next. Where's the young miss? I don't know. Who broke this door? I don't know. Then what do you know? Pang Xing furiously roared, not caring that he was the Jian family's head butler. Get searching already. If something happened to the young miss, I'll have your heads. Pang Xing's face turned cold, his gaze dark and sinister. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several hundred figures vanished into the darkness to search for Avril. Alas, where could they start searching for Avril in the vast sea of stars? In a forest not far from Half Moon Hill Villa, two black silhouettes stood, observing everything that transpired within the Jian family home. It seems that they don't know where Avril has gone, either. It seems so. Then what do we do? Let's wait until daybreak. If they really can't find her, then we can only give an honest report. Strange. How is it that Avril happened to disappear exactly when we arrived? Does she have the ability to predict the future? Impossible. No one can predict the future. Then how can you explain the fact that she disappeared the moment we arrived? I can't explain it. A sorrowful mood quickly spread, the frantic faces of servants and bodyguards visible everywhere. Bad news always spread fast. A dozen or so minutes later, the Venal Galaxy's General Police Headquarters activated its emergency contingency plan, hundreds of thousands of police officers beginning to search the streets for Avril. 25 minutes later, the Venal Defense Headquarters began to execute a thorough search. 30 minutes later, the Public Security Force, Border Force, Special Defense Force, and intelligence apparatus received Avril's picture and secret orders to search for her. In the middle of the tension and unrest, the sky gradually brightened, and those two mysterious figures in the forest vanished without a trace. Grandfather. Mu Fuping pouted as she buried her beautiful face in Mu Qian's chest. Snake Isle was in ruins and devoid of life, a sight that left Mu Fuping stunned and frightened. Mu Fuping had been able to drag Patriarch Mu Qian, who had not shown his face in the Lore Realm for several decades, to Snake Isle. Whether it was through tantrums or threats, it was clear that Mu Fuping enjoyed incredible status and favor in the withered Mu clan. Alas, they had still come too late. In all this devastation, there was no sign of Xia Fei. Yujin creased his brows and hastily walked over to Mu Qian. The Yu clan had suffered a sudden calamity, and even the ancestral shrine had been destroyed, so Yujin had a rather nasty expression on his face. As the chief steward, Yujin was now the acting patriarch, responsible for surveying and cleaning up the scene. Bowing, Yujin asked, "Venerable Patriarch Mu, for what reason have you asked for me?" Though he was in no mood to speak with outsiders, Yujin remained respectful. After all, Mu Qian was the patriarch of the withered Mu clan, a law overlord. Let alone the Yu clan, no one in the Lore Realm would dare to be rude to this elderly gentleman. Dryly coughing, Mu Qian replied, "My precious granddaughter is looking for someone in your Yu clan." "Who was it again?" "Xia Fei," Mu Fuping softly said, her voice somewhat scratchy. "Right, Xia Fei. Where is he? Hurry and take me to him." Yujin frowned. He naturally knew about the relationship between Mu Fuping and Xia Fei, but he had not expected Mu Fuping to place such importance on it. Her father refused to help, so she had gone to the venerable master of the Mu clan, instead. This was a mighty god. Venerable Master Mu, at the final moment, Xia Fei broke out of the sky curtain, destroyed the outer shell around the Yu clan's ship, and escaped into the sea of stars, vanishing without a trace. "We're still looking for him." As he spoke, Yujin pointed at the massive hole in the sky. The warship's outer shell protected the Yu family from the harsh conditions of space, and Xia Fei's escape through it had panicked everyone in the clan. Fortunately, the law enforcement board had arrived on time and had used law force to temporarily seal the breach, thus avoiding an even greater disaster. Mu Qian's eyes twinkled as he excitedly asked, "He destroyed the sky curtain. What cultivation does that young man have?" "Level 2 Law Sovereign," Yu Jin respectfully reported. "That's before the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Xia Fei is now a level 4 Law Sovereign." Yu Jin, Mu Qian, and Mu Fuping turned their heads and saw that the speaker was none other than Busi, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension. At his side was the young master of the Feng clan, Zanian Feng. Only level 4, yet he broke through the sky curtain. Mu Qian muttered in disbelief. Mu Qian was their senior, so Zanian Feng and Busi both bowed and greeted him. Besides that, Zanian Feng lightly nodded at Mu Fuping. A helpless look appeared on Yu Jin's face. With Busi here, there were now 5 law overlords gathered on Snake Isle. This was his first time seeing such a force. "What did you mean when you said that Xia Fei broke the sky curtain and escaped? Why did he need to escape?" Busi's dark face turned stern as he coldly asked. "We're not sure, but everyone in the Yu clan saw him break through the sky curtain and the ship's outer shell to escape," Yu Jin said. "Perhaps he was suffering from a guilty conscience." Guilty conscience? Everyone was confused. Had Xia Fei done something terrible that he would have a guilty conscience? What had Xia Fei done? Impossible. Big brother Xia Fei has never wronged the clan in any way. He has no need to run. Mu Fuping clenched her teeth and retorted. Mu Qian shook his head. His granddaughter was the apple of his eye, but she was too simple and stubborn. In the man-eat-man world of the circle, anything could happen. Yu Jin softly said, "Xia Fei entered the sky curtain alone, but the numerous experts of the Yu clan present on the scene were unable to do so. Xia Fei was only a law sovereign, so how could he get through the sky curtain? Someone must have let him in. In addition, if he didn't commit any crime against the clan, why would he run away?" Everyone was taken aback, and even Mu Fuping had nothing to say. The situation looked very bad for Xia Fei, and his actions did not stand up to scrutiny. "The patriarch has passed away, and I have many matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company anymore. As for this incident, the Yu family has already reported it to the Law Enforcement Board. The seniors at the board will decide whether or not Xia Fei was among the assassins." Yu Jin bowed and left. As Zanian watched Yu Jin leave, he said, "Xia Fei's in big trouble this time." Mu Fuping's eyes reddened, almost on the verge of tears. Mu Qian hastily went to comfort his beloved granddaughter. Alas, his efforts did little. "I accompanied the members of the Law Enforcement Board in inspecting Snake Isle. Other than members of the Yu family and some bizarre golden skeletons, there are no other bodies to be found. It seems like someone already cleaned up the crime scene," Busi coldly said. Mu Qian nodded. "There's an expert here with a cultivation on par with mine, and they specialize in concealment. The Law Enforcement Board's investigation won't find anything. This person was very meticulous in their cleanup. As for the golden skeletons, those are the work of the Yu clan's legendary dragon sealing and dragon unleashing marks. In life, they were law emperors of the Yu family, and in death, they're sealed in an eternal dimension with a part of their cultivation. Yu Zhang even used the last resort of the clan, so we can see that it's an extremely desperate battle." All was silent. For such a bitterly fought battle to leave no trace, it was clear that someone had cleaned up the area, but Xia Fei's choice to escape left everyone confused. "Why would he run?" Zanian suddenly said, "Xia Fei is smart, and he had a reason for everything he did. I think that he must have had some unspeakable predicament so he chose to escape." Mu Fuping blinked and looked at Zanian. There was finally someone speaking up for Xia Fei, and Mu Fuping felt extremely grateful. "There's one situation in which I would also choose to escape," Zanian Feng said. "What situation?" "My opponent was powerful to an unfathomable level and I had no one whom I could trust," Zanian Feng stated. "Xia Fei broke through the sky curtain, but he chose not to stay with the Yu family. This can only mean that he trusted no one in the clan and trusted no one in the Law Enforcement Board. If this was some enormous conspiracy that involved many other parties, Xia Fei would have no idea who was involved, who was his enemy, and who was his friend. The only option he would have would be to escape. There are many times when the unseen enemy is the most frightening." Busi creased his brows and asked, "You're saying that Xia Fei believed that staying with the Yu family was dangerous so he left even if he had to be suspected of killing the patriarch?" Zanian Feng gave a slight nod and shot a glance at the distant figure of Yu Jin. Everyone was startled. Busey sternly said, his choice might have been correct, but being wanted by the Law Enforcement Board is now unavoidable. As the only living participant, the Law Enforcement Board will undoubtedly seek him out for an explanation. Busey's speculation was on the mark. The Law Enforcement Board carelessly inspected the crime scene, and on the same night, it issued an arrest warrant for Xia Fei. Sometimes, life was just like this, and one was helpless to stop it. Not long after arriving at the Law Realm, Xia Fei had once again been forced onto the path of the fugitive. Chapter 619, The White Jade Ape's Pedestal. After some time, Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes. The dim lights of the navigation deck left him feeling dazed, making him wonder whether he was still in the mortal realm or in hell. Master, you're finally awake. You've been out for 3 days and 3 nights. Pod was worried that you had really died, Pod frantically said. He vigorously helped up Xia Fei, hoping that he could sit more comfortably. Unfortunately, this demon warship was small and the alloy floorboards were very hard. You got off lucky this time. 7 of your ribs are broken, your left tibia is broken, and your right arm is broken, you also have internal injuries. Phantom sighed. In a little while, once you mix a few medicines, you'll need to rest for half a month. As for the internal injuries, you'll have to heal them slowly. Xia Fei nodded. At this time, Furball nuzzled against Xia Fei's neck. This fellow had also been injured in battle, and Pod had been so panicky that he bandaged Furball into a little ball. His small eyes peeked out from the bandages, dim and listless. Furball is fine. He's just lost too much energy and needs a large amount of origin crystals to replenish, Phantom explained. He glanced at the rows of empty crystals on the ground. While Xia Fei had been unconscious, Furball had not been polite, eating more than 100 grade 4 origin crystals and leaving Xia Fei's heart aching in pain. Taking out an origin crystal, Xia Fei absorbed its energy while looking out the deck window. The river of stars was dark, and several tiny asteroids brushed past the window. What place is this? Xia Fei asked. Pod was surprised, and then he worriedly stroked Xia Fei's head. Master, is your head okay? You're the one who set the coordinates to this place. Xia Fei was at a loss. He really could not remember what had happened before he collapsed. With great difficulty, he managed to get Pod to give up on inspecting his head, telling him that his head was fine. This is the border of the demon race. The spatial ring was not closed, so Lionheart King Oro's words rang out clearly in his ears. The demon race. Did you really forget? After boarding the ship, in your dazed state, you insisted on returning to the Alliance, but even using the fastest demon warship, it would take several years to go from the Law Realm to the Alliance. Thus, I gave you these coordinates so that when you got to the demon race border, we could see if you could get your hands on an unregistered spatial compass, Oro said. Xia Fei lightly slapped his head. Now I remember. It seems that something like it really did happen. Saying this, Xia Fei hastily turned on the reinforced Black Bat radar. On it, he saw that his signal from before had been sent, which allowed him to relax. He tried to get in contact with Avril, alas, with the vast distance of space between them, there was no reply. If my guess is correct, you charged out of the Yu clan's giant ship because you didn't trust the people there and also because you wanted to send out this signal. Oro asked. Xia Fei nodded. Who was the signal for? Is that person very important to you? Very important, Xia Fei said as he struggled to his feet. Edgeless had retracted at some point, and Xia Fei had also been bound up into a mummy by Pod, white bandages tightly wrapped around him. Pod's cooking skills were truly masterful, alas, he did not understand medicine very much. He had only gotten this far with Oro's guidance. Otherwise, he really would not have known how to handle the injuries. In this period of time, Pod had been keeping Oro company in the ring, and the two had become rather good friends. Unfortunately, only Xia Fei could sense Phantom's existence, so Pod could not get any of Phantom's medical knowledge, or else the injuries would have been handled better. After all, Lionheart King Oro's medical knowledge was second-rate, and his skills in this field were vastly inferior to Phantom's. Xia Fei spent an hour treating his wounds again and mixing a few medicines. Gulp gulp. After drowning a red concoction, Xia Fei felt his entire body becoming much more relaxed, the pain from his broken bones dwindling. However, his internal organs were still restless. When cleaning up Dark Ghost's ship, Xia Fei had left for himself some medicinal ingredients and machines, so mixing up this medicine on the spot had not been a problem. After reading through Sentinel Goddess Sophie's database, Phantom had greatly expanded his medical knowledge, and Xia Fei could not help but give him a thumbs up, praising the efficacy of this medicine. Seating himself on the pilot chair, Xia Fei took a look at how their journey was going. It's a good thing that you have this demon warship, otherwise the trackers on Edgeless and the spatial compass would have already given your position away. The god and demon races have been opponents for ages, and their systems aren't compatible with each other. As long as you're in this ship, you won't have to worry about being discovered. Of course, if you leave, it will be best not to use Edgeless or the spatial compass. You'll be discovered, Oro somewhat proudly said. What do you plan to do next? Oro asked. Get my hands on an unregistered compass and return to the Alliance, Xia Fei sternly said. Never to return to the Lore Realm. Smiling, Xia Fei said, when the time is right, I'll naturally return. Yu Hua still isn't dead, and no one is allowed to mess around with me and get off scot-free. I'll take note of Yu Hua's debt for now, and the day will come when I settle accounts. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes erupting with light. It had always been Xia Fei's style to take vengeance. He had been left in a very sorry state because of Yu Hua and had been fooled rather badly. There was no way he could let the man go. Oro shrugged. That's easier said than done. What do you think others will think about how you blasted through the shell of the Yu clan's ship and fled? It's inevitable that you'll be connected to the disaster, and you'll probably also be blamed for Yu Jiang's death. Xia Fei said, only with escape did I have a sliver of survival. Things would have been even worse had I stayed. There was clearly a big conspiracy going on. Yu Hua, Yu Jin, and Yu Peng, the three largest power holders of the clan, were involved. There's also that mysterious masked man. He's a law overlord who managed to close a dark space with his bare hands. His rank is probably absurd. This group wouldn't have acted without a backup plan. If I stayed and said that it's all been a conspiracy concocted by Yu Hua and the Shatter Wu clan, do you think they would believe me or one of the 9 great clans? Oro said nothing. Xia Fei was all alone, and no one would believe him. Moreover, if he stayed with the Yu clan, his fate would no longer be under his control, and who could say if some expert would not appear and instantly kill Xia Fei? Opposing a group of such powerful foes was definitely not a good idea. Besides, Yu Hua and the Shatter Wu clan are the only ones out in the open. I have no idea who else might be in the shadows, and the unseen enemies are the most frightening. I have to escape the chaos first and then find a chance to properly investigate this matter in secret. While this puts me in a passive position for now, at least I can still control my own fate. Oro was in agreement with Xia Fei's judgment. The situation was chaotic, like a pool of stagnant water, filthy and hard to see through. One would not be able to see anything while in the water, and one could be attacked by a lurking alligator at any time, but by jumping out of the water, one could wait until the waters had calmed and the grime had sunk to the bottom, at which point, one could naturally see what was inside. Oro laughed. Staying rational while your mind's a mess isn't easy. Besides, you got 2 darkness metal weapons off Yu Hua and even got the Yu clan's immemorial mystical armament, the 9 Night Plum. You didn't lose out too much. Darkness metal is abnormally expensive. In the demon race, you'll be able to exchange it for a high-rank spatial compass and still have some left over. The demon race's compasses are on a completely different system from the god races, and as long as you are careful not to get caught, when you're strong enough, you can go back and settle accounts with Yu Hua. These words reminded Xia Fei, and he stroked his spatial ring and took out the 2 darkness metal weapons, the Ode of 100 Spirits and Waning Moon's Toll. He had pulled Waning Moon's Toll from Yu Hua's hand and had even bitten off half of Yu Hua's ear, leaving the man so enraged that he almost vomited blood. There was also that box from Old Woods. Everything had happened too suddenly, with Xia Fei being swept up in the storm before he even had a chance to look inside the box. Finally, there was a plant sealed in a transparent incubator, the 9 Night Plum. It had a white trunk, crystalline leaves, and 9 pitch-black small flowers in full bloom. The 9 Night Plum truly had a bizarre appearance. This plant had a height of 2 meters and exuded a kingly aura. While peacock blue was inconspicuous, the 9 Night Plum had a domineering aura, and one could tell that it was an extraordinary plant at a single glance. The immemorial mystical armament 9 Night Plum, a mix of both the plant type and the darkness type. Of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, it is the most poisonous existence. Oro raised an eyebrow and said. Look at this incubator holding the 9 Night Plum. It has an air recycler, but it doesn't have any venting system. This is because the consequences of leaking out the poisonous gas are very hard to predict, with high chances of mass death. Peacock blue is the most tenacious existence, while the 9-night plum is the most poisonous existence. Xia Fei nodded. The 9-night plum had 9 flowers, each one pitch black. They were like the eyes of the night, looking over the world. Alas, the 9-night plum was extremely poisonous, and subduing it would probably involve immense difficulties. He opened the box Old Woods had given him and saw a square made of white jade, a groove at the top where something could be placed. A piece of jade? Even a high-tier origin crystal would be better. What's the use of this? Old Woods is a little too cheap. I can't believe I wasted my time solving that fractal geometry problem for him, Xia Fei grumbled. Wait. Just when Xia Fei was about to put this useless piece of jade back into his ring, Oro cried for him to stop. The material this item was made from isn't normal. I recall that you have a white ape jade made from the same kind of white jade. Startled, Xia Fei took the white jade ape out from his ring. The white jade was crystalline and cool, giving the same sensation as the square piece of jade he had been given. Could it be? Xia Fei placed the white jade ape on the square. Click! Miraculously, the white jade ape snapped right into the groove as if the two items had been made for each other. It's a set. Xia Fei said to himself. This white jade ape had the ability to condense the energy within origin crystals, and when using the energy that this ape had refined and condensed, it became much easier to cultivate the law of energy purification. This white jade square was its pedestal. I get it now. Oro called. This set should share the same principle as the demon race's demon-possessed enchanted earth dragon. They're both items meant for purifying origin energy further. Old Woods gave you the pedestal, and only when the two are brought together can they be considered a complete set. Xia Fei dubiously placed a grade 4 origin crystal on top of the white ape's head. White light appeared, traveling through the white ape to the pedestal and then from the pedestal back to the head. As Xia Fei brought his fingers close, a sliver of purified energy entered Xia Fei's body and went straight to his 7th brain region. Chapter 620, The Secret of the Immemorial Mystical Armaments. Honestly speaking, aside from Xia Fei being a bit of lunatic in how he acted and how he did not care for the rules of the world around him, it was not as if he had not done any good deed in his life. In fact, not too long ago, he had indeed done one such good deed when he saved the young miss of the Mu family, Mu Fuping, from the hands of an assassin. Unfortunately, such an incident was difficult for the masses to learn about. Instead, what the entire law realm came to know was when he became a suspect for slaying his family patriarch and became wanted by the Law Enforcement Board. Life was just that funny. Mu Fuping came from one of the distinguished 9 great clans, and if anything were to happen to her, even all the lives of the Yu family would not be enough as payback. Going by that logic, Xia Fei saving Mu Fuping's life should most definitely be more important than him being suspected of murdering Yu Zhang. However, good news hardly traveled far and wide, whereas bad news spread like wildfire. People were more than happy to talk about Xia Fei killing his clan's patriarch and his betrayal of the Yu family. No one even remembered that Xia Fei had saved people before. What was even sadder was the fact that Xia Fei was not even the one who killed Yu Zhang. Snowdrift Clan, the most secluded existence out of the 9 great clans, an organization that comprised entirely of women. 2 young girls were hugging together, dejection pervading every corner of the beautifully decorated room. One was delicate and refined, like a fairy that had descended into mortality. Her every action of such elegance gave people the sense of unattainability. The other was cute and precocious, her little pink face with her tender and smooth skin looking very pinchable. These were, of course, none other than Xiaowu and Autumn Cicada. What happened to Xia Fei had naturally reached their ears, and the two were feeling upset on his behalf. Autumn Cicada was slightly frowning, while Xiaowu was already weeping in her sadness. We were about to meet, yet. Brother Xia Fei got caught up in trouble again, Xiaowu pouted as she mumbled to herself. Reality had proven that Xia Fei was an expert when it came to attracting trouble. Even when he was not seeking them himself, they would still end up finding their way to him. Trouble and Xia Fei were practically bonded like night and day, black and white, impossible to separate. Autumn Cicada was silent as if she was pondering over something. Xiaowu wiped her tears and asked softly, "Miss, what are you thinking?" Autumn Cicada came back to her senses, curling up herself on the sofa as she hugged her knees. I was thinking that the woman who's with Xia Fei must have a very strong heart, or else the mishaps that happened to him time and again would be unbearable. Xiaowu nodded even as she continued to grumble, "We were about to meet, so why did something unforeseen happen again? Why is it always like this? I have no clue if brother Xia Fei can escape from this calamity, either." The two were caught up in their own thoughts. Xiao was complaining about her lost opportunity to meet with Xia Fei again, while Autumn Cicada was even more interested in matters regarding human emotions. As she grew up, this curiosity she had became harder and harder to ignore. Fate made a fool of man. Just as they were about to meet, Xia Fei and Xiao were once more thrown onto different trajectories in the blink of an eye, and there was no telling when such days would come to an end. On one of the borders of the demon race. After the purification process from the white jade ape, the origin energy that had been gathered was directed right into Xia Fei's body like a thin thread, not at all surging and very easy to control. It was the most suitable form for him to cultivate the law of energy purification. After adding the base, the effect of the white jade ape has become even more powerful than before. Using it to cultivate will most certainly achieve the effect of twice the work at half the effort, Xia Fei gushed happily. The law of energy purification was hard to control, and unless the law adept was extremely talented, only by having an expert beside to assist in the process would there be progress made in its cultivation. The energy gathering function of the white jade ape easily solved this problem, so that even without any assistance from an expert, Xia Fei was still able to cultivate the law by himself. It was evidently not the time to be cultivating the law of energy purification, given that the priority now was to sneak into the demon race territory, obtain one unregistered high-grade spatial compass, and return to the Pan-Human Alliance. Things like cultivation would have to be left on hold for another time. Putting away the white jade ape, Xia Fei stared at the immemorial mystic armament 9 Night Plum, which was exuding a tyrannical pressure beyond itself. The spaceship was cramped, so taking it out practically allowed its aura to fill the entire cockpit. The black flower was very strange, and it was very striking. Lionheart Emperor Oro asked nonchalantly, "Do you know why those people were willing to go to such extreme extents just to collect immemorial mystic armaments? Is it because they're very powerful?" Xia Fei guessed. Oro shrugged. The 8 metals of absolution, the 7 plants of the cloud sea, the 6 waters of terror genesis, the 5 flames of lux gloria, and the 4 stones of the southern star all make up the 30 immemorial mystical armaments. They're divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal represents keenness, wood represents resilience, water represents fluidity, fire represents attack, while earth represents defense. Each has their characteristics, and each interacts with one another, positively and negatively. They form a cycle that corresponds to the endless torrents of the universe and is another manifestation of origin energy. Separately, the immemorial mystical armaments are born from the cosmos, and each one of them is very powerful. Each has its value for existing. It's rare enough for any single individual to come across just one, and it's even rarer for anybody to subdue and tame an immemorial mystical armament. You already have Peacock Blue, the universe's most irrepressible weed. There's no way for you to subdue 9 Night Plum no matter how powerful you are, because a warrior can only ever just take a single immemorial mystic armament as his own. Xia Fei was surprised to learn this, even as he somewhat disappointedly asked, "So that means the 9 Night Plum is actually useless to me and I can only stare at it?" A worker must first keep their tools sharpened for them to be of use. Though Xia Fei already had plenty of overpowered weapons in his arsenal, would there be anyone out there that would dislike having too many weapons? After all, having another weapon would be equivalent to having another guarantee to safeguard their life. If there was ever the chance, Xia Fei would not even hesitate to attempt collecting all 30 immemorial mystic armaments. Seeing that the immemorial mystic armament that he had risked his life so badly for would be useless to him, Xia Fei could not help but feel disgruntled. The wound on his ribs began throbbing slightly in pain even. It was only after some time that Oro squinted his eyes and examined Xia Fei. "It's not completely impossible, though you will have to follow the way from our demon race." "A way from the demon race?" Xia Fei was skeptical. The 2 peak races were profound and secretive. Who knew just how wonderful this way of the demon race would be? There's a legend in the demon race that claims the 30 immemorial mystic armaments, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are nature-based armaments of the ultimate powers, and this power isn't in their individual form but rather requires all of them to be combined together. To put it simply, with the Peacock Blue you currently have acting as the base for the remaining 6 wood attribute immemorial mystic armaments, namely Fringe Mountain Leaf, Unparting Pine, Warp Sea Lotus, Scattered Star Chrysanthemum, 9 Night Plum, Whistling Moon Willow, can let you wield the most powerful wood element weapon of the natural world. Xia Fei was deeply moved upon hearing what Lionheart Emperor Oro said. Each one of the 30 immemorial mystic armaments was considered a priceless treasure. Peacock Blue had a total of 13 blades of grass, and it was already unimaginably powerful despite only having 2 right now. If he were to get his hands on the other 6 wood element armaments, would it not become overpowered? Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the wood element is the second hardest to merge. This is because there are 7 wood element armaments, which means there are already more of them to begin with, all scattered across the universe. Some have been collected by generational clans, while some have not even been discovered at all. If you wish to collect the entire 7 plants of Cloud Sea, you'll be facing some unimaginable hardships ahead. Besides, the merging of immemorial mystical armaments is very troublesome. You need one as the core that swallows all the other 6. Every additional armament that gets eaten will be an additional risk. Oro continued to explain and speak with verbosity, while Xia Fei and Phantom were both enraptured to the point they were just dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the immemorial mystic armaments could still merge among themselves? They could all form into an entirely new weapon, too. Has anyone succeeded in this? Xia Fei asked earnestly. Yes, the Lionheart Emperor Oro said in a grave voice, there's a war god of the demon race who found all 4 stones of the Southern Star, and succeeded in combining them into a nearly impervious defensive weapon, making a name for himself in the lore realm. Unfortunately, the weapon split back into individual armaments after his death, scattering across the universe once more. After all, the immemorial mystic armaments need to accept their master, and the moment the said master dies, the armaments will return to their original state, awaiting for the next fated individual to pick them up. Are you sure about that? Xia Fei's 2 eyes were glowing as he asked this. Lionheart Emperor Oro let out a long sigh. Of course, I'm certain. That's because that individual was none other than the ancestor of our Lionheart clan, Prometheus. It's too bad. Our ancestor was so famous that he was known throughout the lands, yet we, as his descendants, could never recast his former glory, Oro somewhat unwillingly admitted. Xia Fei was buzzing. He was very tempted to get his peacock blue to merge with the poisonous plant 9 Night Plum. Being able to own 2 immemorial mystic armaments would be something worth celebrating to any warrior, no doubt. If Peacock Blue and the 9 Night Plum really successfully merged, Xia Fei would see an astronomical rise in his combat strength. Collecting the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, merging them all to form an overpowered divine weapon. Just harboring the thought alone fascinated him greatly. Just how can I merge this 9 Night Plum? I want to give it a shot, Xia Fei asked with determination. By the borders of the demon race territory, Xia Fei piloted a small warship, which was originally made by the demon race, so he managed to land safely on a seemingly deserted planet without attracting much attention. With a black cloak covering him from head to toe, Xia Fei disguised himself to look like a nomad. Are you certain that this will be enough to fool others? Xia Fei asked. This was the demon race territory, after all, and humans were considered to be part of the god race. Both sides did not see eye to eye, neither intermingling with the other at all. He could not help but have doubts over his sneaking into the demon race all by himself. Relax. As long as you do not enter the inner regions of the demon race, you won't have any trouble just loitering around a border region like this. Besides, you won't be the only human. There are plenty of nobodies who live here. As long as you do as I advise, I guarantee that you'll be fine. Oro was evidently very excited to take a step back on the demon race territory after so many years. There are humans living among the demon race? Xia Fei questioned. Of course, there will be. Nobodies are those who have been wiped off their family clans, or perhaps warriors who are wanted. They have no choice but to stay away from their homes, seeking to eke out a living here among the demon race. After all, though these 2 supreme races are at loggerheads with each other, they will not just declare war on each other easily. Living out here will actually be safer than trying to live back in god race territory. It's common to see this by the borders of the 2 races. The lot of them will turn a blind eye to the arrangement. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, no one will care for your true identity. People who live out here are all the criminals and the poor, where survival outweighs their identity. If you are still uneasy, I can very clearly tell you that there's a black market operated by the Lionheart clan in this part. I was once the master of this galaxy here, so I've got a very good understanding of this place. Even the rules of the game were stipulated by me all those years back, Lionheart Emperor Oro said proudly. Xia Fei nodded. Oro was a mighty big shot, and this had once been his territory. These factors all helped ease Xia Fei's anxiety by quite a bit. Besides, this particular demon was still stuck behind the law of ternary spectrum's isolation, awaiting Xia Fei to grant him death so he could be reborn. Lying to Xia Fei would not do him the least bit good. The barren planet actually had plenty of plants growing, which Xia Fei did not know the names of. Oro introduced each one to Xia Fei unceasingly. Forget about the excitement he felt about being able to return to his homeland, even a godly individual like Oro could not help but feel a sense of homesickness, so while this road was quiet, it was not boring. Suddenly, the sound of crying and open threats could be heard ahead of them. Xia Fei silently darted over to take a look, only to find three strange-looking green-skinned warriors surrounding someone, holding a sharp blade against that someone's neck, looking like they were attempting to stage a robbery. This individual who was being robbed had golden fur and a lion head. It was actually someone from the Lionheart clan. Chapter 621, Border City. Don't this person getting robbed look like a child of your clan? Xia Fei was hunkered down behind a dirt mound, shrugging as he asked this. Actually, calling the individual a child was a little far-fetched, seeing as the one actually being accosted by the three, skinny, green-skinned warriors was big and well over 2 meters tall. The target of harassment looked quite undignified, though. An adult of the Lionheart clan would be given a mask, and they would not take it off unless they were in the presence of their relatives and family. This Lionheart, who was being robbed, had nothing over his face, which meant that he was not yet of age, though his tall and big figure caused Xia Fei to break out in a cold sweat. Inside his spatial ring, Oro was completely livid as he barked, "What in the world is this? How could the weak Ohans dare to bully the Lionheart royalty? This is infuriating." The Ohans, who were most likely those green-skinned creatures, were no more than insignificant existences among the demon race. This particular species was insignificant because its members were despicable, unable to keep their word, vile in their methods, and were all small-time crooks and thieves. It was unknown just who could have been the one blind enough to bring such a species into the lore realm. The proud Lionheart Emperor Oro was, of course, unable to stand seeing this scene unfold before him. His two eyes had turned bloodshot and looked as if he was about to shoot fire out from them. Unfortunately, the three short Ohans had no idea that the demon lord Oro was presently staring at them with his killer gaze. The Ohans figured robbery as no more than just a business, and they were just going about business as usual. "Hey, kid, take off your coat and pants. Carefully, too. Don't you dare spoil them. These beautiful green silk threads are worth a lot." A short green-skinned Ohan licked the sharp dagger he was holding as he demanded. "That string of rainbow beads around your neck, take them off, too." The largest Ohan among the three stabbed a broken knife at that young Lionheart's butt. "What do you have below your waist? Let's take a look." With that, he reached in and retrieved an ornament hanging by the youth's waist, which was a piece of blue jade that looked fairly well made. "Please, that's something my mother gave me. You can take them all, just leave that one thing to me," the young Lionheart whined. It was very awkward to hear a deep and hoarse voice making such a childish plea. Unfortunately, the Ohans did not care for what he said, tearing off the blue jade as the three of them gathered around unprofessionally to check it out together. "This is some good stuff. Think it's worth 3 grade 2 origin crystals," the skinniest green creatures exclaimed as if 3 grade 2 origin crystals were a huge take for them. The medium-sized Ohan appeared disgusted, looking like he was the most knowledgeable out of the trio. "What do you two know? What we have here is top-notch, worth at least 5 grade 2 origin crystals." The others hung their mouths agape as the biggest gloated. 5. That's worth knows how many pounds of roasted meat. Slap. The big Ohan caught a slap just as he said that. "You fool! All you know is meat. With 5 grade 2 origin crystals, we of course have to exchange it for some wine to drink." It was as if the big Ohan had just gotten an epiphany, praising his leader for his smarts. Meanwhile, that Lionheart youth who looked to be much stronger than the three combined was actually crying loudly like a wastrel, obviously feeling very sad. Xia Fei pursed his lips. That blue jade was of good quality, so it would have no problem being exchanged for 1 or 200 grade 2 origin crystals, yet these worthless green creatures were only occupied with roasted meat and wine, disappointing him greatly. It appeared to be just some lowly thieves who were not in the least bit professional. Xia Fei also greatly disliked the Lionheart youth. For someone as big as him, weighing well over 300 pounds, it was embarrassing to see him being bullied by the three ugly, short and contemptible Ohans. Xia Fei frowned. "I'll go save him. He's someone from your clan, after all." Lionheart Emperor Oro was so angry that he was yelling. "No, don't save him. Better to just let him die. We of the Lionheart royalty don't need someone who's such an utter disgrace." Xia Fei knew these were just words he uttered out of spite, so he merely smiled wordlessly. There was always kinship toward others who shared the same heritage or root. Were it a human who was being bullied by the Ohans, Xia Fei would kill them all outright. It was just that Oro had problems with the lack of fight in the youth, and this caused him to demand for Xia Fei to leave the Lionheart to fend for itself. He must be feeling great dissonance within him right now. Getting up, Xia Fei wrapped himself well in his black cloak as he came swaggering over openly. Oro, whose anger had yet to subside, shouted, "I said not to save him. If you want to help me, then just kill this disappointing thing outright." Xia Fei ignored him, continuing on his way as if he was just a passerby. Human? Brothers, looks like it'll be hard for us not to get rich today." The three ugly greenskins ogled Xia Fei with sinister smiles. When the Lionheart youth saw someone passing by, he thought that he would be a savior, but it was hard for him to mask his disappointment when he realized that Xia Fei was just a human. Here among the demon race, humans were hardly welcomed, and their standing was minuscule. After all, they were from the god race, and here was demon race territory. If the Ohans were second-class citizens, humans would be third-class, without even a status to speak of. Xia Fei also ignored the three creatures, walking over to lift the Lionheart youth up to his feet with just 2 fingers. The eyes of those three Ohans nearly fell out from their sockets. This was a Lionheart who weighed well over 300 pounds. Lifting one with just 2 fingers only showed how much strength Xia Fei possessed. However, what they next witnessed shocked them even more, for Xia Fei gave the frightened Lionheart 2 tight smacks to the face. Slap slap! The sound of the crisp slaps rang out, and that big Lionheart, who was well over 2 meters tall, was left feeling stunned, his mouth hung agape, not even remembering to cry. "Don't cry. You're a dignified Lionheart, a future law warrior. Look at yourself. No different from a damsel in distress." With that said, Xia Fei rummaged through his spatial ring for quite some time before he took out his dragon-scale hecto-slasher and made it transform into a large claymore. He then shoved it into the youth's hands. Actually, Xia Fei wanted to hand the youth his October flying snow, but seeing how large the youth's hands were, Xia Fei changed his mind. The three Ohans had been treated as part of the scenery throughout this, as he browsed the three like he was shopping, before pointing out to the biggest one among the three, "Use that sword and cleave that one." His voice was deep and cold, his killing intent penetrating deep into the bones of everyone present. "Cleave." The Lionheart youth was so startled by the suggestion that his voice quivered in doubt. "Yes. Right down the middle. It's very easy." The three green-skinned Ohans finally came back to their senses and pounced over after yelling as they waved the shabby knives in hand. That was when Furball leaped onto Xia Fei's shoulder impatiently and let out a low roar. After 3 low howls, not only were the three Ohans so terrified that they lay sprawled on the ground, even that Lionheart youth buried his head in the sand as he shuddered involuntarily. They were just thieves. How would they have ever seen the full majesty of the holy beast Shatterstar? Furball had recovered half his size after consuming over 100 of Xia Fei's grade 4 origin crystals, and so his cries were full of vigor. A single heart-rending roar had already left their very bones quaking. Lionheart Emperor Oro sighed. Seeing his descendant being so timid had really embarrassed him greatly. "Tell him to ahkohas." Xia Fei did not know what those words meant, but he accordingly repeated them to the youth. The young Lionheart was absolutely startled after hearing them, his eyes staring incredulously at Xia Fei. "What did you just make me say?" Xia Fei asked. "This child isn't just your average Lionheart but is, instead, the same as I am, of the Lionheart royalty. What I just taught you to say was the language of the royals, a proverb meaning that the great Lionheart royalty could only die on the battlefield," Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. This speech was very complex, and that translation chip in Xia Fei's brain was no longer effective here in the lore realm. There would often be some inaccuracies, but this was to be expected. The chip came from the Alliance, and now that Xia Fei was in the lore realm, it was already a different plane altogether, so this very advanced chip from the Alliance could only struggle along. It was just like when special abilities were the strongest combat strength in the Alliance, while the true weapon of choice in the lore realm was the expansion of special abilities, which was the law power. In any case, the two were too different from each other, and it was impossible for Xia Fei to grasp it fully. The Lionheart youth had a thick layer of golden fur around his face, so it was hard to tell if something had changed, though his pupils did appear a lot calmer than before. Clutching the sword in hand, the youth said in a soft voice, "To think you'd know the Emperor's speech. You're right. I am unworthy of this identity." Xia Fei smiled. The you of the past may not be worthy, but whether you will be in the future or not depends on if you wish to make this choice. As long as you remember who you are, you can face whatever life throws at you. Whenever you're afraid, just know that you're not just representing yourself but also your glorious clan. Lionheart Emperor Oro nodded his head. What Xia Fei had said was not wrong, the disciples of a large clan shouldered this very responsibility. The bigger the clan, the greater the responsibility. Gritting his teeth, the Lionheart youth raised the sword in his hand and shut his two eyes. The three Ohans were so afraid that their entire bodies shook. The Lionheart clan still had the royal lineage of the Lionhearts, its foundation profound and their combat strength considered top tier in the demon race. Even a fool knew that they could not afford to provoke one, and this was their biggest mistake today. The process was indescribable as even Xia Fei found it too ruthless. The young royalty from the Lionheart clan had his eyes shut as he shuddered before starting to slash his sword wildly, raining blood and flesh everywhere, creating a scene straight out from the depths of hell. Kneel on the ground and vomiting repeatedly, this was a normal response to killing for the first time. At least, the youth Lionheart had not fainted from the experience. Wiping clean his 100 hecto slasher, Xia Fei stored the weapon away as he gently said, "People often feel uneasy after killing for the first time. You'll be fine after you kill a few more times." Phantom pouted. He felt that what Xia Fei had said sounded bad. Xia Fei lifted his head and continued along his way, in the direction of the overhead sun. That Lionheart youth shouted from behind him. "The name's Heinrich. Who are you?" "Just a nobody." Xia Fei ultimately decided against giving his real name. A long black wall, which stretched for hundreds of miles and was unimaginably wide, began to appear in the distance. "That is Black Lion City, the one and only metropolis located near the border region. It is ruled by the Lionhearts," Oro said with pride. "Since you wish to merge the immemorial mystical armaments using the demon race's method, you can't do so without doing any preparation and sense the materials it requires. This is a remote place, and there's no telling if we can purchase everything we need, but I dare to guarantee that they have 1 or 2 high-grade spatial compasses. There's no way to buy such illegal trinkets in the inner regions of the demon race territory. In fact, it is much easier to acquire one from such a remote location." Xia Fei nodded. It was expensive to get what he needed to merge the immemorial mystical armaments, but he did not really care about that. This act of merging was worth any price necessary. There was also the high-grade compass that he had dreamed about. With it, he could see Avril again. It had been months since they got separated, and Xia Fei missed her so much. "Let's go and enter the city," Lionheart Emperor Oro said with excitement. Chapter 622, Fig Corporation's Compass. Aside from seeing the Lionheart warrior wearing a mask standing beyond Black Lion City's gates, rarely did Xia Fei catch a glimpse of this species' big and tall figure around the city. More often than not, he would come across other species which looked shifty. It was exactly as what Lionheart Emperor Oro said, no one stopped Xia Fei from entering Black Lion City despite only donning a black cloak and keeping his head down. The most he got were eye rolls from people, which showed that humans were hardly a rare sight in this city, nothing beyond his lower standing anyway. For such a city out here by the border, few, if any, serious businessmen come by. People who are here are more often than not dealing in shady transactions, whether they are thieves, murderers, drug traffickers, slave traders, or other such jobs. Illicit goods was the principal trading that border cities deal in. Here in the Black Lion City, even forgotten tribes are about. As long as they do not interfere with the law and order, the city defense force won't meddle in their businesses. Overall, this acts like a free trade zone, Oro explained. Xia Fei nodded. He did not have a fond impression toward the forgotten tribes, and those Shepherdians, who had created a mess during the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's initial assessment, had caused quite a lot of trouble for Xia Fei. In fact, he still could not forget their insidious and cruel methods of hunting. Black Lion City was fairly impressively built, and it was quite luxurious for a city in the borders. The wide roads allowed pedestrians to move along without much hindrance, and even though it was daytime, the bars were as rowdy as if it were nighttime, bustling with sounds of people patronizing the establishments. A proud warrior came walking right across Xia Fei, his head filled with tentacles, which had plenty of suction pads. His mouth was small like a nectarine, while his face was in a shade of deep red, looking like a squid that learned how to walk. Yuma, one of the major civilian species by the border region. It is said that their ancestors were a result of genetic mutations from a certain type of mollusk. They have fairly short tempers and dislike talking. Lionheart Emperor Oro would give Xia Fei a brief introduction to the various highly intelligent life forms their group came across as they ventured onward. Xia Fei was basically overwhelmed by the variety of species and the myriad of things that could be found here. It seemed like the prosperity of the demon race was nothing too far off from the god race, and their ethnic composition was even more peculiar, with plenty of strange and rare sapient life forms roaming around. Xia Fei followed Oro's directions and made his way down a cramped alley, taking several steps before promptly realizing that he was facing a dead end. There was no way for him to continue forward. That's not right. This ought to be where the largest trading firm in Black Lion City is situated. Why isn't it here? Oro somewhat disappointedly grumbled. Xia Fei sighed. When's the last time you've been to Black Lion City? When I was younger, I spent several days as the chief of city defense. Oro realized that something was off the moment he spoke those words. He was an immortal capable of living who knew how many years. His youth was several tens of thousand years ago. Xia Fei shrugged as he retraced his steps out the alley. Oro muttered, the things remain the same, but the people are gone. There was a large restaurant by the street. It was a beautifully built structure about 5 stories high. Xia Fei turned and made his way toward it. Are you hungry? Nope. Then why are you going into this restaurant? You should be searching for a store where you can purchase a spatial compass, Oro groused. Xia Fei smiled. What we want isn't some ordinary compass, but an untraceable, super high-grade spatial compass capable of traveling across 10 billion light-years. I'm not expecting that any random store can produce such stuff which is valued in the tens of thousands of grade 4 origin crystals. That is why the first step for us is to investigate, and since I'm in a Forgan city, there's no better place to gather information than a restaurant. Lionheart Emperor Oro was ultimately a person of the past, and while he did manage to lead Xia Fei into Black Lion City, he was unable to help him locate a spatial compass that the latter sorely needed. As such, Xia Fei decided to do it his own way. A restaurant existed not just for customers to eat food but also as a place for swapping information. Schemes where gentlemen never needed to see the killers he hired were often concocted in small shady restaurants. Now that Xia Fei was searching for high-grade goods, he of course needed to begin his investigation in the most luxurious restaurant in town. Dozens of staff were standing by the entrance, but not a single one of them came forward to receive Xia Fei because he was a human. There were even some who raised their heads as if to scorn Xia Fei. Xia Fei felt a wave of dejection deep down. This restaurant must be fairly influential for even the staff to ignore him after judging the way he dressed. It was truly a case of snobbery at its finest. There were 4-seater long tables on the first floor, while the more lavish private rooms and lounges were all on the second floor and above. Xia Fei picked a seat by the window and swept his gaze across the restaurant. The restaurant was doing quite well, business-wise, with plenty of customers entering from time to time. Several minutes had passed and no one came to attend to Xia Fei. It became evident the disparity between how the staff treated Xia Fei and the other customers whom they received. A human? Should we go serve him? Just look at how poorly he dresses, just what sort of our services can he afford? We work on sales commission, and if we have the time, won't we wait on the wealthier VIPs, instead? The conversation between 2 of the staff was overheard by Xia Fei. Being a waitstaff in a restaurant meant low wage. All they could hope for was to encounter customers who ordered some pricier dishes in order to supplement their income accordingly or patrons who would give tips generously in return for their services rendered. This was why someone who did not appear to have any money like Xia Fei would naturally be ignored by the staff, and those pot-bellied customers would see several staff coming to escort them into the restaurant respectfully. Just as Xia Fei was caught in this space of awkwardness, a chubby waiter came rushing from the second floor, a hand wiping the sweat off his brows. His blustering red cheeks made him look extra honest. Seeing that Xia Fei was in a corner with no one serving him, this chubster very casually walked over and brought along a teapot, hot towels, and menu from the counter. It's that fool again. Several days ago, he even treated a beggar as a customer and invited him in, angering the boss greatly. What else? People in our line of work need to have a discerning eye for things, and we must be able to tell which customers are generous with their spending and who are too poor to part with much. Someone like him will never earn enough money his entire life to marry. The chubster's actions drew the mockery of his colleagues, but he just indifferently smiled as he respectfully poured tea for Xia Fei and handed him a hot towel for the latter to wipe his face. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and pushed the menu back to the chubster. No need for me to see the menu. I'm not too hungry, so get me the local specialty dish as well as a bowl of rice. The staff behind snickered. Told you. He's poor. The chubster thought for a moment before saying, the local sand bamboo shoot is very fresh, and it takes a long time to blossom in the desert, requiring 10 years before they sprout. It takes 10 of these bamboo shoots to be served as a dish. This is the best time to eat the sand bamboo shoots. Why don't you get the dish? It's delicious and reasonably priced, too. Most waiters would attempt to promote something a bit more expensive to the customers as they would then earn more commissions from it. This chubster, on the other hand, decided to recommend a dish that was both delicious and inexpensive, showing how honest and good his character was. Xia Fei nodded. Then get me a dish of these sand bamboo shoots. Also, I'd like to obtain some information from you. Go ahead. I made a trip out here in order to buy a spatial compass, the very best kind. Do you have any idea where I should go? Xia Fei asked. The chubster took a good time to think before giving his answer. 3 of the largest trading firms in Black Lion City are Crane's Tail, Golden Rock and Solomon's. These are the established names in this city, but I heard customers commenting that Crane's Tail and Golden Rock sell really expensive goods, so I suggest that you give Solomon's a look first. You can check the other 2 afterward if you can't find what you need there. The chubster did not stop there. Worried that Xia Fei might not find the location, he gave detailed directions to all 3 trading firms from this restaurant before he drew a simple map for more clarity. He spent quite some time doing this, missing out on plenty of opportunities to make money. However, the chubster did not say a word of complaint, and Xia Fei was very grateful because of this. Just as the chubster said, the sand bamboo shoots were delicious, the dish had a faint lily-like fragrance and was crystal clear and translucent. Xia Fei was originally not hungry, but seeing this dish, his appetite could not help but improve. He ate 3 bowls of rice in one go, cleaning out the plate of bamboo shoots as well. Though Xia Fei did not have a lack of money, it was still not his habit to waste, either. Seeing Xia Fei's clean plate, the other staff despised him even more, believing it to be the trait of a miser. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei called the chubster to his side and handed over 3 grade 3 origin crystals from his spatial ring. For the bill. Dozens of fiery stares came over. Everyone could not believe that the plain-looking Xia Fei would actually be so generous. There's no need for so much. In fact, 1 is too much, the bill is just 2 grade 2 crystals. The bamboo shoots are very cheap, after all, the chubster said, tongue-tied. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I know. Take the rest as your tip. Tip. The staff worked so hard to earn so much in a year, yet a single tip from Xia Fei covered what they would have earned in a year. Jealous. Envy. Hatred. All the staff members who were gloating moments ago nearly felt their eyeballs roll out of their sockets. They had finally experienced what it meant by the saying that a true master would not show off. Making his way to Solomon's following the map he had been given, it was not too difficult to find this famous trading firm in Black Lion City. It occupied a floor space spanning 8 shops and used the local produce of sand willow wood to create a huge plaque, which could be seen from 2 miles out. Xia Fei entered the store and casually browsed through the items on display. Just as the chubster told him, there was a great variety of goods in this shop, and there were many high-grade items for sale as well. The prices were not too outrageous, either, so it ought to be the most influential business in the city. There was furniture in the store, which made it convenient for clients to take a seat and discuss business. Shopkeeper, please call your boss over. Xia Fei sat down and firmly requested. This shop was evidently better at doing business. Though the staff found Xia Fei to be somewhat suspicious, they nevertheless respectfully called a big and tall elder. This elder was a lionheart, and though his size was nothing as exaggerated as Oro's, he did stand 2.5 meters tall, and the golden fur all over his face made it difficult to determine his age. This was not at all what Xia Fei had expected. He very cautiously stated his purpose of making the trip out here. After all, purchasing a spatial compass without registration was something illegal and illicit. Furthermore, what he was looking for happened to be a high-grade product and could be considered a super illegal good forbidden to be sold throughout the Law realm. However, this boss, who went by the name of Ricky, was not in the least bit perturbed. It seemed like Black Lion City was truly the perfect place for one to procure such goods. A holographic projection appeared in front of Xia Fei, and it showed a black spatial compass. This compass you are looking for is very expensive, and it is stored in our vault and won't easily be shown to others. Forgive us, but bear with first looking at this hologram. If you decide to proceed with this purchase, I'll then send someone to the vault and retrieve it for you, Ricky courteously explained. The holographic projection had an extremely high resolution, and from feeling the material used for the item and holding it in hand through this hologram, it was practically no different from seeing and touching the actual thing. He could manipulate the hologram freely, so as to examine every detail of the compass. Xia Fei was more and more puzzled as he viewed it before finally asking in a grave voice, "Why is this compass from the God race and it's even a product of Fig Corporation?" Chapter 623, 1 million Grade 4 Origin Crystals. Why is this compass from the God race and it's even a product of Fig Corporation? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. It had to be stated that they were now in the territory of the demon race, so how could he get a hold of a Fig Corporation compass out here? This was definitely a huge insult. Ricky smiled. Is this the first time you're purchasing such a high-grade compass? Xia Fei nodded. No one would care to make repeated purchases of a spatial compass which was worth several tens of thousands origin crystals unless they were literally overflowing with money. Just thinking about how much he would have to spend just to get a hold of this made his heart ache a lot. The two peak races have been at loggerheads since time of old, always in a state of opposition with each other. That is why they will spare no effort in fighting their enemy. Illegal goods like this unregistered spatial compass impacts the rules greatly. If an expert owns such a compass, they can be allowed to go wherever they desire without any restriction whatsoever, so the two races place strict restrictions to their subordinates, disallowing them from purchasing such unregistered compasses. We're in the demon race territory. Think about it yourself, wouldn't the God race desire to see chaos here? That is why the God race secretly produces unregistered compasses and sells them to the demon race. Likewise, the demon race produces compasses to sell to the illegal merchants from the God race. Xia Fei suddenly realized what he meant. This was what had been referred to as mutual destruction, which would happen during economic wars. Their own race would of course not be selling banned items, but they would be more than happy to do so to their enemies. This was why a spatial compass produced by the God race could appear in demon territory, for it was simply just the two sides mutually trying to damage each other. Because there's been a surge of unregistered compasses flooding the market in recent years, plenty of chaos ensued in the territories of the two peak races, especially from those forgotten tribes. They often acquire such compasses to kill and abscond with goods. Their methods are very vicious indeed. These are all the side effects of having the two supreme races clashing with each other, which is why, over 100 or so years ago, the two races came to an accord for both sides not to sell unregistered spatial compasses in either's territory, thereby reducing the chaos in the lower realm. Of course, there are still stocks from the past out in the market, though their prices have of course become inflated accordingly. I won't lie to you, this particular compass is considered the premium treasure I have in my little shop, something I have been unwilling to sell for many years. If not for the fact that you got matched up with me, I wouldn't offer it up for sale. I'm sure you heard of the illustrious name of Fig Corporation, which is of the God race and can even be considered to be the most powerful company in the lower realm. Everything Fig produces is sure to be of superb quality, it's rare for commoners to even get a glimpse of most of its stuff. Though Ricky was polite, he was still a shrewd businessman deep down. His words had very subtly hinted to Xia Fei that this spatial compass would not be sold for cheap. What's the travel distance that this compass provides? Xia Fei asked. He could already vaguely sense that Ricky would be taking a vicious swipe at him today, but it could not be helped. It was nobody's fault but his own for urgently needing such a superior compass. Fig Corporation 100 Series Compass. It is of the Precision Edition and affords an effective travel radius of 10 billion light-years from the center of the lower realm. Its most unique feature lies in its accuracy, with an error not exceeding 1 centimeter for every 100 million light-years. You ought to know that spatial compasses are items that very often produce errors. After all, the level of skill required to open such a long spatial tunnel is immense. For there to only be a centimeter of error every 100 million light-years means that you'll at most shift a meter from the coordinates you input if you travel over 10 billion light-years. That is why this spatial compass has been called a Precision Edition. Presently, in this entire lower realm, only the Fig Corporation is able to achieve such a small margin of error. Xia Fei could feel his heart bleed when he heard this. The Precision Edition would no doubt be more expensive than the normal edition, which probably meant that this item would cost him an arm and a leg. After a slight pause, Xia Fei asked, "Actually, all I'm looking for is just the normal edition, but since there's none, I guess I can make do. How much are you selling this compass?" Xia Fei, of course, knew what this high precision meant. What he meant by making do was just a tactic to help him keep the price down. When attempting such a super long range of travel, even the smallest error could result in a fatal outcome. If he wanted to get from one warship to another, the margin of error would ultimately have him travel right into steel alloy plates which measured dozens of meters thick. In such a scenario, he could not cry even if he wanted to, since the body would instantly fuse with the metal and his life would end just like that. Normally, when using a spatial compass, it would be better to choose a fairly open space to land on. This was to account for the potential margin of error. Of course, the more precise the compass was, the more locations he could choose to travel to and the more convenient it was to use. Ricky said, for a spatial compass that only has an error of 10 meters every 100 million light-years, it can be considered an exceptional product. The fact that this compass from the Fig Corporation can achieve a centimeter of error is already shocking in itself. It just goes to show how amazing it is. Since this is the first time you're visiting my little shop, I may chalk it up to fate. Let us be friends and I'll charge you 900 grade 5 origin crystals, and this powerful 100 series precision edition spatial compass from Fig Corporation will belong to you. 900 grade 5 origin crystals would come up to 90,000 grade 4 crystals. Furthermore, the energy stored within a grade 5 origin crystal was considered to be top-notch. Aside from the rich clans, who were at the level of the 9 great clans, the average person would never have seen even one of them before, and Xia Fei did not even have a single one on him to offer. Honestly, the price was not considered exorbitant and could even be considered cheap. Such a top-grade spatial compass would cost at least 30,000 grade 4 origin crystals if bought legitimately, and Ricky had only asked for 3 times this price as his opening offer. Ultimately, this was an unregistered, illegal item. Charging 90,000 for such an illegal product, which could be used whenever, was definitely considered a kindness. I can accept that price for this. Sell this compass to me, though I don't have that much currency on me right now, so I'll have to sell you some things before I can purchase it outright, Xia Fei said. Ricky was quite surprised. He had sensed a very unique scent from Xia Fei with his keen merchant's intuition, and it was the calm and composure that an expert would characteristically possess, so he quickly surmised that Xia Fei was not someone of lowly caliber. In the lore realm, wealth and caliber were often proportional, and the higher level a warrior was, the more wealth they had to their name. That was why he had been so courteous with Xia Fei, different from the snobs in restaurants. Ricky was interested in making major transactions, and his judgment was on the mark. Xia Fei planned to buy the spatial compass for a price of 90,000 grade 4 origin crystals. Ricky, as such, ended up getting the shorter end of the stick with this deal. Since the esteemed client is so forthright, let us head upstairs and discuss more. I won't deny it, Solomon, is considered one of the best businessmen in Black Lion City, regardless if you are selling something legitimate or otherwise, I'll take them all as long as they are of value. Seeing that he was on the cusp of cinching his major transaction, it was time for him to demonstrate his own prowess. Ricky boasted freely as he led Xia Fei up to the second floor, where a fancy and quiet room awaited them. The staff gingerly brought a silver platter over and lying atop it was a metal casing with the Fig Corporation insignia etched on. Ricky opened the case to reveal the superior quality, black spatial compass, which was just slightly bigger than a watch, surrounded by whitey and plush velvet cushion that further accentuated its grandeur. This here before you is the 100 series precision edition spatial compass from Fig Corporation. It has a fully automated search function for coordinates, so if the coordinates you key in are dangerous, the compass will warn you with a prompt. Its super alloy exterior makes it waterproof, fireproof, and impact resistant, able to withstand even the most hazardous conditions. Its small size makes it easy to hold in your hand, and it's silent and instant when activated. More importantly, this spatial compass has the ability to let multiple people pass through. A normal spatial compass will at most allow 3 to use it together, but this here allows a total of 6 people, which is twice what a normal compass offers. After all, it costs money to activate a spatial compass every time, so being able to have more people pass through each time will end up saving you quite a bit of money. Ricky gave an enthusiastic rundown of its features, praising how precious the performance of this compass offered. If Xia Fei sold this item, he would at least set a price point of at least 2 million, so getting it for a mere 90,000? Would he really miss out on such a steal like this? Snap! Ricky shut the case. Xia Fei had yet to pay, so the item had yet to belong to him. The most Xia Fei could do at this point was look. Esteemed client, can you show me the items that you are looking to sell? Ricky smiled. He was someone who stuck to the rules. He had not asked for Xia Fei's name, since humans who turned up in demon territory would more often than not be criminals looking to run from the law. Asking for a name would, instead, Beataboo. Xia Fei nodded and pulled out the darkness metal weapon, Waning Moon's Toll. Darkness metal. Ricky's pupils widened, and a look of excitement became visible in them. This is actually darkness metal. What a treasure, an absolute treasure. Xia Fei did not share his sentiment. He still had the other Ode of 100 Spirits in his spatial ring. It was also forged using darkness metal. Comparing the two, he felt that the Ode of 100 Spirits' ability to split an attack was something he could take advantage of more. As for the dagger, Xia Fei already had the phenomenal demonic dagger blood crystal, which was far greater than this weapon he was now selling. While Waning Moon's Toll was something unimportant to Xia Fei, it was something that Ricky could not keep his eyes off, his fingers incessantly caressing the blade, heaping praise upon praise. Refined darkness metal with flawless craftsmanship. This dagger must be a masterpiece of a master artificer. Its design is unique as well, meaning that the person who designed it is at the master level. This is no doubt a weapon of the highest quality, peerless and exquisite. More than 10 minutes passed, yet Ricky was still unwilling to let go of Waning Moon's Toll. Esteemed guest, do you truly wish to sell this darkness metal weapon? Yes. All right then. Ricky was invigorated hearing this. He asked somberly, name your price. With a smile, Xia Fei offered, 1 million grade 4 origin crystal. Ricky's smile frozen, his expression turning unsightly. Actually, Xia Fei had no clue how much darkness metal went for, but Lionheart Emperor Oro had once told him that using Waning Moon's Toll would be enough to exchange for a superior spatial compass and with some surplus, so he gave a starting price of 1 million. An overwhelming asking price that could be haggled down was the habit a merchant from Earth had. Xia Fei of course was confident in his skills in doing so, not at all embarrassed when giving such a price at the start, looking like it was a reasonable offer. After quite some time, Ricky asked again, how much? A million grade 4 crystals. Xia Fei raised a single finger for emphasis. Just as he said this, he heard the door pull open. A million? I'll take it. Turning around, Xia Fei's forehead creased. Chapter 624, Heartless and Gluttonous. The door to this posh guest room on the second floor was suddenly opened, and 2 Lionhearts, one tall and one short, came striding in. Neither was being courteous, acting as if they were in their own homes. The taller Lionheart wore a metal mask on his face. He was a warrior who towered with his height of nearly 5 meters. His weight was not lower than 700 pounds. Solomon's owner was a Lionheart, so the rooms were built exceptionally large, but despite this newcomer still needed to lower his head slightly when he barged in, looking somewhat awkward. The young Lionheart beside him was not a stranger. It was in fact the very same one he had saved in the desert, Heinrich, the one whom Xia Fei had given 2 tight slaps in his anger. Could he have brought his father to come find him? Isn't it just 1 million grade 4 origin crystals? Heathfield, will take it, the huge Lionheart warrior declared loudly. His voice was vigorous, and every word he uttered seemed to make the glass windows shake. The owner Ricky hastily stood up, walking over to say, Welcome, Planet Master. Please accept my sincerest apologies for not receiving you earlier. Heathfield gave a slight nod before pointing to Xia Fei. Is that him? Heinrich nodded lightly, his eyes somewhat uncertain. Xia Fei was a little taken aback by the sudden entrance. His finger edged close to his spatial ring. This Lionheart warrior in front of him was majestic, and his cultivation must be decent. The ensuing battle, if they did clash, would definitely be grueling. Given how his injuries had yet to heal fully, and his ribs were still aching, Xia Fei should not be fighting with anyone at this time. Ricky had no idea what was going on, so he took 2 steps back hesitantly, unsure what he should do. All of a sudden, Heathfield took off his mask and revealed his true face. It was the face of a wild lion. A single cross-shaped scar was scored across his left cheek, and that menacing face only made him look all the more ferocious. For some reason, Xia Fei felt that this face was very familiar. There's no need to be so tense. The Lionhearts would never reveal their true faces to outsiders, so not only does he have no ill intent, he's actually showing you the utmost respect. Lionheart Emperor Oro quietly informed Xia Fei of this. The great demon Oro's voice was apparently targeted, impossible for others to hear him as he directed it only to Xia Fei. Sure enough, Heathfield bowed to Xia Fei after he took off his mask, his attitude solemn. Heinrich is my only son. I'm grateful for you rescuing him. Xia Fei heaved a sigh as he hurriedly offered words of courtesy, stating that it was not much of a problem. Ricky was elated, inviting the father and son to take a seat inside, as well as ordering his people to send over some refreshments. Now that he knew of the reason, Ricky was even more full of praise towards Xia Fei. He was but an average Lionheart, while Heathfield was of the Lionheart royalty, so he was considered his master. Just like anywhere else in the Lore realm, Ricky was no longer part of the clan after he chose the route of mercantilism, which was why he did not even bother to wear a mask. There was actually hardly any Lionheart staying in Black Lion City or the entire planet for the matter. That was why Heathfield took care of Ricky and did not despise his position. Xia Fei had saved Heathfield's son, and Ricky was very grateful for that. That's not all. Heinrich even promised me to head to the Royal Wild Lion Star Academy to study hard, thereby fulfilling my long-cherished wish. Heathfield said excitedly. That's great news. Well worth celebrating. Ricky hurriedly called, stating that he would send a grand gift for Heinrich, causing the shy youth to feel very embarrassed. Star Academy? That's a royal college exclusive to direct descendants. Can you ask Heathfield what family he belongs to among the royals? Lionheart Emperor Oro spoke directly to Xia Fei's ears. Thus, Xia Fei placed his palm over his fist respectfully and said, Planet Master, it's truly a great affair that the young master is keen to learn. I heard that the Wild Lion Star Academy is exclusive to the royals, so it turns out the Planet Master is of such noble birth. Before Heathfield could answer, Ricky spoke first. The young man is being impolite. The Planet Master is still an orthodox descendant of the Lionheart royalty, of the Golden Lion Emperor's bloodline. This isn't something that we people can just casually inquire after. Xia Fei nodded, still unsure if the Golden Lion Emperor bloodline was the same as Oro's. Hey, so Heathfield is actually my descendant, Lionheart Emperor Oro softly remarked. Xia Fei wanted to laugh but did not dare to do so. This pair of father and son was actually the great-great-great-great-grandson of the old demon lord Oro. Several hours ago, it had been Oro who wanted to leave his own grandson for dead. What more could have been said? If not for Xia Fei ignoring his words of anger and saving the youth, Oro would most likely be filled with regret after learning the fact. Heathfield's eyes stared straight at Xia Fei. Just like his ancestor Oro, his two eyes were completely demonic, and Xia Fei's heart shuddered when their gazes met. Heinrich is my only son, and my wife passed away after giving birth to him. Having been spoiled by me ever since young, he became such a pampered child. I have no idea what you did to bring some sense into Heinrich's head, but I truly have to express my heartfelt gratitude toward what you did for me this time, Heathfield said solemnly. Xia Fei responded, I merely reminded the young master about the responsibility that he shoulders. Since he is of royal birth, he of course has to bear the honor of his clan. Actually, I am just an external factor. What matters is that the young master himself has the determination to strive. By cleverly insinuating that his impact had been as light as a dragonfly skipping across pond water, Xia Fei had credited Heinrich's own sense as the main factor, playing down the shame of him having been the subject of a robbery, and in doing so, he secretly uplifted Heathfield and his son without a trace. Xia Fei's eyes inadvertently swiveled over to that spatial compass placed on the table. The sooner he could get hold of it, the sooner he could return to the Alliance and meet Avril. He had no intention of staying around demon territory for long. Heathfield smiled. Ricky, are you trying to pull a fast one again? Young man, you may not be aware, but though Ricky appears to be very honest and diligent in his business dealings, and what he sells are items of great value, there will actually be several conditions attached if you really buy it, for the final price will make you vomit blood. Careful that you don't get fooled by him. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He initially thought that the price tag of 90,000 Grade 4 Origin crystals for a 100 Series Precision Edition spatial compass made by the Fig Corporation was too cheap. It turned out that there really were some loopholes. Though Ricky was a shrewd businessman, he knew how to separate family and business. Since Xia Fei had done a good deed for Black City's Planet Master, of course he did not dare to try and trick Xia Fei again. Actually, the tricks are just what merchants will usually do. Take that spatial compass for example. The hardest aspect of an unregistered spatial compass isn't in its acquisition but rather on how to set up an anonymous account. After all, using the compass will require currency, and one without an account is as good as useless. It will be no more than a chunk of metal. If you try to establish a legitimate account, you'll have to get it registered, and that means getting tracked, rendering it useless. It's not just me, even other merchants will sell the accounts and the compasses apart, so if the Planet Master didn't grace us with his presence today, this young man will surely end up spending somewhere around 300,000 to 400,000. Xia Fei sweated. This was truly shrewd. He would at most expect a price north of 200,000, so Ricky was a lot more unscrupulous than he pegged him as, daring to go up to 400,000. After a pause, Ricky said, since the Planet Master is here today and considering that you, young man, have saved the life of the young master, you're a benefactor to our clan, including me. Let's not waste any more words. This 100 series precision edition spatial compass, as well as an anonymous bank account linked to a standard bank, along with 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals in the said account, I'll be gifting everything to you, young man, today. Though he had said this so readily, the reality was hardly the situation. The shrewd merchant Ricky was a smart individual, so he of course had done his own calculations. Logically speaking, Xia Fei was bound to reject this offer. After all, this compass was top grade and was an expensive item. Most people would not just accept such huge gifts outright for no reason. The moment Xia Fei made his first rejection, Ricky would swiftly use the favorable conditions to act. Claiming to be willing to accept only the principal amount, which would see a profit of 10 or 20,000 grade 4 origin crystals. This would at least be enough to give the Planet Master some face. Heathfield would then be grateful to Ricky, seeing it as the latter's loyalty to the former and the clan, with Ricky not earning much from this transaction at hand. It was practically killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Ricky did not know Xia Fei well. Who was Xia Fei? He was someone who would heartlessly devour anyone with his gluttony nature when given the chance. Xia Fei's eyes darted and he got up, performing a bow toward Ricky. It is difficult for you to show such kindness, so since Ricky has done such a loving gesture, I will gladly accept your goodwill. Crash! The atmosphere in that room instantly went awry. Heathfield did his utmost to suppress his laughter, while the golden furry face of Ricky turned completely red. Never could he have imagined that Xia Fei would actually accept his words of courtesy. This was the precious 100 series precision edition spatial compass made by Fig Corporation, a top-grade item among top-notch products, the treasure of Solomon's trading firm. To think Xia Fei had actually accepted it as a gift. He did not even hesitate to accept it to boot. This made it seem like Ricky was the one in a rush to present it to Xia Fei for free. How could this be acceptable? This was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot, and it was a miracle that his heart did not collapse right there and then. Getting up, Xia Fei arrogantly walked over to the table and stored the compass into his spatial ring. Phantom was rolling on the floor, laughing, breathless. Even the great demon Lord Oro chuckled over what Xia Fei had just done. In this calculation between shrewd merchants, it was apparent that the even shrewder Xia Fei had come out on top. Actually, Xia Fei was not even feeling a bit guilty about what he had just done, and the only one to blame was Ricky for attempting to pull a fast one on him, selling the spatial compass and the linked account separately. This was no more than a little lesson for him to assume everyone could be schemed on. There just happened to be people like Xia Fei who would be just as obstinate. If anyone planned to trick Xia Fei, he would show them what it truly meant to play. It would then be about who could treat the other lighter. He turned around, only to see the grinning expression of Ricky as the latter was unable to go back on his word in front of the Planet Master. As such, all the latter could do was take this punch to the gut and curse Xia Fei in his mind. Returning to his seat, Xia Fei flashed the merchant an earnest expression. I really do feel awkward getting Boss Ricky to splurge on me so much. I feel truly ashamed. Ricky ground his teeth, thinking to himself, why is it that I feel you're not in the least bit embarrassed? Changing the topic, Xia Fei casually stated, I'll have to trouble Ricky to message me the account information for that standard bank before I leave. After all, this compass can't be of use without it. Ricky felt his heart seize, knowing that he had completely been outplayed here. He had chalked up astronomical losses this time, and all he could feel was anguish. Such pain that pierced his very bones. That, Ricky clenched his teeth as he forcefully said, I'll go get someone to retrieve the bank card. Cough. Heathfield could no longer hold it in and burst into an uproarious laughter, which only made Ricky's heart sour again. Great. I'll host a big feast tonight to entertain both Ricky and this young man here, Heathfield breezily said. Plus, I'd like to have that darkness metal weapon for 1 million grade 4 origin crystals. I hope that the young man won't find the amount too little. Xia Fei only wanted to take the money and leave. After all, he was pining for Avril quite badly. Just as he was about to reject his kindness, Lionheart Emperor Oro's voice rang in his ears again. Agree to his offer. Don't forget the most important purpose for us being here. Aside from the spatial compass, we also need to merge the immemorial mystical armament, and without my descendant here to help you, there's no way that you can gather all the items you need by yourself. Chapter 625, Receiving Avril. The feast was very lively. Practically all the Lionhearts who were staying in Black Lion City had attended it. It was actually the first time Xia Fei had seen so many imposing individuals all gathered together. Xia Fei realized that the purity of a Lionheart's bloodline would decide each one's height and weight. The old demon lord Oro's great-grandson Heathfield was of royalty and was also the tallest and strongest among all. Of course, he was still far from Oro, for the Lionheart Emperor himself stood at an impressive height of 8 meters. His weight was well over a ton, and all these descendants of his were no more than dwarves compared to him. Heinrich was still not talking much, but there was clearly some change in his eyes. While it was still soft, it was a bit firmer, which gave off his desire for greater strength. The happiest was Heinrich's father, Heathfield. He drank plenty of alcohol tonight and had plenty to say. He had already been the laughingstock of the royalty for his son's softness, but now that Heinrich had become determined to improve himself, he was a lot more relieved. Though it was difficult for someone's personality to change all at once, it was at least developing in a favorable direction. As time went by, he would definitely be able to make something of himself. Deep into the night, after the banquet ended, Xia Fei remained in the manor, while others returned to their homes. Everyone had received a gift from Xia Fei, and with how smooth a talker he was, he had managed to establish plenty of contacts among the Lionhearts in demon territory. The Lionheart Emperor Oro was quite moved by everything. Things remained the same, but the people were different. He could barely recognize any of these descendants from his own clan. All those years he spent trapped in the law of ternary spectrum had created a significant generational gap between him and his clan, as well as the lore realm at large, so he was somewhat out of tune. However, having been able to return to the demon race and see some members of his clan alive, Oro felt quite a lot better. Not too long after, Xia Fei would be able to help him be reborn. Who knew how many more years of hard cultivation and training would he have to go through before he could return to the pinnacle? Revenge, returning to his clan, and standing proudly atop the lore realm once more. These were all still his distant goals. After sending off the guests, Heathfield brought Xia Fei to the study, seemingly wanting to speak to him about something. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was also wondering how he could get the Lionheart to help him search for the items he needed, which was why he followed him with alacrity. The study was not too large, boasting very luxurious decorations. He was ultimately a direct descendant of Lionheart Emperor Oro, so he did not struggle with wealth. Even if he was sent by the clan to train in Black Lion City, he would not struggle. A maid delivered some sobering hot tea respectfully and left. Xia Fei and Heathfield sat side by side. The tea tasted sour and had a hint of dried hawthorn. Xia Fei found it to be a tasty flavor and had 3 consecutive cups. I have something I can't figure out, so I need you to clarify them for me personally. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Heathfield dove into the reason he invited Xia Fei to the study. Xia Fei set the cup down. Please speak freely, Planet Master. Today, you saved Heinrich and even told him a proverb as you did so. Heathfield was staring at Xia Fei as he asked. That is true. What you used was the language of the royalty, the most ancient and aristocratic type. Across the entire Black Lion planet, no one aside from me and my son can understand it. Even the clan members who attended the feast earlier don't know of it. After all, they're not royal descendants, yet you don't seem too old. How come you know this language? Xia Fei was quite troubled. It turned out that what Lionheart Emperor Oro had said to relay to Heinrich proved to have quite a background. To think that it was actually the most aristocratic and sacred language among the Lionhearts. How could he, a human, come to understand it so well? Smiling, Xia Fei made up some nonsense. I won't lie to the Planet Master. I once inadvertently met an expert of the Lionheart royalty, and the two of us formed quite a good relationship, so he casually taught me some. Heinrich shook his head. That's not possible. The language of the royalty is one of the greatest secrets and noblest existences of the Lionhearts. Even if he were someone of the clan, there would be no reason for him to teach you if it had truly just been a chance meeting. Xia Fei did not know how else to explain this, so he could only glance at his spatial ring, consciously telling Oro, "You're the one who told me what to say then, so now that someone doesn't believe it, how should I explain this?" Oro scoffed. "It's fine. Just relay what I'm about to tell you. With that said, Oro taught Xia Fei what to say. Xia Fei took this with a pinch of salt, using the secret language of the royalty to say, I originally stayed in the Lion Emperor's pyramid, towering at 384 in height and spanning over 1.1 in width. I have no name or parents, pledging a lifelong service to the emperor who lived on the 383rd floor. When this emperor went missing, this attendant could not return for the rest of his life, so he ended up a drifter. Heathfield was extremely shocked upon hearing this, his two legs shaking, as if provoked. Xia Fei finished saying this before asking, this was what that royal elder told me. As for what it meant, the elder never did tell me back then. Do you have any thoughts about this? Heathfield was stunned for a good while before saying, and nothing. That's the secret words of the Lionheart. The emperor of the 383rd floor was of course me, because I was the 383rd patriarch of the Lionheart royalty. Towering at 384 in height and spanning over 1.1 in width as well as possessing no name or parents. This particular line refers to my personal guards. They are loyal to me, never to marry for the rest of their lives, which is why they're known as those with no names or parents. Right now, he's come to an understanding that you met one of my guards, became friends with them, and were taught this particular passage. From here on out, he will no longer question your identity, Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. Xia Fei sort of half understood what had just happened. Did that not mean that the personal guards of Oro were also immortal experts? The old demon lord sure had quite a grand time among the demon race. Despite all that, he still ended up heavily injured and sealed within the law of ternary spectrum's isolation, which just went to show how insanely powerful this enemy of his was. Ask him further about the current situation the clan is in, Oro asked, concerned. After such a long time since he heard news of his family and clan, it would be a lie to say he did not care. In fact, he cared about this more than anyone else, which was not truly his fault. At the end of the day, there was not any clan patriarch who would not care about their disciples or descendants. Oh, that's right. This royal expert told me that if I have had the chance to meet anyone from his royal lineage, I should ask them about their well-being. For some reason, he can't return, so whatever cares he has can only burden him in his heart, Xia Fei said. Heathfield hurriedly gave a detailed rundown of the current situation that the Lionhearts were in. Actually, Xia Fei was not particularly interested to learn any of this, but because Lionheart Emperor Oro was very interested in this, Xia Fei became like a middleman of sorts, helping Oro learn news and stories of who knew how many generations of descendants. Without even realizing it, dawn broke. Out in space where it was always night, a huge warship was the first to shed off its stealth. The size of this ship was no smaller than the carriers in the Pan-Human Alliance. In addition, the design of this warship was a lot more intricate and the materials used were many times more expensive, with an even greater firepower. The next to fade into view swiftly were countless warships. Carriers, dreadnoughts, battleships, cruisers, frigates. Their numbers went well past 10,000. Such a prominent fleet seemed to be performing a special mission out in the stars, silently appearing in space just beyond the Pan-Human Alliance. Indubitably, this fleet was immensely strong. If such a well-equipped and uniformed fleet were to launch an attack on the Pan-Human Alliance, it would inevitably cause heavy losses to the humans. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a short and agile warship appeared right across this immense fleet. Hovering, the capital ship slowly opened up its boarding bay and allowed this small warship to land inside. Soon, the fleet, which was in the tens of thousands, departed, heading to the darkness of space without leaving a trace of what had just happened. Could such a powerful superfleet appear just to fetch that small spacecraft, sending a military force which could wipe out an entire star region all for the sake of escorting a warship? Was there such a need? Of course, there was. This was because on board that small warship was one person, the person whom Xia Fei held in the greatest importance. Avril. Forget sending a superfleet to fetch her, the Titan super warship had yet to be completed, but if it were built fully, Xia Fei would not hesitate in the slightest bit to send that out as well. Avril had already changed into a comfortable and fresh tracksuit, her golden flaxen hair tied up in a ponytail, being aboard the capital ship absolutely bewildered. The mechanized guards flanking her on both sides unnerved Avril. They were standing at attention, their heads held high with their chests thrust out. Not one of them glanced at the side and merely held their gazes straight ahead, receiving Avril even more cremoniously than their own king. Along the way, Avril received the absolute attention and care from robots. At that moment, she finally realized that Xia Fei's might was actually far greater than what she had imagined. Just the fact that he sent a super fleet to escort her, even the Pan-Human Alliance president would not have such a grand reception, with such stringent security measures. In the distance, the fourth in command of the robots, Warstar, and the third in command, Dimsky, could be seen walking toward her. Though Xana was dead, and Pod had been promoted to become the king of robots, the retired Sentinel Goddess was second in command, so their positions remained at third and fourth. Lady Avril, I'm Dimsky. This is General Warstar. We're under orders from Xia Fei to come fetch you. Dimsky had already abandoned his mechanical cockroach frame and was now in a body resembling an old scholar. One of the advantages robots had was in their ability to swap frames whenever they wanted as long as their cognition system remained intact. Hello, you two. Avril very graciously greeted both mechs as they made their way to the main cabin. I'm just one person, is there a need to go to such an extent? Avril somewhat awkwardly asked. The kind lady that she was never treated the robots around her as machines. Instead, she treated them like humans, constantly waving and greeting the mechanized guards they passed by. These robots, who were standing at their post, also very politely nodded back to Avril, their favorability toward her increasing somewhat. Dimsky and Warstar, of course, saw all this and were very moved deep down. Xia Fei had not treated the robots like machines, and they had not expected Avril to be the same as well. Lady Avril, you may not know this, but this is an order that Xia Fei made back then. If we couldn't ensure your safety, then he'd take this old man's head. How could any of us afford to not take this seriously, Dimsky jokingly said to Avril. He was different from the ever-serious Warstar and was a scholar of the mechs, he was prone to cracking jokes. Xia Fei always enjoys scaring people, don't mind him, Avril said. Thinking back to that impressive fleet from before, Avril could not help but feel moved. Are you all Xia Fei's friends? Dimsky answered, Xia Fei's pod holds the prime authority of the robots, and pod is loyal to Xia Fei. To be precise, we are considered his subordinates. Avril stuck her tongue out somewhat cheekily. She knew how great Xia Fei was and that he wielded great might, but she had never imagined that it would be to such a degree. He had actually been secretly hiding a trump card like an army of robots. To think the emergency response plan that Xia Fei had set would actually be used. Wonder what's happening over there that he needed to mobilize us like this for the first time. Warstar sighed. Avril was suddenly transported in the middle of the night and rendezvoused with the robot army out of nowhere had all been priorly arranged by Xia Fei, all in an effort to prevent any untoward accidents from happening to her. It was only because of the distance between them that everyone had no idea behind the reason for this order from him. Avril was evidently quite worried as well. To which, Dimsky chuckled. Xia Fei's very wily. Nothing's going to happen. Instead, all this effort has Lady Avril suffered, instead. It's nothing. Being Xia Fei's woman means that I'm already mentally prepared for this, Avril simply replied. Warstar and Dimsky were startled. What she had said was contagious, so much that even these robots could not help but be moved by it. The superfleet began their journey across space after receiving Avril. Their destination, the hidden realm of mechs.